Dark Masquerade. A Bad Boy Billionaire Romance Audiobook. Nightclub Sin Series Book 5. By Michelle Love. Blurb.
When I took the job, I had no idea what it would bring, and I didn't expect love and terror. These two men have a history. I know that. But where I fit into that, I don't know. All I know is that for me, one of them is the love of my life. I just don't know if he loves me, or wants to take my life. Somebody does. Someone is watching me. It could be Aldo, or it could be Indio. Both of them are gorgeous, attractive, and rich as hell, not that money matters to me. Both of them are pursuing me, and it should be every girl's dream, but I'm in too deep. If I follow my heart, I could be living a life of love, incredible intimate moments, and of happiness, or I could be dead within days. What do I do?
Venice, Italy. December.
Eliana Moretti pulled her too thin coat around her as she hurried over the bridges and through the small streets of Venice to work. An ice storm had blown through the city, and as usual, Ellie had been completely unprepared for it. At 28, Ellie had made a name for herself as a tenacious investigative journalist, focused entirely on her career. Her beauty was useful, getting her through the door of places she might otherwise have been refused, but once she had her prey on her hook, her intelligence and talent were what most people admired about her. Vivian Marquet, publishing maven, had seen those qualities when Ellie had applied for an internship with her. Ellie had worked for Vivian for 5 years at their San Francisco office before they both relocated back to Ellie's hometown to start the new magazine. Today, the magazine, a women-led political and social monthly, was hosting a lunch for Aldo Costanza, an American-Italian philanthropist billionaire who had recently relocated to Venice from Rome. Vivian had told Ellie that the man was thinking of investing heavily in the magazine. It would mean the magazine could go international. Vivian was excited. Ellie could see that. It would mean I could send my top journalist abroad to dig out the stories she really wants to write, Vivian added, with a meaningful look at a grinning Ellie. Well, in that case. Ellie chuckled, enthused by her boss's excitement. Now, as Ellie walked briskly through the frozen Venice streets, she was trying to compile in her head a list of stories she had wanted to go deep into and the possibilities that lay ahead. She was so lost in thought that she didn't see the car as she walked across the road. Someone shouted a warning, and she looked up to see the car bearing down on her. She jumped back and slipped, crashing to the cold, hard ground and slamming her head against the stone. The car skimmed past her without stopping. For a second dazed, she lay there, head whirling, until she felt someone crouch down beside her. Are you all right? Ellie pushed herself into a sitting position, still stunned. A man peered down at her. You're bleeding, Bella. He pulled a clean, white handkerchief from his pocket and pressed it to her temple. Should I call an ambulance? Ellie was horrified and tried to get up. No, I'm fine. Thank you for stopping to help me. It was just a fall. She swallowed hard when she saw the amount of blood on the man's handkerchief, and her head whirled. Sweet one, I think we should go get you checked out anyway, you might need stitches. In one swift movement, he swept her up into his arms and carried her toward his huge black Mercedes. Ellie wanted to protest, but she couldn't form the words. Gosh, her head was killing her. Damn, what if she'd cracked her skull? Today, of all days? Of anyone, Ellie would hate to let Vivian down. Her boss was like her big sister as well as her mentor and her heroine. The man put her in the back of his car and got in beside her, calling an order to his driver. He cradled her in his arms. Ellie felt her body get cold. Was she in shock? It was just a fall, damn it, but her head whirled, and she felt faint and nauseous. Her companion stroked her hair back from the wound. Sweetheart, you must stay awake for me. What's your name? Eliana. A name as beautiful as its owner. He had a nice voice, she thought fuzzily. But now there were black spots in her vision and her chest felt tight. Eliana, don't faint on me now. His voice, faded into the recesses of her memory as she slipped away into darkness. Ellie woke on a gurney in a hospital room. She blinked a couple of times and felt pain sear through her skull. She moaned quietly, then heard a scrape of a chair on linoleum. "Ellie? Welcome back." Turning her head caused a jolt of pain that nearly drew the curtains back over her eyes once more. "Stay still," the voice warned, coming closer until the face attached to it swam into view. Ellie squinted, making out dark hazel eyes, stubble, and light brown hair cropped close to his head. He looked vaguely familiar. Somewhere at the back of her battered brain, she also registered that he was seriously good-looking, but it hurt too much to put that into any kind of context. The man leaned down, bringing those warm eyes that much closer, and gently brushed her cheek with his knuckle. Heat flared through her for a moment, bright enough to dislodge the dizziness. "Stay still, Bella," he repeated softly. "You have a bad concussion." "What happened?" she asked in confusion. "You were very nearly hit by a car. It could have been far worse, but you have a severe concussion, Bella," he repeated. "They've stitched your head wound. You'll be okay, but you'll have to stay here for a day or two." Ellie sat up in horror, ignoring the pull of the IV tube in her arm. No, I can't. I have to work. I have to be there today." She could feel herself starting to panic, and he sat on the side of her bed and took her cold hand in his large, warm one. Again, there was a pulse of heat that moved through her body like a slow-burning flame. "Sweet one, let me call your workplace. Where do you work?" "Il Mondo Italia," she rasped. "We're magazine, yes, I know," he said, grinning. "I'm a subscriber." "You are?" He laughed. "Of course. And as you are Eliana, you must be Eliana Moretti. Your work is the reason I subscribe." She gaped at him. "That's not true." "Hand on my heart. Hi, Eliana Moretti. I'm Aldo Constanza." Vivian Marquez's eyes grew huge as she saw her best friend and top journalist, Ellie, complete with a bandage wrapped around her head and a bruised, pale face, being escorted into the magazine's offices by Aldo Constanza. Ordinarily, any unexpected appearance by Aldo would have been cause for scrambling in the office, but Vivian presently had no interest in anything but her friend. "Ellie." She jumped out of her seat and rushed around to carefully embrace the woman who she called sister. "What happened?" Aldo greeted her warmly before Ellie could say anything. "Vivian, how wonderful to see you again. This little one insisted on bringing me today, despite her accident. Ellie, please sit down before you fall down." "Accident? What accident?" Vivian demanded, easing Ellie into a seat and hovering beside her. "She only just missed being struck by a car," Aldo explained. "Her head took the brunt of her narrow escape." "Why didn't you call me?" exclaimed Vivian in horror, very nearly pulling Ellie into a bear hug before realizing she might have other unseen injuries. She contented herself instead with taking Ellie's hand and holding onto it tightly. Aldo nodded at the head bandage. She was indisposed. "The pavement has a dent in it," Ellie joked wearily. "No major damage done to this hard head." In spite of her attempt at lightheartedness, Vivian could see the embarrassment in Ellie's eyes. She pressed Ellie's fingers as Aldo continued. "She has a severe concussion, and I think she should have gone straight home from the hospital, but she insisted on bringing me here." Vivian's heart warmed. That was just like Ellie. She pressed her lips to Ellie's temple. "You are a peach," she said. "But I'm sending you home right now, Elle. I'll arrange a cab." "No, please. I insist my driver take her home." Aldo was firm, and so in a few minutes, Vivian was tucking Ellie into the warm backseat of Aldo Constanza's limousine, lingering worriedly in the door to admonish. "You take as long as you need, Elle. I don't want you back until you're well." Ellie smiled gratefully at her. "I'm so sorry about this, Viv." "Don't be silly." Vivian leaned in closer. "If anything, you've broken the ice with Constanza. It's just a shame you had to do it with your head." Ellie chuckled at her boss's grin. "Anything to help, boss." It turned out billionaires were fuss budgets. Or at least this one was. Aldo Costanza insisted on carrying Ellie upstairs. She barely had time to deal with the flare of heat, this time all through her body, before he unlocked her door and asked where her bedroom was. It was too surreal, being tucked into her bed by a handsome billionaire, all the while her head spinning. She half expected him to take a seat beside her bed and sit some kind of guard as she slept, but instead, he apologized profusely, saying he had a meeting he couldn't rearrange but that he would check up on her soon. After more apologies, he finally left, but not before making sure she had water, aspirin, and a phone within arm's reach. Once he was gone, Ellie lay in bed for a long while but couldn't sleep. The exhaustion was there, but it warred with her ever-active mind. Even a concussion couldn't stop Ellie from overthinking things. She crawled out from under the covers that Aldo had fastidiously tucked around her, cranked up the heat, and made herself some tea, some kind of blend Vivienne said was good for relaxing. By the time the water boiled, her legs were wobbly, and she was glad to curl up on the couch with her favorite blanket and listen to the wind outside her windows. Her apartment was tiny, but she didn't care about that. The view from the windows over Venice's lagoon made it worth the squeeze. Resting her aching head against a pillow, she saw the ice and fog covering the gondoliers, jostling together at their moorings, the usually crowded streets almost empty. It would be Christmas soon, but if this weather held up, it would be a subdued event. Ellie liked to walk the streets at night during the festive period. Being alone in the world had never bothered her much. She would eat food from street vendors and soak in the atmosphere, thinking about her mother, who had died when Ellie was only 18. Her father had been long gone. Ellie didn't even know who or where he was. And her older brother, Enzo, had died the year previously from the same cancer that took their mother. Sadness touched Ellie as Enzo filled her mind. Nearly a decade older, he had been her hero, companion, teacher, protector, or at least he had taught her how to protect herself. He had been an architect, designing some of the most beautiful hotels in Italy with his best friend, Indio. The sadness that Enzo's memory always brought Ellie was gently sidelined by a warm rush through her veins when she thought suddenly of Indio. Indio Navarro had been her first crush, her first love. She closed her eyes now and thought of his dark curls, his swarthy caramel skin, and his bright green eyes. She remembered the first time she had seen him when she was just 9 and he was 18. Gosh, he had looked like an Adonis, so beautiful, with huge eyes, a perfectly symmetrical face, and a hard-toned body. No teenage acne or awkwardness for Indio. And even at her young age, Ellie had known she would never again see such a beautiful man in her life. And he was gorgeous. Handsome wasn't a strong enough word for Indio Navarro, not just physically perfect, but the kindest, sweetest, strongest man she had ever known. For his part, Indio had stayed true to the code, never fool around with your best friend's sister. But he had adored Ellie too and would spend hours with her even when Enzo wasn't there. They were the moon and the sun to each other. But then, when Ellie was 20, a couple of years after her mother had died, something had happened between Enzo and Indio, something neither of them would ever talk about. And when Indio had come to say goodbye to Ellie, her heart had been broken. "Please don't go," she had begged him. "I love you so much, Indio. I always have." Indio had looked shattered, and for a moment she had thought he might kiss her. Instead, he had leaned his forehead against hers, and to her astonishment, she had felt tears on his cheeks. "Ellie Bella, He had choked on the words, and not caring any more about what was right, she had pressed her lips to his. "Tell me you love me, please, Indio, say it just once." "I know you do. I know it in my soul." Indio had grabbed her head and kissed her, then pulled away, his hands dropping from her, his eyes closed. "I can't. I'm sorry, cara mia, I can't." And then he was gone, and Ellie had curled up into a little ball, her heart destroyed. When Enzo, pale and hollow-eyed, came to find her, she hadn't attacked him or blamed him. He was her brother, after all. Indio didn't love me enough, Ellie told herself for years, trying to mend her heart, but something had always told her that wasn't the truth. But when Enzo had died, her chance of finding out what had really happened between him and Indio was gone. Indio had left Venice and gone to Rome. Ellie made herself stay away from searching for him on the internet or reading about him in magazines. She knew he was a big deal in Rome and abroad, and his property nous and artistic aesthetic made him a billionaire. He had dated a string of beautiful women and married and divorced a former Miss World within a year, but lately had disappeared, gone to ground. Ellie sighed and pushed the thoughts of India away. She was a master of that. It was just in quiet moments like this one that she wished he was here with her, watching old movies and cuddling under a blanket like back in the old days. In bed alone, sometimes Ellie would think about what it might have been like to be intimate with him. His big body covering her tiny one, his mouth on hers. You are 28 and still behaving like a lovesick teenager. Maybe it was the concussion that made her feel so melancholy. She dragged her thoughts back to Aldo Constanza and smiled. What a sweetheart of a man. His gaze had been intense on hers a couple of times, and her stomach had curled, warming at being so obviously admired. Her phone beeped from the bedroom. Grumbling, Ellie emerged from her cozy nook in the corner of the couch, carrying her blanket with her. She made her way the short distance to the bedroom and read the text message. You may be hurting, girl, but you are also a magician. Aldo Constanza is investing, and he's investing big. I love you. Call me if you need anything. Viv XXX. Ellie smiled and returned to the couch. Putting the phone on speaker so she could keep her hands curled around the mug before all the warmth of the tea dissipated, she dialed the office. Hey, Bruiser. Vivian's voice was typically cheerful, but with an edge of worry. I didn't wake you up, did I? How's the head? Ellie grinned, although her head ached badly now. Better hearing that news. No, I wasn't asleep. You should have been, lectured Vivian. You're supposed to be resting. You texted me, Ellie reminded her. She took a sip of the tea and grimaced, wishing she could magically transport honey from the kitchen to the couch. But trust me, Aldo tried to make sure I did. Aldo? Vivian repeated. He carried me in. Ellie tried to gloss past that detail. Oh gosh, Viv, I'm so happy for you, for the magazine. Thank God I didn't jinx it. Far from it, Elle. Don't think you're getting away without giving me all the dirt. But Constanza had one little request. That you do an interview with him for the magazine, and in-depth, not a puff piece, don't worry, when you're better. I think you have an admirer, Ellie. A rich, handsome sweetheart of an admirer. Ellie flushed with pleasure. He wants me to interview him? Vivian sighed and laughed. Trust you to focus on the work part. I'm telling you that man wants to foo. Vivian Marquet, you are overexcited, Ellie interrupted her, laughing and wincing at the corresponding twinge in her head. Less than an hour ago, the guy was all but singing me a lullaby. Not exactly a precursor to a horizontal tango. Calm down. I'm just saying, you need to get laid and there's nothing like a billionaire to get your rocks off. Ellie shook her head, grinning, although the thought wasn't exactly repulsive to her. Aching head or not, the shock of the accident had receded more than enough for her to fully realize that Aldo was gorgeous. Viv, I'll talk to him to arrange the interview when I get back. Vivian suddenly sounded sheepish. What? What did you do? Ellie knew Vivian's machinations of old, especially when it came to Ellie's love life. Well, he kind of asked for your number, and I kind of gave it to him. I figured he rescued you, so was I wrong? Ellie sighed. No, it's fine. He probably won't call anyway. Aldo Constanza did call that night, about 8 p.m., while Ellie was stubbornly trying to read in defiance of a headache that just wouldn't completely go away, and contemplating what to eat for her supper, seeing as her fridge was empty. How are you feeling, Eliana? His voice was deep, sensual, and weirdly already familiar. She settled herself back against the pillows, smiling. Just because she hadn't thought he'd call, didn't mean she hadn't hoped. I'm okay. Just a little tired now. Thank you for today, Mr. Constanza. I mean it. Please call me Aldo. Despite the circumstances and you being hurt, it was entirely my pleasure. Have you talked to Vivian at all? I have, and she told me about your request. It would be my honor. Then it's settled. Perhaps we can talk about it when you've recovered, but I also wanted to ask if I may take you to dinner tonight? Ellie blinked, glancing down at her ratty old pajamas, then catching a glimpse of her disastrous hair, which she'd only just revealed from beneath the bandage. Tonight? Aldo gave a soft laugh. Blame Vivian. she was fretting about you not having any food in your home. I take it that's not unusual? Ellie didn't know how to react to that. Well, yes, that is true. Unless you consider breakfast cereal a meal. I do not, he chuckled. Gosh, he had a sensual laugh. But what am I thinking? You probably don't feel like going out in your condition and this weather. May I be so bold as to suggest I bring dinner to you? And for her life, Ellie had no good reason to say no. An hour later, after she had panicked after hanging up the phone, dashing around the place, and tidying it and herself, she didn't know why she was worried. He'd seen virtually everything already. Well, not everything. A loud knock on the door interrupted that particular train of thought. She hurried over and opened the door, taking in the vision of the crazy billionaire standing behind a stack of 2 large, steaming hot pizzas. 1 vegetarian and 1 pepperoni, he greeted her. I didn't know if you eat meat. Oh, so Viv didn't tell you everything? Ellie grinned at him, and he smiled somewhat sheepishly. Sorry. He eased the pizza boxes onto her little dinner table. Have I railroaded you? She put her hand on his arm. Hey, any excuse to touch the guy? Not at all. I'm just kidding. Can I take your coat? Already she thought of him as a tailored suit guy, so when he slipped out of his long coat to reveal a dark navy sweater and jeans, the navy bringing out the hazel in his eyes, she was taken aback and impressed. He caught her expression and smiled. You like my sweater? No, actually, it's you I like, she wanted to say. Whatever you are thinking, Cara Mia, I am thinking too. But I am aware you have a pretty severe concussion, so maybe tonight we should just eat. Ellie flushed, then giggled, shaking her head. On some men, it might have been presumption. With Aldo, it came across as devastating candor. No games, apparently. She liked that. I'm sorry, I'm all over the place. Please have a seat. They ate most of the 2 pizzas as they chatted, and Ellie began to feel much more relaxed. Aldo was fun, intelligent, and attractive. His arm lay across the back of it, and she could feel the heat of his skin as his fingers lay inches from the back of her neck. He was easy to talk to, as they discussed his business and his investment in the magazine. Ellie was starting to feel excited about the forthcoming interview, and told him so. He smiled. I'm glad, but only when you are fully recovered, little one. I hope you will come to my home, and we can do the interview there. Afterward, perhaps you would dine with me. Ellie blushed with pleasure. I would like that very much. Just before 10 p.m., he announced it was time he left so she could get some rest. He kissed her hand, his warm lips seeming to linger over her skin while Ellie stood in the doorway, heart rate surging. I don't recall when I have spent such a pleasurable evening, he said. She looked up at him, mesmerized by his eyes. Me too. Thank you, Aldo. This day has been so much better than it deserved to be. He touched a finger to her cheek and was gone. That night, for the first time in 8 years, it wasn't Indio who Ellie dreamed of. And in the morning, a huge hamper of luxury food was waiting for her outside her door with the note. Just so you don't starve while you recover, Cara Mia. I look forward to our next meeting. Aldo. Among the expensive gourmet food was a box of her favorite breakfast cereal. A week later, she was deemed by Vivian to be fit enough to return to work, and 2 days later, she was driven out to Aldo's villa in Mira. As she approached, she gave a small gasp. The villa was huge and utterly Italian, but Ellie had learned enough from her brother and Indio to know what was old and what was new. This villa was a recent build, which didn't detract from its beauty one bit. Its features were simpatico with the Italian countryside around it, and although opulent, it shone with good taste. Ellie's heart was pounding even harder now. The design of it, the feel. It reminded her of the houses Indio and her brother had designed and built at the beginning of their partnership, albeit on a much, much larger scale. This has to be one of Indio's, she thought, and she felt tears welling to the surface. No, I will not ruin this by thinking about him, she thought to herself fiercely, and when the car pulled up and Aldo came out to meet her with a smile on his face, she pushed all thoughts of Indio to the back of her mind. Bella Ellie, it has been too long, he said, kissing her cheek and lingering just a little too long. Ellie felt her body respond, but she reminded herself to act professionally and smiled back at him. "This is a stunning villa, Aldo." Aldo beamed at her. "Thank you. I could give you the tour if you'd like. Shall we do the interview first? Get the work part out of the way." Too late, she realized what that sounded like and blushed furiously. Aldo laughed. "That sounds promising." Later, Ellie would be able to narrow it down to 3 particular moments when she knew she would be sleeping with Aldo Constanza that night. The first was when they were talking about his work with starving children in Uganda, and he was talking with such love and commitment that it touched Ellie's heart. Here was a man unafraid to wear his heart on his sleeve. The second was when, after a delicious and luxurious dinner, they took a walk around his grounds, and he took her hand, bringing the inside of her wrist to his lips and kissing it softly. The third was when a moment after that, he turned to her and taken her in his arms, smoothing the hair away from her face. "Bella Eliana, I'm going to kiss you now, then I'm going to take you to my bed and kiss every part of your body." In a flash, they were in his bedroom. "All this is for you, Ellie Bella." "Are you mine, Ellie?" She nodded, breathless. "If you only knew how much I wanted you the moment I saw you on that street." He grinned and chuckled softly. Ellie frowned a little. Was she too sensitive? Because that sounded a little weird. Aldo saw her expression. "I just mean, you could be covered in dirt or anything, and I would still think you were the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen." "Forgive me. I realize now what I said might have sounded strange." Ellie relaxed, her arms around his neck. Aldo Constanza had just been intimate with her, and her body felt strangely soft, as if all her limbs and bones had been liquefied. "You're forgiven. Aldo, it's been the most incredible night." He stroked a hand down the length of her. "You'll stay the night?" She half smiled. "I'm torn. Professionally speaking, I haven't been at all professional." They both laughed. "But the thought of leaving you in this bed to go home to my cold one." "Then stay," he said. "Stay with me all night long." Ellie woke a little before dawn, her throat dry. Aldo lay on his stomach next to her, his big arm thrown across her. She studied him for a long moment, her new romantic partner. His features were made to look tense, she decided, and smoothed the crease between his eyes that made him look angry. She smiled as it immediately settled back into a line, then gently removed Aldo's arm from around her waist. She slid from the bed, snagging his shirt and wrapping it around her body. She padded through the quiet villa, down to the large kitchen, and helped herself to a bottle of water from the vast, well-stocked refrigerator, grinning to herself at the difference between this one and her own. She even recognized some of the same foods Aldo had sent to her in the hamper. A man of good taste, of particular tastes. She went to the hallway and tried the doorway to one of the balconies. It opened, and she stepped out into the freezing cold night. The cold took her breath away. It had been a long time since she'd shared a bed with someone else, and it felt strange and a little claustrophobic. She started slightly as Aldo slid his arms around her waist. "You'll catch your death out here," he murmured into her ear, and she grinned, moving to turn in his arms. "No, stay like that." She rested her head back on his shoulder, panting for air. Her bare feet were freezing against the ice-cold stone of the balcony. "Bend over the balcony for me, Principessa. Put your feet on mine if they are cold." Just before they got to the bedroom, Ellie saw a painting she hadn't noticed earlier. "Wait." She gazed up at it. The woman in the picture had an ethereal beauty. Her dark brown hair was piled up on top of her head, and her large brown eyes were soulful, but it was the sadness in them that took Ellie's breath away. She had known this sadness, felt this utter desolation and heartbreak 3 times. Who is she? Aldo's eyes were suddenly wary. Her name was Yvetta. She was my romantic partner a few years ago. What happened to her? Aldo looked away from her gaze. Ellie touched his cheek lightly. "Aldo, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry." "It's all right." He coughed, clearing emotion from his throat and looking back at her with obvious grief on his face. "She died." "No, that doesn't even cover it. She was murdered. By an enemy of mine." "Oh my gosh, Aldo." Ellie said in shock. He nodded, putting her down and running a hand through his short hair. He was obsessed with her, and kept trying to steal her from me. When she wouldn't go to him, he killed her on what would have been our wedding day. Ellie gave a horrified gasp. She touched Aldo's face again, framing it with her hands. Gosh, Aldo, I'm so sorry. I can't begin to imagine. I found her, he said bleakly, looking up at the painting, his voice breaking. I found her dead in her wedding dress. My beautiful Yvetta. Ellie wrapped her arms around him and comforted him as Aldo tried to regain his composure. They stood for a while, just embracing before Ellie led him back to bed. The next day was a Saturday, thankfully, and when Ellie opened her eyes it was already mid-morning. The bed beside her was empty, and at the end of the bed a fresh robe was placed, a note attached. Help yourself to anything you need, my sweet girl. I'll be down to study when you are ready. Ellie smiled and went into the ensuite bathroom, which was as palatial as the rest of the rooms in this villa. Ellie smiled to herself. Aldo Constanza did not do anything small. His business, his house, his intimate embrace. Stepping into the shower, Ellie felt relief as the warm water cascaded over her body. Soaping herself, she saw souvenirs of the night before written on her body. There were marks in the shape of his fingertips on her. It didn't bother her. She dressed quickly, stuffing her underwear into her purse, then went down to find Aldo. He looked up as she came in and smiled. Good morning, beautiful. He stood to greet her, brushing his lips tenderly against hers. How did you sleep? Wonderfully, thank you. She looked at his open laptop. I don't want to disturb you, though. Aldo smiled. It is unfortunate that I do have to work today. May I ask Umberto to drive you home? Ellie smiled. Of course. Thank you. And thank you for last night. He kissed her again. May I see you again, Ellie? She smiled and nodded. I would like that. But Aldo, I do have to say, I don't want this to interfere with my work. It is very important to me. I understand. I would never place any expectations on you, my sweet girl. Please, won't you stay and have brunch with me before you leave? I'll ask Umberto to bring the car around in an hour. If it won't keep you from your work, she said, but his hands were already snaking under her skirt and encountering bare skin. She grinned, looking up at him. I don't put yesterday's underwear on. With a feral growl, Aldo pulled her into his arms and kissed her, his lips rough against hers. An hour later, she was being driven through the snow back to her apartment. Before she got there, feeling energized and joyful, she decided she would go grocery shopping and ask the car to change directions. Wandering around the Christmas markets, she spent a leisurely afternoon shopping and didn't notice how late it had gotten until the streets were emptying. Ellie hauled her full bags back toward her apartment, contemplating what she might make with the fresh ingredients. It began with a prickle up her spine as she walked down a dark alleyway. Ellie stopped and turned. Though an alleyway could suggest danger to some, this one was as familiar to Ellie as any main road. She'd never felt any kind of fear while walking through it, regardless of the time of day. But now she felt as if someone were watching her. She sucked in a breath and checked every dark corner she could see. Nothing. Not even a breeze. Picking up her pace, she walked quickly back to her apartment. Relocking the door behind her, she put her grocery bags down. Walking into her own home, she should have immediately felt secure, but the feeling persisted. Hesitating just a second, she grabbed a knife from the kitchen drawer. Her apartment had only 3 rooms, but she checked everywhere she could think of. Nothing and no one. Ellie shook her head. She had never been one to be paranoid, so why now? Was it just the seismic shift in her life from a week ago? A night ago? It must be that, she said aloud to herself, feeling her body finally relax, and went to unpack her groceries. She had just finished cleaning up the kitchen, and was getting into bed as her cell phone rang. Hello, sweet girl. I just wanted to make sure that you're okay. Ellie smiled. I'm good, Aldo, thank you. I've had a very decadent afternoon, and stocked my refrigerator. Aldo laughed. I'm glad to hear it, although I do wish I was with you. I realized tonight what a big empty house this is. Ellie felt a little uncomfortable. There'll be other nights, Aldo. Oh, I know, sweet girl. Are you free tomorrow? Can I come see you? Ellie came as she sighed, yes. Aldo gave a satisfied laugh. Good, tomorrow then? Ellie chuckled, still catching her breath. Tomorrow, Aldo. All traces of her earlier fear had long fled as she said goodnight and fell straight asleep, thoroughly sated. 2 weeks later, Ellie and Aldo were in the same room. Vivian met with Ellie for lunch. After an enjoyable 30 minutes spent discussing everything under the sun, Vivian finally got around to work talk. Only because Vivian was Vivian and her radar missed nothing, work had a double meaning. Girl, this article is one of your best. Hands down. How'd you get him to open up so much? Ellie could feel her face burn a little, thinking of all the different kinds of opening up she and Aldo had been doing. He's very loquacious when you get him on the right topic. His work in Uganda, his love of art. He even told me some stuff about his personal life, but I felt it didn't add anything to the article, and it would be taking advantage of a personal tragedy. You're sleeping with him, Vivian said bluntly, not asking. Hiding things from her best friend was an impossibility. Maybe? Vivian grinned from ear to ear. Well, hallelujah. So are you two an item? Ellie laughed then, taking a sip of wine. Yeah, Grandma, we're a courtin'. No, I think for me, it's just a pleasant fling. And what about for him? Vivian pressed, pushing her plate back and waving a waiter over to remove it before refilling her glass. Aldo Constanza doesn't strike me as a man to do things by half. You sure he doesn't think you two are serious? Ellie shrugged. We haven't talked about it, but Viv, I won't let it affect my work here, I swear. I'm scared that if I get too involved and it ends badly, it could mean Aldo withdrawing his investment. Vivian looked vaguely horrified. Ellie, your intimacy is your business. Don't let Aldo dictate things like that. Oh, he's not, Viv. I'm sorry if it came out that way. I mean, my work is my passion. That's the most important thing to me. Studying her intently, Vivian covered Ellie's hand with her own. Would you say that, if we were talking about Indio Navarro? A bolt of pain shot through Ellie, leaving her feeling like she'd been ambushed. But we're not. Immediately remorseful, Vivian rounded the table and sat down beside Ellie, hugging her close. Oh, sweetheart. I say this as your friend, and because I love you. It's been 8 years, Ellie. You have to start looking to the future. Indio's not coming back, however much you keep your heart hidden from everyone else. Aldo Constanza is gorgeous and delicious, and he believes in your work. Ellie sat back, looking away for a second to regain her composure. I know, and you're right about Indio. Why did it still hurt so much to say his name? It was like 1,000 swords being plunged into her heart. Ellie rubbed her eyes, and Vivian smiled. If I did that, I'd look like a panda, she said. I will never stop being jealous of the fact you don't have to wear makeup, girl. Just don't throw this thing with Aldo away because of an old attachment, no matter how much Indio once meant to you. That's all I'm saying. He didn't once mean something to me, Ellie muttered, reaching for her empty wine glass, just to do something with her hands. He still does, Viv. And he always will, I know. But you can temper that meaning, so that you still have a chance at a meaningful relationship, Eliana. A real relationship. As opposed to a ghost one. Ellie nodded, stifling a sigh. Yes. Yes. I know. Aldo came to meet her, as Ellie was leaving the office. He kissed her, not caring who saw them on the crowded street. I've missed you today, Ellie Bella. Ellie hated that he called her that. It had been Indio's nickname for her. Then she pulled herself up, so what? It was as sweet a name for her, but Indio didn't own it. He would never say those words again, so what did it matter? She smiled up at Aldo, stroking the short hair over his ear. Shall we spend tonight at my place? We always seem to be going to your home. Aldo tightened his arms around her. Ah, but there's more space at mine. Come back with me, Ellie. I have a surprise for you. Ellie pushed away from the annoyance she felt. Every time she had seen Aldo since the first time they had eaten pizza together, it had been assumed that they would spend the night at his villa. Did he think her place wasn't suitable for a man such as himself? She didn't want to argue though, not out in public like this, so she agreed, giving him a half-smile as he took her hand and led her to his car. At his villa, he placed his hands over her eyes and then steered her into his vast living room. Open! Ellie opened her eyes and gave a delighted laugh. A huge Christmas tree stood, its lights twinkling in the dim light of the living room. Oh, Aldo, it's so beautiful. He kissed the soft skin on the inside of her wrist. I remember you telling me that you missed having Christmas with your family, and that your apartment was too small for you to have a tree. So I thought of this. Ellie felt tears in her eyes and felt badly for her earlier irritation. She touched Aldo's face, then went to examine the tree. She breathed in the fresh scent of pine and admired the glitter and sparkle of the gold decorations. It was opulent, extravagant, and exquisitely decorated, a far cry from when Enzo and Indio used to haul in a bedraggled tree from the garden and make paper decorations for it. Ellie knew that it was improbable that Aldo had decorated this tree himself, but it was still a thoughtful gesture. She felt his hand on her back. You like it? She nodded, turning to kiss him. It's beautiful. He took her face in his hands, studying her eyes. It pales in comparison to you, beautiful girl. His lips touched hers, and Ellie sank into the kiss. I have a gift for you. He bent down and picked up a box, gift wrapped in silver and gold with an off-white bow. Carefully, Ellie peeled the paper away, wanting to save it for no reason other than the memory. The box beneath matched the wrapping paper, metallic colors gleaming in the low light, as Ellie slid her thumbs into an indentation on each end and popped the lid off. She drew in her breath at the incredible necklace embedded in soft velvet, white gold and diamonds glistening at her, like the gleam in Aldo's eyes when she looked up to thank him. It's beautiful, she murmured, lifting it out and starting to put it to her neck, then stopping in confusion as she realized that there was a lot more to the opulent strand than she had initially thought. Smiling, Aldo reached for the piece of jewelry. It's a body chain. Here, let me put it on for you. He put the delicate chain over her head, the light metal feeling cool across her bare skin, and crisscrossed it between her chest over her belly. Ellie looked down at herself in amazement. She had to admit it looked good against her caramel skin, the diamonds twinkling in the light of the Christmas tree's own illuminations. Aldo stepped back and admired her body. Wow. Just wow, Ellie, you have the body of a goddess. Ellie shivered straight away, feeling vulnerable, and she heard Aldo give a low chuckle. That's right, Eliana, you're at my mercy. Her breath hitching and trembling, she waited for his touch. Aldo gazed down at the beautiful woman on his carpet and smiled. This is what he had wanted, having her helpless, desperate for his touch. You are mine tonight, Eliana. Later on they had dinner. They sat together drinking scotch and watching the tree lights twinkle. Aldo stroked Ellie's face and was quiet for a while. Ellie, spend Christmas with me. I hate to think of you, alone in that tiny apartment. Spend it with me here and we will eat too much food, drink too much champagne, and watch cheesy movies. Ellie half smiled at him. Are you sure? What about your family? Aldo sighed. My father will be skiing with his wife in Austria. My younger brother, Antonio, is at college in the United States and does not intend to beg around his boring older brother. So you see, I'm as alone as you. He looked playfully mournful, but Ellie felt stung by his words. Was she really that pathetic? She rubbed her forehead, trying to stave off a headache. She occasionally still got one in the aftermath of the concussion, but this one felt different. Are you all right? Always watching. The thought hit Ellie, but she brushed it away. Don't be unfair, girl. He's just concerned. A headache. Maybe I should go home. He kissed her cheek and looked at her in concern. Nonsense. Look, I'll get some aspirin for you and some water and you can go lie down. When she was alone, Ellie stared at the fire that Aldo had lit earlier, her emotions in turmoil. Was she just freaking out because it looked like she was about to embark on a relationship, whether she liked it or not, and she'd always studiously avoided any type of commitment? Vivian's words came back to her. Indio is gone, has been gone for 8 years. He's not coming back. I know, Ellie murmured to herself and scrubbed at her face with her hands. She wasn't being fair to the lovely man in whose house she sat, and in whose bed she experienced great intimacy and tenderness. Earlier she had wanted to run when he got too intense, but she had talked herself down from it. It hadn't been violent or degrading, just more forceful than she was comfortable with. She squeezed her eyes shut, willing the headache to go away. A moment later, she felt a cold, damp towel being pressed against her forehead. It felt so good, she had to smile. You are the sweetest man, she said softly, and Aldo responded by kissing her softly on her lips. Here, sweet girl, take these. He dropped a couple of aspirin in her hand and gave her the glass of water. You should go lie down. Ellie opened her eyes and smiled at him. If you come with me. Aldo smoothed her hair. Always. They lay in bed talking quietly, Aldo's hand stroking her face, until she felt herself drifting off to sleep, her head still pounding. The nightmare began with sweet memories of her, Indio, and Enzo, down at Indio's mother's farmhouse in Tuscany, during the summer heat, and picking olives in the grove. Indio teased her, chasing her with a spider in his hand down the hill, until they were both breathless, laughing and collapsing together. Indio plucked a bloom from the field of wildflowers, and winded it around her finger. His lips were soft against hers. Sposami? Marry me? Ellie found herself in a white dress before she could even say yes, drifting down the hallway of Aldo Constanza's home. She was confused now. Why was she here of all places? Was it still Indio she was marrying? She pushed open the two huge white doors in front of her, to see an altar and Indio waiting for her at the end of the aisle. As she moved toward him, she saw her brother Enzo step in front of her. Don't do this, Ellie, please. He's not who you think he is, he's dangerous. I love him, Enzo. I've always loved him. Her brother's image faded away, and she turned, smiling at her groom. Listen to your brother. Another voice behind her. She turned. Yvetta, herself in a wedding dress, but with the hilt of a knife protruding from a huge blood stain on the bodice. Yvetta smiled, as beautiful as in Aldo's painting. He did this to me, Ellie. He will do it to you too. Ellie shook her head. You don't know him like I do, he isn't capable. Yvetta disappeared, and she was left alone with Indio. He took her hands and led her up the stairs toward a faceless priest, who began to read the marriage ceremony. If any person should have an objection. Yes. A man's voice, broken and full of grief. Ellie turned to see Aldo staggering up to the altar, heartbroken, his face streaming with tears. Please, Ellie, don't marry him, he'll destroy you like you've destroyed me. Please. Ellie closed her eyes. I'm sorry. I did love you for a time. I did. When she opened, Aldo was gone and she was married. Her new husband looked down at her. Come with me, my beautiful Ellie. Ellie followed Indio into the hallway. In a flash, Indio cuffed her around the head hard. Ellie went down, confused and shocked. She looked around and the blood froze in her veins. The knife Indio was holding was huge and lethal. Oh gosh, no. I'm sorry, Ellie, my beautiful Ellie, but you know it has to end this way, don't you? He walked slowly toward her, and she started to crawl backward. He smiled down at her, his eyes soft. I asked Aldo to come here to see if you would be tempted, to see if you were true to me, he said. I had to get him here so that you could be tested, my darling. And you failed. You fell in love with Aldo Constanza, and let him put his hands on you. He crouched next to her and grabbed her wrists, winding a rope around them. He will find you here dead. It will destroy him, and that's all I want. Ellie kicked out and caught him hard on the knee. Indio went down, howling, and Ellie flipped over and started to pull herself away from him. She couldn't believe this. Indio, her beloved Indio, a killer. It wasn't enough. Indio attacked again. Ellie cried out in pain, gasped for air as he turned her over and tore open her dress. Ellie arched in agony. She was losing consciousness, her strength fading rapidly. Stop, she whispered, her voice weakening. But Indio's rage wouldn't be quelled. He leaned over and kissed her, a chilling parody of affection. This is even more satisfying than marrying you would have been, he hissed. Enzo knew the truth. Why do you think he warned me away from you all those years ago? Yvetta, poor sweet Yvetta, loving me while I could never love anyone but you. She was just a practice run. No, she couldn't believe it. She refused to believe that her Indio was capable of such brutality. Yet a chilling realization dawned on her. The violence she had glimpsed in his eyes, had she mistaken it for something else? Why, she whispered with the last of her strength. I love you, only you, Indio. Indio smiled. And you always will, for eternity, my love. No. Ellie screamed, bolting up in bed, then scrambling across the dark room. She tripped on something or other and went sprawling, nearly striking her head against a wall before she caught herself. Drenched in cold sweat, she trembled as she watched a figure rise in the bed a few feet away, broad shoulders turning toward her. Eliane? She relaxed slightly at Aldo's familiar voice, but not completely. Tension still sang through her, making every muscle ache. Ellie, he said again, getting out of bed and approaching her. Immediately, she stiffened against the wall, feeling the knife in her body and smelling her own blood. Ellie, he murmured, stopping a few feet away and crouching. Cara mia, what is it? The tenderness in his voice drained some of the terror from her veins. She moved hesitantly toward Aldo, and he closed the narrow gap between them, his face racked with shock and concern as he put his big, strong arms around her, not to hurt her, but to comfort and love. Sweet girl, what is it? You're safe here, you're safe. Please calm down, Ellie. She rode out the panic attack, breathing deeply and resting against his solid body. His lips were on her forehead as he stroked her back, whispering soft reassurances. I'm sorry, she managed eventually. It was a nightmare. Gosh. Horrible and stupid and not real. Thankfully, he didn't press her for details. She was sweating but shivering violently. Aldo swept his hand onto her forehead. Geez, you're burning up. He lifted Ellie back into bed, and she was glad of it because she really was starting to feel sick, the nightmare receding in the face of real pain. Aldo leaned down to kiss her gently, and drew back at the expression of agony on her face. I'm calling a doctor, he said firmly, and Ellie didn't have the strength to protest. Aldo's billions commanded the highest level of service. The doctor arrived within the hour, and wasted no time examining Ellie and prescribing much-needed pain relief. While she rested, waiting for the pills to take effect, he spoke to Aldo just outside the room. Shortly, Aldo returned, sat on the edge of the bed, and held her hand. Better, darling? Much. Her eyes followed his lips as he pressed them to the inside of her wrist. The doctor gave me the good stuff. What did he say? Post-concussion syndrome, Aldo told her. It should resolve itself in a few months, but he wants to do a CT, just to make sure nothing more insidious is going on. Can this really happen from a fall? She asked. I didn't think it was that bad. He laughed humorlessly. Ellie, I'm the one who picked you up after that fall. You bled all over me on the way to the hospital. It was bad, sweet girl. Trust me. I'll set up an appointment for the scan in the next couple of days. And don't give me that look. I'm not dictating, love. I'm taking care of you. Ellie wrapped her fingers around his big hand. I know. But I've already missed enough work. I called Vivian, he held up a hand, forestalling her immediate protest. I knew she'd want to know, even if you might not have told her. She said to tell you that there are only a few days before you're off for the Christmas break anyway. You should take the time off and call her to let her know you're improving. Post-concussion syndrome, Ellie muttered, shaking her head and immediately regretting it. He was just trying to help. She knew that. Why was she reacting so moodily? She reached for her iPad and batted Aldo's hands away as she started to do some fast research. After a few minutes of scanning different pages, she sighed and put the iPad aside. This explains a lot. What does? The symptoms list anxiety and irritability. If you knew me better, Aldo, you'd know that I'm pretty easygoing, but lately I felt on edge. He smiled gently. I know you better than you think, Eliana. And I had noticed, sweet girl. She squeezed his hand guiltily. I'm sorry, Aldo. I never meant to make you feel badly. Not at all, It's just Ellie, I'm in very great danger of falling in love with you, he confessed. And somehow it has seemed that you hold part of yourself back from me. I never want to make you feel obligated, so all I ask is that you're honest with me about how you feel. Ellie nodded, and for a few moments she was silent. Finally, she decided it was time to confess. He'd been nothing but good to her, and holding secrets back from him felt increasingly wrong. Although for a long time now, I've been stuck in a rut. I love someone deeply. Entirely. It's been 8 years and he still haunts my dreams and now my nightmares. He broke my heart, Aldo. Shattered it. If she'd been afraid Aldo might react jealously, and she realized belatedly that she'd been somewhat worried about that, though he'd never shown a single jealous tendency yet. He calmed those fears immediately by sitting quietly and calmly, letting her speak, his expression betraying nothing but compassion. He was the moon and the sun to me, Ellie went on, choking up a little. She was grateful for the reassuring pressure from Aldo's fingers on her hand, guiding her through the memories. It's been 8 years, and I don't want to feel that way anymore. She reached up and touched his cheek. That's as honest as I can be at this moment, Aldo. I love being with you as a friend and as a romantic partner. You are the first person since him who has broken down even some of my defenses. I can't promise I'll get there quickly, but I can promise to try. I do have feelings for you. I really do. As I do for you. Thank you for being so honest, Ellie. Aldo bent his head and kissed her. Then he pulled off his clothes and slid into bed with her. Just a cuddle, don't worry, he said as she settled comfortably into his arms. I'll buy that you do actually have a headache. Ellie chuckled. Which is getting better, by the way. Oh, really? Really? She tilted her head back so he could kiss her. Aldo smoothed her hair back from her face, studying her. Still, I think you better get some sleep, baby. We have plenty of time. He told her what Vivian had said. So I'm going to ask again, but I won't be offended if you say no. Spend Christmas and New Year with me. I promise, as soon as you're feeling 100% well, we will have a riot together. There are a few parties I've been invited to, which I would love for you to attend as my partner if that suits you. And if not, we have the world at our fingertips, Ellie. Anything, anywhere. Ellie smiled at him. As long as I'm with you, I don't care what we do. Her heart warmed when she saw the delight in his eyes. He is lovely, Ellie thought now. Why the hell am I holding on to the ghost of what might have been when this man is offering me the world? Ellie fell asleep locked in his arms, feeling something had shifted in her soul. Yes, she would try to be the woman Aldo thought she was for him and for herself. Vivian had been right. It was time. It was Christmas night, and Ellie and Aldo had finally stopped eating, lying with full bellies on his couch. Ellie was groaning. I seriously haven't eaten that much in years, she laughed and moaned as Aldo patted her bare stomach. Don't? I'll explode. Sensual, Aldo said and laughed as she looked at him askance. Ellie, I'd like to thank you. Ellie looked at him in amazement. You thank me? Aldo, look at this place. Look at what you've given me. She held up her wrist with the elegant and delicate diamond bracelet he had given her that morning, along with a host of other gifts. You have given me something I thought was lost to me. A family Christmas. Aldo looked delighted, but he also shook his head. You don't understand, Christmas for me for the last few years has been painful. Dark. You see, Yvetta was born on Christmas Day. Oh, Aldo, I'm sorry. No, you see. You have brought the light back into my life, and into the holidays. You, Ellie, have given me more than I ever thought possible. Oh, I've dated a few women since Yvetta died, but none could come close to you, my love. He leaned over and kissed her. Ellie, I told you a few days ago I was in danger of falling in love with you. These last few days have made me realize that I'm no longer in danger. I am in love with you. Ellis's eyes filled with tears and she looked away. Aldo turned her face back to him. Hey. I don't expect or want you to feel the same until you do. There's no pressure, but I had to tell you that. I love you, Eliana Moretti. Hot tears flooded down her cheeks as she kissed him. Aldo, I am changing. I can feel it, and you're the reason. I'm not there yet, but I'm starting to believe I will be. When I tell you I love you, I want it to be the absolute truth. But it's only you now, Aldo. Only you. It was only a partial lie, but Aldo seemed satisfied, grinning as he kissed her. If only we hadn't been so gluttonous, I would take you on this couch right now. She grinned. Remember the time I was out on the balcony? I wouldn't mind reliving that, Mr. Constanza. Aldo laughed. She wrapped her arms around his neck. What did you have in mind? How would you feel about restraints? Ellie nodded slowly. We could do that. Or perhaps we should invite someone to join us. Ellie's eyes opened wider. Are you serious? What do you think? Ellie thought about it for a long moment. If it would turn you on, I wouldn't be against it. Who did you have in mind? Aldo adjusted himself so he could study her reaction. A professional. Someone who can be trusted to be discreet. Sounds like a plan. They got to live out one fantasy a few nights later. Aldo brought Ellie to a New Year's Eve gala benefit held in one of the city's beautiful art museums. He introduced Ellie to the man who had organized the gala, Maceo Bartoli, Venice's most celebrated art dealer. Ellie liked the man immediately. His merry eyes and sweet smile belied the handsome face. With a pang, she realized mid-conversation that he reminded her so much of Indio that her chest began to hurt. Indio before the darkness, before he had left her. Maceo, his dark curls highlighted with silver, introduced Ellie to his wife, Orianthe, a dark-haired beauty who had as much mischief in her eyes as her husband. Ori bore Ellie off to grab some drinks from the waiters, who glided gracefully and discreetly around the gathering. Ori took an orange juice for herself, nodding down to her swollen belly. This one won't let me drink for another 3 months. She glows, Ellie thought, warming to the other woman. Is it your first? Ori shook her head, grabbing a canapé from a tray and shoving it into her mouth in a way that Ellie approved of. No, we have a son too. Dario. He'll be 8 soon, a charmer just like his dad. How long have you and Aldo been together? Just a couple of months. It's early days. Have you known him long? A while, but not well. He's kind of private. We don't see him out much. He's a homeboy, I think, especially since his fiancée died. Awful that was. I know something about being stabbed, so when Maceo met him just after Yvetta died, Maceo told him about our history. I think it helped to talk to someone who knew what it was like. Maceo was stabbed? Ori shook her head. No, I was. By a psychotic jerk who thought women were possessions. But I nearly died, and Maceo went through hell. At least I had morphine. So he could relate to how Aldo felt. I hope it helped Aldo come to terms. She smiled at Ellie. Sorry, this is morbid. Let's change the subject. Are you in love with Aldo's home? I have such envy, not that Maceo wouldn't build one for me if I asked, but still. Whoever designed and built it for Aldo was a genius. Ellie felt her chest clench a little, but she asked the question anyway, keeping her tone casual. Do you know who the architect was? Ori shook her head and leaned in conspiratorially. I don't, but I heard he was some kind of player. Don't quote me on this because I don't know for sure, but there were rumors that Yvetta was sleeping with him, and that he may have had something to do with her murder. Of course it was never proved, and her murder is still unsolved. Hey, are you okay? Ellie had paled. It couldn't be Indio. It couldn't. He would never hurt another person, would he? Her nightmare came back to her and she shivered. She tried to smile at Ori. I'm fine, honestly. Just such a lot of pain to cope with. I just feel for Aldo. I know. Hey, Ori said, apparently wanting to distract her. You're a journalist, right? I read your interview with Aldo, and was inspired to read some of your other stuff. You're really talented. Ellie flushed with pleasure. It meant a lot to her that this lovely woman liked her work. Thank you, Ori. You're very kind. If you ever wanted to tell your story, please think of me. Ori hooted a little. I'm not that interesting, believe me. Come on, let's look around. An hour later, Aldo, catching up with her, bent his mouth to her ear. Meet me upstairs on the small balcony above the O'Keefe. Do you see it? She nodded, and he disappeared. In a minute or so, she left Ori with Maceo and followed Aldo upstairs. The marbled hallway echoed with the chatter from below, but it was empty. As she got to the balcony, Aldo pulled her roughly into the little alcove that overlooked the gathering and kissed her. That was such a rush, she whispered, and Aldo grinned, nodding and kissing her again. Thank you for helping to fulfill that particular wish, he said, and she laughed. It was my pleasure. The countdown to midnight was starting, and Ellie and Aldo kissed as the clock struck 12, and the cheers went up in the room. Happy New Year, Ellie, my beautiful one. Happy New Year, handsome. He kissed her again, long and hard. They were breathless when they broke apart, and Ellie grinned at him. Dang, that one kept going. Aldo laughed and reached for her hand. Ready to go down? I must just use the bathroom to freshen up. Aldo nodded. It's just along this corridor, 2 lefts and a right. I'll meet you back downstairs. Ellie walked along the hallways of the art gallery. There was no one around, and her shoes clicked on the marble floor and echoed off the old stone. She found the bathroom where Aldo said it was and went in. She was washing her hands when she had the feeling of being watched again, that same feeling she'd had a while back in the alleyway. She whirled around, but the vast, luxurious bathroom was empty. What is the matter with me, she started to think, when suddenly the door of the bathroom, partially ajar before, was yanked closed with a slam. Acting on instinct, Ellie rushed outside and looked both ways down the hallways. For the briefest second, she saw the back of a tall man rounding the corner. He had dark brown, messy curls, and Ellie's heart began to beat heavily against her ribs. Indio. She yanked the high heels from her feet and took off after him as fast as her lilac column dress would let her. She pushed through doors, glancing around the rooms, sure he had been watching her. She told herself over and over that it couldn't be him, and finally, breathless, she slowed and stopped. This is ridiculous. It's just paranoia, she reprimanded herself. Stop. Just stop. He doesn't deserve your time, Moretti. He left you. He's gone, and there's a gorgeous, attractive man waiting for you downstairs. She turned and retraced her steps back to the bathroom. Just as she was about to descend the stairs, a light breeze carried the scent of a man's expensive cologne to her. Indio's favorite. For a second she breathed it in, eyes closed, then gritting her teeth, she stomped downstairs, almost angry now. Aldo was chatting to Maceo and Ori, as she returned to his side and slipped her hand into his. He smiled down at her and kissed her cheek, scanning her face for a brief second, leaving Ellie feeling like he saw everything, even things she hadn't admitted to herself yet. Then he turned back to the couple, resting his arm securely around her waist. Here she is. We were just saying we should all have dinner sometime, Ori said to Ellie, and Ellie nodded. I would love that. Maceo, she noticed, didn't seem as enthusiastic as he had earlier, and she wondered if she had done something to offend him. But when they said goodbye later in the evening, he kissed her cheek warmly. If you or your magazine ever need any artistic spaces or anything, please let me know. It would be great to work with you. Ellie smiled at him. That sounds like a great idea. How about we talk around mid-January? Great. Happy New Year. He handed her a card, and they said goodbye. In the car on the way back to Ellie's apartment, Ellie leaned her head on Aldo's shoulder. I'm glad we're staying in the city tonight. You don't like our house? She chuckled. Your house, and of course I do. It's just my place is closer, and I can't wait to have you. Aldo laughed. Well, that's just about the best news a man could hear. She kissed his jawline as he drove to the parking garage nearest to her apartment. Walking hand in hand back to her place, Ellie looked up at him. Aldo? Yes, baby? Feel like getting kinky tonight? Aldo grinned. Always. What were you thinking? Ellie hesitated. I'd like to try the blindfold thing again. I think it would teach me to trust better. He nodded. We could do that. We could play some games. In bed with her a short while later, he wound his tie around her eyes. Can you see? No, she grumbled. And it's torture knowing you're naked, and I can't see you. Aldo laughed. And you won't be able to touch me either. I'm going to tie your hands behind your back, beautiful. You are? Yep. On your stomach, Moretti. Ellie laughed and obeyed, and Aldo bound her hands, tucking them into the small of her back as he rolled her onto her back again. Ellie wriggled, smiling. You like that, huh? She laughed. Surprisingly, yes. Now tell me about this game. Well, you see this beautiful soft belly of yours? He ran a finger down her stomach, and she sighed happily. Well, we're going to play a game of guessing. I'm going to stroke various objects down it, and you have to guess what they are. Are all these objects attached to you? Some of them will be. They were both laughing now. Some I will have culled from your place. Ellie giggled. Dirty boy. She heard Aldo go back to the kitchen, then the living room. I'm not trying to sway you, but you might want to look in my nightstand. She heard him come back into the bedroom, the drawer of her nightstand opening. Oh ho ho, he said with a chuckle. You've been holding out on me, you little minx. Ellie smiled. She felt Aldo climb onto the bed, then his fingers stroking her belly. Too easy. That's your hand. Did I say I had started? I was just preparing the playing field. Ellie started to giggle now, both with amusement and nervous anticipation. She felt him kiss her belly. Okay, my beautiful Ellie, what's this? She felt something cold, very cold, circling her navel. Ice cube? An easy one to start. He traced the ice around her belly. Ellie made a sound of pleasure as she felt the sweet pain of the ice. Aldo chuckled. Ellie shifted, wriggling with pleasure, and when she felt Aldo's mouth, she gasped a little and arched her back to meet his lips. You taste like heaven, Ellie. Next item. Ellie, enjoying the game, and guessed the next 3 items as well. A crystal ornament Vivienne had brought her from Paris, the edge of a wooden box from her desk, and the cold metal of her fountain pen. Aldo kissed her. You have 5 correct already, baby. We could just stop here if you want, she said, but Aldo laughed. No way, this is too much fun. Next one? Ellie felt something cold and metallic touch her skin. At first thin, like a needle, and then flat against her skin, like a knife. Ellie's blood ran cold, and for a second she couldn't breathe. A knife? She said hesitantly. She heard Aldo's sharp intake of breath. Of course not, Ellie. What do you think I am? It was my watch. I'm sorry, Aldo. I wasn't accusing you of anything. Some people like knife play. I'm just not one of them. Me neither, Ellie, especially after what happened to. His voice choked off, and Ellie felt terrible. She couldn't reach out to comfort him, her hand still bound behind her. Gosh, Aldo, I'm sorry. I was insensitive. Please let me up so I can hug you. No. It's okay. I understand why you would have guessed that. Let's just put it down as a wrong guess. Next one? It was hard but soft at the tip against her skin, almost silky. Ellie, trying to cheer him up, smiled at him. Afterward they fell asleep together, lips almost touching, Aldo's big arm locked around her waist. To Ellie's great relief, the nightmares didn't make another appearance, and when she woke in the morning, she felt rested and safe. In the morning, after taking a shower together, Aldo went out to buy fresh, soft rolls for their breakfast. He returned as she was brewing some fresh coffee. He held out a newspaper to her, and she took it, registering the anger on his face. What is it? Page 11, he said shortly. She opened the paper and saw the picture of them leaving the art gallery the previous night. Aldo was kissing her. She looked up at him. So we've gone public. That's not the problem. Read the article. Ellie looked down and began to read. What the hell? The article, far from just outing them as a couple, ripped into Ellie's journalistic integrity over dating a subject of an interview, and called into question whether it had been a legitimate article or a puff piece designed to sell her boyfriend's business to the masses. There was no identification of the writer in the piece. Ms. Moretti seems preoccupied with Mr. Constanza's physical attributes, far more than whether his philanthropy is genuine or masks a man whose ruthless business acumen means he leaves few survivors in his wake. But what strikes me most is this. Since when has Il Mondo Italia been what amounts to a gossip magazine pandering to the elite? It seems that Ms. Moretti needed to get her rocks off. It is a sad downturn in the quality of a previously exemplary investigative magazine. Ms. Moretti, you should be ashamed. Ellie's hurt and anger rose to the surface, and she threw the paper on the table. Damn. She tried to keep the tears from welling in her eyes. She'd had bad reviews before. Of course she had, it was part of being a writer, but this was one step away from calling her a tramp. She slumped into a chair and covered her face. Aldo stroked her arm. None of that is true. You know that, right? She nodded, but it didn't make her feel better. Being called a tramp in public wasn't the way she wanted to start her new year, but she knew that responding would only make it worse. Her cell phone rang, and she saw that Viv was calling. I may be about to be fired, she said to Aldo, who shook his head. Ellie answered the call. Hey Viv, guess you saw the article? Yes, I did. Vivian sounded mad, and when I get my hands on the writer of it, he'll wish he'd never been born. I'm sorry, Viv. I really am. You haven't done anything wrong, Ellie. This article is completely unjustified and what's more, false in every way. I can't believe the editor let it get through. Ellie sighed, somewhat relieved. Look, I'm coming into work. We can talk about it in greater depth and consider how we might respond. Are you sure? What about what the doctor said? Vivian asked. That was days ago. I'm fine. See you soon. Ellie put her phone back on the table. Well, I guess the vacation is over. Aldo leaned over and stroked her cheek. Don't worry about this, Joker. Look, I'll walk you to work, but then I have to go away for a few days for work. Will you be okay? Ellie was surprised. You're going away? Yes. Is it a problem? You haven't mentioned it before, is all. Where are you going? New York? I'm sorry. I thought I had. She shook her head. But then again, there's no reason you should have to run anything past me, so don't worry about it. You sure, Bella? You look a little annoyed. She shook her head, but the truth was, she was a little scared. This business trip seemed to come out of nowhere, and she wondered if Aldo thought a little distance between them would be a good thing after the article. Aldo was watching her, and as she got up, he pulled her onto his lap. Whatever it is you're thinking right now isn't what's happening. It's just a short trip, and if I didn't know you had work, I would have invited you to come with me. Ellie leaned into him, already missing him. I know. I'm sorry. At work, after Aldo had kissed her goodbye and promised to heat her bed with his phone call later that night, Ellie went to see Vivian, who hugged her and then asked her to shut the door behind her and sit down. I called the editor of this rag. She waved the offending newspaper in the air, still mad. The article wasn't from one of his own people, but rather an anonymous submission. He thought it made good points, which, by the way, it doesn't, and put it in. Ellie, did you piss this guy off at all? Ellie thought back, then shook her head. I don't think so. But then that paper has never liked magazines like ours. We're too elite or left-wing. Vivian still looked unhappy. Smearing one of my employees is not something I'm willing to let go else. Fair enough, but if we engage with them, it's like saying their opinion is worth something. I hate to say it, but let's just leave it alone. I'll just have to make sure that my future articles are as good as they always have been, Vivian said a little forcefully. Do not let this jerk make you feel as though you're not talented. You were born to do this, Ellie, and you know it. Thanks. Ellie got up. I'm going to distract myself with some work. I'm fine, she emphasized before Vivian could check up on her yet again. Sitting around at home won't do me any good. As promised, she immersed herself in her work. It felt good to be back in her office, calling some of the shots in her life. She did some general research on some pending pieces, then called Maceo Bartoli and set up a meeting with him to discuss working together. I'd love it if we worked on something that was both investigative and beautiful to look at, Ellie told Maceo. If we could do something actually in your own gallery, I've heard it's a beautiful space. Maceo laughed a deep sensual chuckle. You should come to have lunch with Ori and me sometime, and have a good look around. Then you'll see it's chaotic and frenzied but yes, I adore it. We've managed to build it up over the last few years, so that we have a family atmosphere. You would enjoy it. Ellie smiled down the phone. I would love that. They set a date for the following week, and Ellie said goodbye, feeling a lot happier. She also got a message from her colleagues supporting her after reading the article. A couple of journalists from local TV reached out to her, but she politely turned down their requests for interviews. I'm not the story, she told them, wishing she could go back to the relative obscurity she had known a few weeks ago. It was 3 o'clock before she looked up from her work, and then it was only because she heard a commotion out in the reception area. Suddenly, a girl with bright blue hair burst into her office. Konnichiwa. Ellie gaped at the girl. Tandy? Oh my gosh. She got up, and the two women embraced, hugging each other tightly. Tandy, a part Japanese, part American woman in her early 20s, had been Ellie's best friend for a few years, ever since the younger woman started as an intern at the magazine. Tandy Lee had only one ambition, to travel to every country in the world, and over the last 2 years, she had been doing exactly that, working her way, sometimes illegally, through the Americas and Canada down to the Caribbean and then to Europe. Ellie made some coffee, and they sat in her office. Tandy told her she was in Italy for just a week. I've finally got enough money to go to India, she said. But I couldn't do Europe without coming back to say hi to my bestie. How are things? Viv said you're getting some decent time in bed at last. Ellie nearly choked on her coffee, but then laughed. Nothing is sacred, is it? Tandy grinned. Nope. You look good, else, I have to say. Ellie smiled. Well, I'm excited you're here, Tandy. Where are you staying? Tandy looked a little guilty, and Ellie laughed, having expected her to ask her to stay with her. It was an old habit. You can stay as long as you want, T. You know that. The boyfriend won't mind? She hadn't really thought of Aldo that way before. Ellie turned the label around in her mind for a moment, feeling oddly uncomfortable with it, before dismissing the feeling as yet another residue from the damn concussion. The boyfriend is in New York for the next few days, so you're all set, as long as you don't mind sharing a bed with me. Have I ever? Tandy rolled her eyes. We're going to have so much fun. Listen, I have to go meet another friend, so can I come by your place around 9 tonight? Of course. I'll even go grocery shopping. Don't buy anything healthy. Ellie chuckled. Oh, I won't. Ellie lugged the grocery bags up the stairs to her apartment. Dumping her bags on the table and taking off her coat, she walked over to the small table beside the door to set her keys down. If she didn't, they'd be lost immediately. As she leaned down, she spotted a plain brown manila envelope just poking out from beneath the door. Frowning, Ellie picked it up and turned it over. There was no name on it, nor was it addressed to anybody. Walking back into the kitchen, she set coffee brewing, then opened the envelope and shook out the contents. A photograph slid out, face down, and when she flipped it over, she felt a cold fist in her stomach. It was a picture of her, from about 20 minutes ago. She was emerging from a bakery several blocks away, looking sideways down the street, so she'd missed whoever it was who had the lens pointed her way. What the hell? She studied the envelope and photo minutely, but could not see any trace of a clue as to who might have sent it. It was such an invasion of privacy, and so creepy. She remembered how she'd felt at the art gallery on New Year's Eve, and that same prickling feeling chilled her skin. If this is you, Indio Navarro, stop it. I've moved on. Maybe he had seen the picture of her and Aldo kissing. Don't kid yourself, girl. Why would he care? Ellie shook herself and stuffed the photograph and the envelope in the trash can. She unpacked the groceries and was wondering if she should cook something for a late supper with Tandy when her cell phone rang. Not looking at the caller ID, she automatically assumed who it was. Based on Aldo's earlier promise, she answered with a playful voice, "It's not quite bedtime yet. Missing me so soon?" The caller whispered down the phone. "You look beautiful tonight, Ellie." Her flesh crawled again and anger flashed through her. Who is this? What do you want? A low chuckle, and she tried to pick out anything she could recognize in the voice. You, of course, Ellie. Always you. It's always been you. Ellie gritted her teeth. Well, you don't get to have me, do you? Who are you? You know me, Ellie Bella. The shock was icy cold. Indio, her voice a whisper broke as she said his name. He chuckled. Who knows? All that is certain is one thing, beautiful Ellie. What's that? That soon you'll die, tramp. And the line went dead. Ellie dropped her phone and sank to the floor, trembling violently, unable to stop the panic attack, and that's where Tandy found her an hour later. Tandy insisted on Ellie reporting the call and the photograph to the police, but the terse officer taking her statement evidently thought she was a hysterical female, and soon Ellie stomped out, followed by a furious Tandy. Son of a gun, she raved as she wrapped her arm around Ellie's shoulders. Tandy had the height of her American father, almost 6 feet of her to Ellie's 5'5", and Ellie was weirdly glad of it as they walked home through the dark streets. It was bitingly cold. Ellie looked at Tandy, little sheepishly. This isn't the homecoming I wanted you to have, Tandy. Maybe I'm making too much of this. A death threat? No way, Ellie. This is scary stuff. Tandy sighed, shaking her head. You know what's weird, though? What? Tandy glanced at her. Don't take this the wrong way, but I always was waiting for something like this to happen to you. Ellie was shocked. Why? Because look at you, Ellie. You're so beautiful, so friendly, and yet when anyone gets close they're banging up a brick wall. Someone was always going to get nasty, and I think this is it. Ellie was silent. So it's my fault? Hell no. Tandy was vehement. It's the fault of a civilization that leads men to believe they're entitled to any woman they want, and that murder is an option open to them if they don't get what they want. But I have let someone in, Ellie insisted. I hope you get to meet Aldo. He's just the sweetest, most attractive guy. And he and I are growing closer every day, in every way. Ellie flushed, and Tandy grinned. Then he's probably not the one playing these games. Of course it's not Aldo, Ellie said in surprise. He would never do anything to hurt me. Of course, of course. Tandy waved her hand. I was being facetious. Ellie, I know you won't want to go down this path, but do you think it might be Indio? Tandy knew everything about Indio and Ellie's love for the man. Ellie sighed. I would hate to think so. Besides, Indio knows that if he came back, you would dump Aldo in a second if Indio showed up. Ellie was stung. I wouldn't. Hey, I'm not judging, but are you being honest with yourself? Ellie could feel the tears coming again, and she looked away from her friend. It was a moot thought anyway. Indio was never coming back, so what did it matter if Tandy just might be right? Please don't make this harder than it is, she said in a soft voice. Tandy hugged her. Sorry. Now let's forget this nonsense and go eat our body weight in front of the television. Tandy did a great job of distracting Ellie for the evening, but when Tandy fell asleep on the couch just after midnight, Ellie put a pillow underneath her head and blanket over her and went to her bedroom, realizing she'd never gotten the promised call from Aldo. She grabbed her laptop and opened Skype, hoping he would be online. She had been debating with herself all night whether to tell him about the threats, but when she saw his smile as he logged on and greeted her, she demurred. Hey, gorgeous. Hi, Aldo. How's the Big Apple? Lonely without you. I only got in a little while ago. Did you talk to Viv about the article? Gosh, the article. She hadn't thought about that at all since the threats. It's all good. We're not going to respond to it. Aldo looked a little surprised. Wow. What? Well, you were so fired up, and now it seems like you've let it go. Ellie nodded, not quite meeting his eye. Yeah, well. You okay? Absolutely. Actually, she said, seeing Tandy stumble into the bedroom bleary-eyed and using it to change the subject, I do have to tell you that I'm sharing my bed with someone else tonight. She grinned as Aldo's eyebrows shot up, and Ellie moved the laptop around to where Tandy was crawling into bed. Say hello to Aldo. Aldo, this is Tandy, a good friend of mine. She's crashing here for a few nights on her way to India. Aldo chuckled and said hello to Tandy, who greeted him, then promptly went back to sleep. Ellie grinned at Aldo. She showed up at the office today. No warning. Serendipitous, Aldo nodded. I like you're not alone. Ellie gave a half smile. I'm a big girl now, Aldo. I don't need a babysitter. Sorry, he smiled ruefully. I'm overprotective, I know. Scoozy. You're forgiven. They chatted for a little longer, until Ellie felt herself wilting and said goodbye. Aldo blew her a kiss, clearly seeing that their evening rendezvous was a no-go tonight. I love you, Ellie. Sleep tight. Good night, Aldo. I miss you. After she'd shut her laptop, she lay back. She felt guilty about not telling Aldo she loved him when it had been on her mind lately that she might be falling for him. Certainly, she was very, very fond of the man, and she loved the intimate moments. Aldo being a billionaire didn't faze her. She had never been the gold-digging type. It was his money, not hers. Ellie closed her eyes and was asleep in minutes. She wasn't sure how long she slept before the nightmares came back, bloody and violent, and she woke crying. Tandy inevitably was woken by Ellie's panic attack, and sat beside her friend as she gradually calmed down. It's still Indio, isn't it? Tandy eventually said. Ellie sighed. Less so. I think I just need closure, you know? I have no idea where he is. Even Googling him brings up his company, but nothing, and I mean nothing, about him personally. It's as if he's wiped himself off the face of the earth. Even gossip sites have nothing on him, and seeing he was married to that model, I'm surprised. Tandy sighed. Look, I wasn't going to tell you this, but I saw him. Now, because I never met him, I could have been wrong, but I don't think so. You can't replicate his kind of beauty. In Seattle. He was having dinner with a couple. This was about 6 months ago. He looked tired, worn down, and they were having a pretty intense conversation by the looks of things, as if he were upset and they were trying to help him. Ellie's heart was thumping with a sad heaviness. He looked tired? Tandy nodded. I didn't feel as if I could go over, so I thought it would be best if I didn't tell you. But he is out in the world, safe, if not happy. Does that help? Ellie considered. I don't know. She hesitated. I keep thinking I see him, just a brief glimpse, and then he's gone. Sometimes I think I'm going crazy. If it hadn't been for Aldo, I might have. Tandy smiled. You like Aldo, don't you? Ellie smiled. He says he loves me, but I haven't been able to say it back yet. Where is he at the moment? 4 Seasons in New York. He'll be back on Friday. Huh. Tandy was frowning. What? Tandy shook her head. No, just something struck me. He's a solid gold billionaire, right? Ellie half smiled, half frowned at her friend. So? Well, it's just, if I had his money, I would be staying in the penthouse suite. From what I saw, that wasn't the penthouse of the 4 Seasons. Ellie shrugged. Maybe it was already booked. It was a last-minute trip. Yeah, maybe. Anyway, I'm getting off the topic. You've probably heard this a million times from Viv, Ellie, but Indio is history. Concentrate on the attractive man in your life now. Yeah, and I know you're both right. I am trying. Tandy scooched down in the bed and tucked her arm around Ellie. Good. Now let's get some sleep, or you'll look like crap in the morning. So will you, Ellie laughed. Not possible. Go to sleep. When her friend left for India on Thursday morning, Ellie hugged her tightly. Please come back soon. I miss you too much. Tandy got a little choked, but hit it with her usual bravado. Don't get all mushy. I'll be back before Christmas. Too long, Ellie grumbled but waved her goodbye at the gate and headed to the taxi stand. She caught a cab back into the city and went straight to work. It was still early, 6:30 a.m., and the office was empty as Ellie sat down and flicked on her computer. She filled the coffee pot as she waiting for her ancient laptop to boot up, then wondered if she should grab some pastries for breakfast. She patted her flat belly. She could do with gaining a couple of pounds, she thought. She had lost weight lately, mostly due to the Olympic intimacy she'd been having. She decided to go down to the nearest bakery, a couple of streets away. Venice was just coming to life in the dark January morning, but there were few people around. The bakery was just opening, and Ellie bought a couple of breakfast rolls and some pastries for her colleagues when they got into the office. She was almost back, walking down the short street that led to the magazine's back entrance when it happened. Suddenly, she felt someone slam into her from behind, knocking her flat against a stone wall. Ellie cracked her head hard against the stone. The feeling was disturbingly familiar, but couldn't scream before her attacker knocked her to the ground and landed a vicious kick to her stomach. Ellie tried to curl up in a ball, pain ripping through her, too shocked to cry out or fight back, but her attacker straddled her, his face obscured by a black mask, and reached into his pocket for a knife. "Oh gosh, no. Please don't." As he raised the blade to drive it into her, there was a shout. Ellie heard footsteps running towards them. Her attacker took off, and Ellie struggled into a sitting position on the ice-cold ground. Two young men helped her up, peering worriedly at her. "Are you okay, signorina?" She nodded, shell-shocked, and touched her forehead, but there was no blood. "Thank God." "Tomas, you take her to the hospital while I get the polizia," the taller of the two men said, starting down the street already. Ellie's hand shot out and grabbed him by the back of the sweater. "No." He stopped, and both men looked at her, confused and concerned. "I'm fine," she assured them. "My office is right here. I'll go in and get help there." With her rescuers staring unhappily after her, she walked slowly to her office and went in. It was still empty, so she went to the little bathroom to clean her face of dirt. There was a small bump that she knew would bruise badly, but otherwise, aching stomach muscles apart, she was unhurt. But he had been about to kill her, or had he? Something was bugging her about the whole attack, more than just the fact that her life had been threatened. The thing was, it just didn't seem like whoever it was had his heart in it. Even though the men had interrupted them, he would still have had time to stick the blade into her and then run. So what the hell? Not to mention, why? She poured herself some coffee and sat at her desk, opening her emails. Working methodically, gradually distracting herself from the earlier fear, she opened another message without looking at the sender, and suddenly, there were photographs of her taken that morning as she walked to the bakery. Ellie stared at the shots, gritting her teeth as she scrolled through the extensive footage of her small excursion. But it was the last photograph that made her gasp. It wasn't a photograph of her. It was a beautiful dark-haired woman in a pristine white wedding dress, pristine except for the blood spattered across it and the knife wounds in the bodice of the dress. Yvetta. Oh my gosh. Ellie was trembling. Suddenly, it all became clearer to her. This wasn't about her or Indio, it was about Aldo. Someone was threatening to kill her, to torture him. She grabbed her cell phone and called him, knowing it was after midnight in New York. She texted him, "Aldo baby, we have to talk. Please call me back when you can." She'd barely hung up the phone when Aldo called her back, and after she quickly explained, his answer was definitive. "I'm coming back to you, Eliana. Do not even think to argue. No business trip is worth more than your safety. Umberto will pick you up from work and take you back to your apartment." His tone softened then, likely knowing she didn't respond well to orders. "Please, Ellie, pack your stuff for me. I want you safe in our home for as long as this psychopath is at large." Ellie hated the idea of being cooped up in an ivory tower, but she had to admit she was frightened. Okay, Aldo, just until it's over." Umberto, Aldo's sweet driver, gave her a grin as she walked outside the office to meet him. "Good afternoon, Miss Moretti. Call me Ellie, won't you?" She got into the front with him, obviously something he wasn't used to. She grinned at him. "Umberto, I'm just a normal girl. Unless Aldo is with me, count on me riding up front with you." She chatted with him as normally as she could, trying to distract herself from what was happening, circumstances forcing her to live with a man when she knew in her heart she wasn't ready. She packed 2 suitcases, not wanting to have to keep coming back here, and Umberto took them down to the car for her. Ellie looked around her apartment, wondering with sadness when she'd be back. She went to the window to look out over the lagoon at twilight, seeing the lights of the city come on. A movement caught her eye below on the street, and she froze. He was looking up at her, half hidden in shadow, and as she met his gaze, he moved back into the darkness and was gone. But she knew that gaze. It haunted her nightmares and often also her days. Her heart thumping painfully against her ribs, Ellie dashed down the stairs and out onto the street, ignoring Umberto's shocked face as she blitzed past him. Running down the alleyway to the street behind her home, she searched and searched, her hysteria bubbling higher and higher with each corner she turned without an answer. Finally, when it was clear there was no one to be found, she screamed out over the dark waters of the lagoon. Indio! All her hurt, her rage, and her love were in that scream, and as she ran out of oxygen, she felt a hand on her back. Jumping away in sudden terror, she realized it was Umberto looking at her with confused compassion. Leaning back into him, she began to sob as he guided her toward the car. On the drive back to Aldo's house, Ellie managed to pull herself back together and looked sheepishly at Umberto. You must think I'm a mad woman, Umberto. He shook his head. It is not my business, Ms. Moretti. Ellie, it is not for me to judge anyone else. You're very kind. Could I ask you to not mention my little freak out to Aldo? Umberto glanced briefly at her, a smile on his face. What freak out? Ellie relaxed and smiled. You're the best, Umberto. Ellie, you have a friend in me. I would never reveal anything told to me in confidence by anyone, by Mr. Constanza or by yourself. I would not keep my job long if I could not keep my mouth shut. But you have a friend in me. Ellie chewed her lip, wondering if she should ask the question she was dying to know. Does that apply to Yvetta? Can I ask you if you knew her? Umberto's smile faded. It was before my time, Ellie. The staff never talked about what happened. You know she was killed in Mr. Constanza's bedroom? Ellie felt a shock of ice in her veins. The room where she, Ellie, had been intimate with Aldo? That room? The same bedroom he has now. Umberto nodded. Between us, the staff has always thought it strange, but no one has the courage to ask Mr. Constanza why he stays in the room where so much violence took place. Ellie was silent for a while, staring out at the Italian countryside. She was trying to think of all the reasons why Aldo would still sleep in that room, especially now with her. If he was keeping it as a memory of Yvetta, she felt uncomfortable sleeping and being intimate in there. Maybe he just doesn't want to admit what happened there. Maybe he thinks by loving me, he can erase the hurt. In that case, she would go along with it and help him heal the wound. Both of them had lost their great loves. Maybe it was time they both moved on, with each other. Ellie was surprised at how happy that made her feel. She made sure Aldo knew exactly how she felt when he arrived home that night. Curving her body, clad in a dark red dress, her hair loose and flowing down her back around him, she pressed her lips on his fiercely. Aldo looked delighted and swept her up into his arms. Gosh, I missed you, beautiful girl. I missed you too, she said, stroking his face. I love you, Aldo. She was astonished at seeing his eyes fill with tears, and only then did she know the depth of his feelings for her. He leaned his forehead against hers, closing his eyes, and she felt his tears on her cheeks. For a moment they just stood there, and then Aldo pressed his lips to hers. If you only knew how happy you just made me, Eliana. You make me happy, Aldo. At least that was true, she thought, guilty now that she'd said she loved him. It was partially true, she did love him. She just wasn't sure, yet she was in love with him. But her not saying it to him was beginning to get awkward, and after the events of the day, Ellie had thought, what the hell? She was glad she had made him happy, and that was enough. She smoothed his short hair. He looked fatigued as they walked into the house. Darling, I can walk, she said with a smile. You look exhausted. He put her on her feet and chuckled. I am tired, I have to admit. Hungry? A little. Ellie took his hand. Come. I'll fix you something to eat, then you can go to bed. We can go to bed. Aldo grinned wickedly, and Ellie laughed, pulling him along. Ambitious, given you're half asleep now, but I'm in. She made him some soup, and then took him to bed. Aldo lay on the bed as she undressed him, then complained when she got off the bed. "Where are you going?" Ellie grinned. "Just over here. Gonna do a little striptease for my man." Aldo smiled and nodded. "Then please continue. That dress is attractive as hell, by the way. You should always be in red. You belong to me now, Ellie. It's you and me from now on, yes?" "Yes," she replied. Aldo smiled at her. "You're so beautiful, Ellie. Every man in the world would be jealous of me." She flushed and laughed. "You're biased?" "I admit I am, but it's still the truth. Look, let me draw a map." Ellie giggled as he started to trace a pattern on her belly. Venice, Rome, London, Paris, New York. Aldo was grinning, knowing he was tickling her and feeling her abs quivering. "Seattle." Ellie froze. "What?" Aldo frowned at her. "Is something wrong? Don't you like Seattle?" "I've never been." Ellie felt her face burn and she regretted saying anything. "Sorry, I guess I was just expecting San Francisco or something." "Silly me." Aldo still looked bemused. "You would love Seattle. I have friends there. It's about time we took a trip together." Ellie felt panic rise in her. No? No way. She would spend the entire trip looking for Indio everywhere. Gosh. No? I really can't take any more time off at the moment, Aldo. Maybe later in the year? Aldo shrugged. As you wish. Anything to make my girl happy. They made love again, until Aldo decided he really was exhausted, and Ellie wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled his head onto her chest. Later in the early hours, Aldo had fallen into a deep sleep, but Ellie stayed awake. She wished Tandy hadn't told her that Indio was in, or at least had been and had people in, Seattle. Ellie wanted so much to live in the now, with this wonderful man. "And I will," she swore. "We will have a happy life together." She tucked herself into the curve of Aldo's back and tried to sleep, only succumbing just as the sun started to rise. A month later, and Ellie was starting to believe she could do it. She and Aldo spent their time together laughing and talking and making love, as well as making plans. She found Aldo for all his wealth, loved the simple things she loved, home-cooked meals, art and books. They took long walks together out in the Italian countryside near his home, and spent one weekend in Rome together. "I was born in New York, but raised here," Aldo told Ellie one day, as they strolled through the manic and crowded streets of the capital city, worsened by the crowds that were arriving in preparation for Carnevale di Venezia. Vivian always gave her staff part of the festival period as a vacation. "Somehow, in the last few years, I gravitated toward Venice. I must have known you were waiting there for me." Ellie smiled at that. "You're sweet to say that." Aldo shrugged. "I love you. I am starting to believe, Ellie, that you are the love of my life." Ellie felt uncomfortable. "What about Yvetta?" "I will always love and miss her, but even with Yvetta, there wasn't such a complete connection, you know." Ellie smiled but changed the subject, not really knowing how to respond to such a declaration. "I love Carnevale," she confided as they walked past a vendor hawking excessively expensive costumes. She lifted a glittering mask and held it to her face, winking at Aldo from behind it, and laughing when he swooped in for a kiss that ended up with a feather almost poking out his eye. "I love walking among all the masked figures, even when they creep me out." Aldo chuckled. "I have to admit it gives you pause to think who's behind them," he said. "There's always a frisson of danger and sensuality. Speaking of which..." He leaned in closer to kiss her, his big body shielding her from the crowds shoving past. Ellie smiled, her lips curving up against his. Fortunately, Venice was a city of romantic partners, and no one paid any attention to them as they clung to each other. "I have something to tell you about, Ellie. Something that might interest you." Aldo's smile was mischievous, and Ellie laughed. "Why do I think this has something to do with something intimate?" "Guilty." Aldo looked around comically and lowered his voice, drawing Ellie off to the side of the street to try and avoid most of the crowds. "I'm a member of a certain club, shall we say. We only meet once a year, at a villa just outside Venice during Carnival Week. Very exclusive, if you know what I mean." Exclusive and open-minded. Ellie felt her pulse race, both intrigued and a little nervous. Go on. For one night, we leave all our inhibitions behind. Anything goes. And you've taken part in this? Aldo nodded, watching her seriously. You already know I'm a pretty uninhibited guy, Ellie. Ellie considered for a long moment. Is it safe? Of course. He leaned forward, tracing his finger on her bottom lip. Ellie, do you think I'm strange? No, she said carefully. I think whatever turns you on is fine. And I want to make you happy. What would make you happy, Ellie? She smiled, knowing he would feel better if she revealed her own personal fantasy. You know, being with two men, as long as one of them was you, wouldn't be objectionable to me. She considered it, and realized she was actually excited about the prospect. Aldo had definitely released the kinkier side of her, and that could only be a good thing, she thought. Will there be anyone we know there? Not that you know. I believe Maceo and Ori are always invited but never come. Ellie was relieved. Good. I don't know if I could face them again if they were there. Since January, she had been spending a lot of time with the Bartolis, and they had become good friends. Aldo laughed. You realize we all wear masks all the time, right? Anyway, afterward, some of us head to Maceo's gallery for his carnival party. There you will know a few people, obviously. So what do you say? Ellie kissed him, buoyed by his enthusiasm and her sudden arousal. Let's do it. 2 days later, she wasn't so brave as they traveled to the mansion. She clutched Aldo's hand, feeling very exposed and vulnerable. Aldo leaned over to kiss her, his mask alongside hers, in a box on the opposite seat of his limousine. Don't be scared, baby. No one will touch you unless you give your permission. That made her feel better, but as they stepped out of the limousine, and Aldo helped her put on the beautifully made Columbina mask, a half mask that covered her eyes, upper cheeks, and nose. It was a deep claret color, decorated with gold and laser-cut lace and crystals. Aldo tied the black ribbons fastenings for her. You look stunning, Eliana. His own mask was slightly more frightening. In the Bauta style, its expression was stark and disturbing. Black and gold, it hid his entire face, and his hair, which Ellie had noticed, was longer than it had been when they met, curling as it grew out. She touched her lips to the mask's cold ones. Whatever happens, I love you. Whatever happens, I know you're mine, Eliana. They walked into the candlelit villa, and a servant took their cloaks. Ellie was a little hesitant. Your cloak, miss? The servant didn't blink, as she shyly pulled the cloak from her shoulders, exposing her naked body. She took Aldo's arm and he led her up a grand staircase, gold and silver gilt, with marble everywhere. The ceilings were painted in scenes of cherubs and valentines shooting arrows. This place made Aldo's home look like a provincial farmhouse, Ellie thought, and gave a nervous giggle. The colors of the furnishings, the curtains, and the masks of the other guests were all sensual and sumptuous. When they entered the main room, heads, or rather masks, turned to stare at them. Aldo made a gesture, sweeping his hand down Ellie's body as if presenting her, and Ellie felt a hot rush of shyness. She stepped back a little, but Aldo wasn't going to let her get away with running, and led her forward into the crowd. It was unnerving, especially when a few minutes later, a masked man with a blank-faced mask came to introduce himself to her. You are very beautiful, he said in a heavily accented voice. French, Ellie guessed as the man turned to Aldo. Your lady has easily the most wonderful body in this room. I would very much like to be with her. Aldo turned his masked face to Ellie. Ask her, my friend. If she says yes, then I am happy for you to take her. Of course. The other man turned back to Ellie, who was trembling with nerves and excitement. She was really going to do this, wasn't she? Thank God for carnivals and masks, she thought. She nodded when the man asked for her permission, then took his hand, clasping Aldo's with the other as they walked over to one of the large chaise lounges that surrounded the main room. Hours later, she and Aldo left the party on their way to Maceo's own gala via their favorite pizza restaurant first. Did you enjoy that, my darling love? Aldo asked over a cheesy bite. It was out of this world, but I am glad it's only once a year. She grinned up at him, her eyes soft with love. Aldo chuckled. It will be weird to go back to normal life for a few hours, I warn you. Then he eyed her dress, which she'd put on after showering their earlier antics away. I thought you were going to wear that red dress again. Ellie looked down at the lilac form-fitting dress she wore, grateful she'd kept all traces of pizza off it. You don't like this? You look beautiful. I just love you in red is all. No problem. He grinned and kissed her, but Ellie had thought for a moment she had seen something else in his eyes. Anger. What was that about? But he chatted away to her, and clearly there was nothing bothering him now, so she brushed it off as her imagination. They wandered the streets, finishing off their meal before arriving at Maceo's waterfront gallery. It was already packed with people, some of them still wearing masks from the various carnival parties around the city. Ellie hoped that she wouldn't recognize any of the masks from the party. Orianthi Bartoli broke away from the crowds and threw her arms around Ellie as soon as she spotted the couple. I'm so glad you came, she exclaimed, kissing Aldo's cheek before whisking Ellie off to introduce her to some people who Ellie found had already been briefed about her. Some of them knew about the nasty op-ed about her and were firmly on her side. I've read all your work for the last few years, said one rather stately gentleman. And whatever idiot wrote that piece is a fool. Several other people said the same, and Ellie was starting to feel appreciated and valued as she talked to the people Ori introduced to her. She spent what felt like hours discovering the artists and artisans who worked with Ori and Maceo, and was introduced to some of their international friends too. Grady Mallory and his wife Floriana, Theo and Jessica Storm, and Maceo's best friends, Benoit and Lysander, both alone, as their wives were both home with their children. Ori grinned at Ellie. They have a million kids between them. Personally, I don't know how Shiloh and Kate keep up. Do you have plans for any more after this one? Ori glanced down at her swollen belly. Right now, I'd rather shove needles in my ears, but ask me again when this little monster is 2 or 3. Of course by that time, she said in a stage whisper as she saw her husband approach. Maceo will be way too old for any more kids. Maceo, gloriously handsome in his early 50s, chuckled. Yeah, well, that'll teach you for marrying an old man. Ori chuckled. My old man, she said and kissed him. Ellie grinned at the happy couple and excused herself to find Aldo. She saw him talking to Theo and Jess Storm. Jess smiled at her as Ellie took Aldo's hand. Hello again. Oh, are you two together? Ellie nodded, smiling. She looked down at Jess and Theo's daughter, Lily, who stood shyly at her mother's side. Are you having a good time, Lily? Lily blushed red and nodded, half hiding behind her mother. Jess chuckled, looking apologetically at Ellie. She's still a little jet-lagged. We only got to Italy this morning. How long are you here? It would be lovely to have lunch sometime. Jess looked regretful. Only until tomorrow, I'm afraid, but if you ever get over to Seattle, I would love to see you. Seattle. There it was again. Ellie smiled at Jess as she, Theo, and Lily said goodbye. Then Aldo turned his attention back to Ellie. I take it those were your Seattle friends you mentioned? Aldo smiled. Yes, and now that you've met Theo and Jess, maybe I can persuade you to take a break with me there? Ellie laughed at his mischief. You can, but not just yet. We have a busy month coming up. She was starting to feel tired now, and she noticed that Aldo kissed her cheek. I just have to go speak to someone, he said. I'll be back in a moment, and we'll go home. Ellie used the time alone to look around at the artwork, wondering why she'd never come here before. She was staggered by the beauty and artistry in the gallery. Maceo Bartoli had certainly put on an exquisite show. Ellie finished her drink and looked for somewhere to set her glass down. She moved through the audience and found a table. She was putting her drink down when she heard a man talking. His voice was low, mellifluous, and heartbreakingly familiar. All the breath left her lungs as she turned and saw him. From the back his hair looked shorter, neater, and not as wild, but still that glorious dark brown. The person he was talking to was distracted by someone interrupting, and the brown-haired man turned around, his bright green eyes fixed on her. Ellie saw him pale a little. He looked as shocked as she was, but still, he was the most gloriously beautiful man she had ever seen. At that moment, and with a sinking heart, Ellie realized there was, and always would be, only one man she truly loved, and he was standing right in front of her. Indio. Darling, shall we go? You look a little ill. Go away, Aldo, go away. Ellie pushed past him and sought out her lost love, but he was gone. The look he had given her had been one of hatred. Indio hates me. Why? How? She pushed through the guests, getting more and more upset as she sought out her lost love, the man who had broken her heart, her Indio. She wanted to scream his name out to make him stop and come to her, but she couldn't find him anywhere. She was on the steps of the art gallery when Aldo caught up with her, his face creased with concern. What is it, darling? What happened? Ellie couldn't speak for a moment. How cruel to give her that one look, that one glance of him. Was it a cruel joke? Just as she was getting used to letting a new man into her heart? Gosh. Aldo's hand was on her back now, and she forced herself to turn to him, knowing her pain was written all over her face. I just saw an old friend. A friend of my brother's. I haven't seen in him 8 years. And I still love him. God help me, but it only took that one look to prove that Indio Navarro has my heart captive. Ellie started to cry, and Aldo, seeming to sense her despair, merely wrapped his arms around her and held her as she sobbed. Usually his arms warmed her, but tonight she found no comfort or heat against his big body. Even when partygoers looked at her in concern, Ellie couldn't find a way to pull herself together until Aldo finally led her to a car and guided her inside. He patiently sat with her in his lap, not asking any questions but simply accepting her sudden torrent of grief. And even that infuriated Ellie unfairly. Why didn't he ask more questions? Why didn't he offer to fix the situation? Of course, she hated it when he tried to fix things, and he couldn't fix this ever anyway, but her rational mind seemed to have fled along with Indio. After a long time, Ellie drew herself back from Aldo's sodden shirt, and although she knew she owed him an explanation, she asked him to take her back to her apartment. I just need some time, she said. Seeing him was like my brother being back in the room for a moment. It was only half a lie. Aldo kissed her damp cheeks. Of course, my love, take all the time you need. I am always with you. Half of her didn't want to let him go, knowing if she were alone she would brood. He escorted into the apartment, then insisted on getting her some aspirin before making sure she was okay. Ellie swallowed them with some water and curled up on her bed. Aldo bent down and kissed her forehead. Call me when you're ready, my darling. I'll have a bodyguard outside your door. And he was gone. Ellie dragged a couple of deep but shaky breaths into her lungs, but the sobs came easily until she cried herself out and fell into a deep sleep. A gentle knocking at her door. Ellie opened her eyes. From the blue light in the room, she guessed it was just before dawn. She dragged herself out of bed, shuffling her way to the front door. Why did she feel as if she were walking in mud? She leaned against the door as she looked through the peephole, and everything in her world changed. Her heart thumping, she pulled open the door. Indio Navarro looked at her with hooded, troubled eyes. Ellie didn't know how to form words to speak to him. He looked haunted, desolate, and so beautiful she could cry, his green eyes intense on hers, his dark lashes thick and full. Indio stepped forward and took her face in his hands, pressing his lips to hers, and it was like a shot of pure heroin in her veins. Ellie couldn't take his eyes off his beautiful face. She wanted to tell him how much she loved him and would always love him, but it somehow didn't need to be said. This was love. Ellie knew it in her soul. She tangled her fingers in his dark curls as he gazed down at her. You are mine, I am yours, forever. Ellie woke, shivering and sobbing, still wearing the lilac dress she had worn to the exhibit. For a long moment she panicked, stumbling out of bed to try to find him. But Indio was nowhere. It had been a dream, he had never been there. Ellie sank to the floor, her head in her hands, and sobbed until she had no tears left. Somehow a week passed. A whole week since the private party, Maceo's party, and of course, seeing Indio again. Aldo was patient as always, but she knew he was getting frustrated by her preoccupation and by the obvious half-truths she was telling him. When questioned, she would insist that it had brought back memories of her brother and that she missed him terribly, but she realized Aldo knew that it wasn't just her grief. Still, he didn't press her. Nor did he push her for intimacy, which they hadn't had since that night. Ellie couldn't. Something in her had closed off at the sight of Indio, even as wild questions had opened up. Why was he at the party in the first place? Why had Indio looked at her like that? If he didn't want to speak to her, he could have just smiled and nodded, then walked away. She would know then that he was happy and safe, that he still cared, but he still had to go away from her. That would have been fine, Ellie thought. But the anger in his eyes. What had she done to deserve it? Why does he hate me? And then there were the phone calls. Her stalker was back, and his threats were ever more violent and descriptive. Aldo reported it to the police, and even had his own people try to trace the calls to no avail. It was remarkable how much her tormentor could say in under a minute, the threats keeping her sleepless and scared. Ellie finally decided that she needed to be proactive. She went to Maceo Bartoli's gallery and asked to see him. People obviously couldn't just stroll straight in and ask to speak to such an important man, but as soon as the receptionist gave Maceo Ellie's name, he hurried downstairs. Maceo was surprised but delighted to see her. He gave her a hug and kissed her cheeks. "Ellie, please come in. I'll make some coffee." She went into his plush office, the one he shared with Ori, and there was artwork everywhere, both desks piled high with papers. Maceo brewed some coffee, and they sat on one of the velvet couches next to the huge glass window overlooking the lagoon. The beautiful afternoon light reflecting off the water almost brought Ellie a sense of peace, as it once had. Almost, but not quite. They chatted informally for a few minutes before Maceo got to the point, obviously busy. "So, what can I do for you, Ellie?" "I'm sorry Ori isn't here, but she's gone to Milan with Lucia to see an artist, despite the fact she'll give birth any moment, the crazy woman. She never stops. She'll be sorry she missed you." "And her Maceo, but it's you I've come to see." Ellie took a deep breath. "I need to ask you about one of your guests, and I hope it's not overstepping, but this guest and I go way back." Maceo's smile faded, and he sighed. "Indio." Ellie was shocked. You know about Indio and me?" Maceo nodded. "I have been friends with Indio for the last few years. He doesn't often come back to Venice. Once when we were drinking, I asked him why. He told me that the woman he loved was in Venice, and that if he saw her, he would break her heart again. I saw you two staring at each other at the party, and guessed who that woman was." Ellie's heart was beating out of her chest, and she almost stood up from the couch. Her nerves were so wired suddenly. "He loves me?" "Completely. But he's also haunted, I think, by his past. There was another woman, a woman he loved. I've never known the whole story, but I think she died." "You vet." Ellie's heart was sinking, and she closed her eyes. Gosh, it couldn't be true that Indio would kill another person, a woman, but the hatred she had seen in his eyes that night at the party. "Ellie? Are you okay?" Maceo leaned forward as she opened her eyes. His handsome face creased with concern, and Ellie nodded. "Maceo, was there something going on between Indio and Aldo at one time? A business deal or a friendship, perhaps?" It was a question she desperately needed an answer to, while simultaneously dreading it. Maceo looked uncomfortable. "Ellie, you should know that I don't know Aldo all that well. He sought me out about a year ago, wanting some paintings for his house, and also to commission an artist for a painting. We got to talking, and he mentioned his fiancée had been murdered and that he knew Ori had been attacked a few years ago. Did I have any advice? I just told him that it never gets easier than losing someone you love. Thankfully, Ori survived, but the man who attacked her killed 3 of my friends. Aldo seemed a little lost. When we saw him with you, he looked like a new man." He smiled at her, and Ellie felt the tension lift a little. "Ellie, all I can tell you is to follow your heart, whether it be Indio or Aldo. Don't be afraid to get hurt, because it'll happen anyway." He got up and went to his desk, scribbling something down on a piece of paper. "Indio will probably kill me for this, but here." He handed it to Ellie. It was an address out in the countryside. It's where Indio is hiding out. He still designs and builds houses, except now he doesn't have to advertise his business. Go to him. Talk. Be happy. Ellie stared at the address, thoughts tumbling through her before she got to her feet. Thank you, Maceo. I mean it. And good luck with the baby. Maceo grinned. Thank you. I can't wait to see him or her. I'll let you know when the baby arrives. They exchanged a goodbye kiss on the cheek, and Ellie departed, feeling lighter as she walked home from the gallery through the streets and over the bridges, breathing in the smells of the canals, the street food, and the people. She would go and see Indio and finally have it out with him, seek closure so she could give herself entirely to Aldo, as he deserved. There was a small hope inside her that Indio would beg her to stay with him, to love him, and Ellie knew in her heart she would go. No, stop it. You're going to him for closure, and that's it. Aldo loves you, and you love him. Ellie drew in a deep breath, and when she got back to her apartment, she was happy to see Aldo waiting for her outside. He smiled at her, but it didn't quite cover the hurt in his eyes. I haven't seen you for days, he said lightly. So I thought I'd come to you. I was about to text you to see if you were nearby. Ellie took his hand and led him upstairs. She made him sit with her on her couch. Aldo, I haven't been honest with you, and I'm sorry. Please know this first. I love you. You are the best man for me in this world. Why do I sense a but? Aldo's eyes were wary, even though he stroked her cheek with his hand. But, she smiled to soften the blow. For years now there has been someone who I have been preoccupied with. My brother's best friend. As you know, I saw him at the party, and since then, I haven't been able to stop thinking about what might have been. I need closure. I need closure so that I can finally put him behind me and give myself entirely to you. Aldo was studying her. Why haven't you told me this before? Ellie chewed her lip. Right now, I can't tell you. I suppose I never thought this would be an issue. I'm going to see him, to talk things over, to put it to rest. Aldo was silent for a long moment, his big body tense. He looked at her. Ellie, you have to do what you think is right. Go see him and seek closure. Then come back and tell me if you want me. Whatever happens when you see him stays there. Whatever happens. Eli was a little shocked. Aldo, I'm not going to do anything but talk to him. He looked at her, a little sadly. Are you sure? No? Of course I am. She leaned forward and kissed him, trying to ease some of that tension. It was a little frightening seeing his huge muscled body so tense. Ellie realized he could easily break her in two without even trying. Why would you think that right now? She shook her head and wrapped her arms around Aldo's neck. Take me to bed, Aldo. Let me show you how much you mean to me. Gosh, I love you. I love you, he whispered, burying his face in her neck. Don't ever leave me, Ellie. Please don't. I couldn't bear it. I love you, Ellie. I love you with all my heart. Eli held him in her arms, shocked at the emotion he was displaying, the vulnerability. How could she think of Indio, when this man in her arms loved her and needed her so entirely? And yet, when she fell asleep that night, it was Indio who she dreamed with. But it wasn't a pretty dream, it was a dream of him taking her life. This time, when Ellie woke crying from the nightmare, she stayed very silent, making sure not to wake Aldo. The nightmare was still fresh in her mind as she drove the rental car out to Indio's farmhouse. She parked way down the hill and walked the rest of the way, not wanting to give away her presence just yet. As she approached the farmhouse, a little ramshackle but rustic and charming nevertheless, she heard hammering out in one of the workshops to the side of the main building. Nervously, she smoothed the skirt of her lilac dress, worn deliberately because she knew it was Indio's favorite color, and then walked to the door of the workshop. It was open slightly and she peeked in. Indio, dressed just in shorts, was hammering nails into a table he'd obviously built. The ferocity with which he banged the hammer down was daunting. An unlit cigarette hung out of the corner of his mouth, 3 days of beard on his face. His hair was as wild as she remembered, not tidied for a party, with long curls and waves and a shock about his head. His thick eyebrows shaded those incredible green eyes of his his brow furrowed both in concentration and anger. Ellie watched him for a few minutes, all that feral beauty and rage. His body wasn't sculpted from working out but rather from working with his hands, muscled arms, taut chest, flexed back and a flat belly. He once was, and still remained, Ellie realized, the most handsome man she'd ever seen. Yes, even more so than Aldo, she thought guiltily. No one could touch what Indio did to her, just by being a few feet away. She suddenly smelled cigarette smoke and opened her eyes. Indio stood, gazing at her, his expression unreadable. Frozen momentarily by that intense gaze straight out of her darkest memories, Ellie mustered up her courage and cautiously stepped into the workshop. "Hello, Indio." They were the first words she'd spoken to him in years, and they didn't come close to saying anything of value. But he was watching her, and she couldn't find the breath to form more words suddenly. Silence. Indio dragged a long toke on his cigarette, still gazing at her. Finally, he spoke. "Hello, Ellie." Oh dear God, that voice. All chocolate and raspy and low, sensual, didn't begin to cover it. Ellie stepped toward him, her eyes searching his. "How have you been?" Gosh, how lame. Indio didn't answer her at first, then he looked away. "You shouldn't be here." Ouch. Ellie tried again. "Indio, it's been years. Can we talk?" "About what?" "About how much I love you, you jerk." Ellie felt tears spring into her eyes and pressed her palms to her thighs to keep from reaching out physically to him. "Indio, please." "Whatever it is you want, Ellie, I can't give you. It would be dangerous for you, and I won't have that. And if you had any sense, you would realize that Aldo Constanza is dangerous for you too." Ellie stood her ground. "I'm a big girl, Indio. I can make my own decisions." Indio gave a mirthless laugh. "And your decision was to come here today and what? What is it you want, Ellie?" Ellie drew in a breath and decided to go with the plain truth. "You, Indio. I want you." Indio dropped his cigarette on the ground and crushed it out. "You want me? How? How do you want me?" Ellie was trembling, but she was too far gone now. "With me. I love you, Indio. I've always loved you." In 2 steps he was with her, crushing his lips against hers. Ellie gasped at the kiss, and when he pulled away, the desire and anger in his eyes. "You want me?" She nodded. Everything and everyone flew out of her mind. "I love you. I love you," she whispered over and over, crying with happiness. Ellie knew that this was where she wanted to be. "Go. You need to go, Ellie. Now. And don't come back. Please trust me in this. If you stay, you'll be in danger. Please. Indio. Go." He roared and stood, hauling her to her feet and marching her to the door. "You got what you wanted. Go." Ellie was shocked to her core. "No, Indio, please don't." He tried to shove her out of the door, then seemed to realize how violent he was being and let her go. He leaned his forehead against hers, his eyes squeezed shut. "Please, Ellie, please go. I can't do this." Tears poured down Ellie's cheeks. How could she have gone from heaven to hell in a few seconds? "Please don't send me away. I love you so much, Indio. I always have." Indio's face creased in pain, and he wouldn't look at her. "I can't be with you. Not when he's around. You're not safe." Somehow, his words got through to her, and as she wiped her face from her tears, she asked the question she didn't want to know the answer to. "Indio, it's not true. Please tell me it's not true. Tell me you didn't kill Yvetta. Did you kill Yvetta?" For a long moment, Indio squeezed his eyes shut. Then, with haunted eyes, he gazed at her. "Yes," he said simply and closed the door in her face. Hollowed out and empty, Ellie drove straight to Aldo's home, not really registering where she was going. She found him in his study, working. He looked up and smiled, but Ellie didn't return the expression. He stood and reached for her, but she backed away. Indio's scent was still on her. She could still feel his arms around her, and see the despair in his green eyes as he shoved her bodily away, shouting, "Aldo, did Indio Navarro build this house for you?" She saw his shoulders slump. "Yes." "And did he and Yvetta have an affair?" Aldo nodded, his eyes wary. "And then he murdered her. In this house." In your bedroom. Where we are intimate. Is that correct? Again, Aldo nodded. Ellie, I'm sorry. I didn't know you knew him. I went to see him this afternoon, and I was with him. Ellie felt dead inside, but she was still shaken by the look of hurt in Aldo's eyes. Aldo drew in a deep breath and took a step back. I did say what happens there stays there. He rubbed his hand over his eyes. But damn, Ellie. Why did you have to tell me? Because you would have wondered, and I want to be honest with you. If you want me to go, just say. I never wanted to hurt you, Aldo, but I can see that's what I have done. I cheated, and I'm sorry. Aldo shook his head, sitting down heavily on the couch. For once, Ellie didn't feel like she could sit beside him. No. I said you were to do what your heart told you to. I don't count that as cheating. He told me he killed Yvetta. Aldo's eyebrows shot up. He confessed to it? Ellie nodded. Aldo, why didn't you have him arrested? You sound angry at him. Please answer my question. Aldo sighed. Because there was no evidence that he had done it, apart from their affair. The police questioned him, but for some reason, he was released without charge. I have no doubt he took Yvetta's life. He got up then and came to her, and Ellie let him pull her into his arms. It felt right and yet so wrong. He's a dangerous, sick man, Ellie. When I think of you alone with him, gosh. Ellie wanted to protest, to tell Aldo that Indio would never hurt her, but inside, she didn't believe it herself. Indio was so changed. So angry. She stood in Aldo's arms for a long time before Aldo made her look at him. Just tell me. Do you love me? Ellie nodded. Yes, Aldo, I love you. Do you love him? She hesitated, then nodded again. I'm sorry, but yes, I do. I'm trying not to. Aldo stroked a finger down her cheek. I know. I know. He sighed, and Ellie watched as a million emotions went over his face. Aldo, if you wanted to end things with me, I wouldn't blame you. Gosh, no, he breathed. That would kill me, Ellie. Just kill me. Ellie, you have no idea how much you mean to me. I want to be with you forever. I was hoping your obsession with Indio would be dampened by meeting with him, but I can live with it. I'm not obsessed, Ellie said, a little stunned. Indio and I just have history. Aldo gave her a soft smile. Was he your first? Ellie shook her head. No, it was more than intimacy, it was. She struggled for a moment. We weren't intimate at all. We were just very, very close friends. Indio was my brother's best friend. That part one didn't lie about. But I fell in love with him, completely. He was my world. Then something happened between him and my brother, and he went away. You were heartbroken. Yes. And it didn't start to heal until I met you, Aldo, and that is the truth. Aldo leaned over and pressed his lips against hers, apparently not caring that she'd been kissing Indio only minutes back. But Ellie cared. Indio's lips were so different. Aldo's lips held a kind of despair of their own, though she realized as he kissed her hard again and then pulled back. Ellie, we've both made mistakes. Maybe your brother discovered Indio's true nature. I don't know. But gosh, Ellie, please, don't go near him again for your own safety. I couldn't bear it if he hurt you. I still see the blood on Yvetta's dress. There were so many wounds that the medical examiner had to check and recheck he'd counted right. He gutted her. Indio Navarro gutted Yvetta because she wouldn't leave me. If he were to do the same to you. Aldo dropped his head in his hands and gave a sob, and Ellie wrapped her arms around him. He won't, Aldo. I swear. It's over now. I have closure. Ellie wondered just how many times she would have to tell herself that before she believed it. A bottle of scotch and 2 packs of cigarettes, both now empty, lay on the ground next to Indio. He sat back against the stone wall surrounding his property, staring into the inky black night. He was aware that it was still winter and that the temperature had dropped to just above freezing, but he didn't care. He felt as if he had been hit by a sledgehammer, worse than when he'd seen Ellie weeks back, dressed in lilac at the party. Turning around and suddenly seeing his Ellie Bella, his best friend's little sister, looking more beautiful than he had ever dreamed, he'd been torn between storming over to her and running away. She was staring at him in that same way she had the last time they had seen each other, when she had told him she loved him, and he had wanted so desperately to tell her that she was the love of his life, the one person he would never hurt, and yet he had done just that. That day he had broken not just his heart but hers too, and he would never forgive himself. 2 steps, a voice told him. She's 2 steps away. Go to her, kiss her, tell her you're sorry, and never ever let her go. Ever. He had taken 1 step, and then seen a man take Ellie's arm. The spell was broken. Indio had felt another sledgehammer, this time one filled with hatred and loathing. Aldo Constanza. You bastard. No, you don't get to love her. You don't get to touch my Ellie. But by the way, Aldo was behaving. There had obviously been something more than friendship between them. He'd watched Aldo bend down and kiss her perfect mouth, then Ellie's shocked look of dismay as she looked back at Indio to see if he had seen it. He had. And he had fled. Indio rocked his head back against the stone wall, welcoming the light thud of pain. Ellie. His Ellie Bella had come here, and finally, after all these years, he had felt joy. He'd imagined the first time he and Ellie would be together to be a relaxed, fun time together, laughing just like they had in the old days. He had lived for the moments when the shy young girl would come to see him. Enzo would roll his eyes and make himself scarce, and Ellie would snuggle under the blanket with Indio to watch old movies. They had never even kissed, until that terrible day when he'd gone away. He knew she was in love with him, of course, because he felt the same way. He was done. He had the girl of his dreams, and he was done. Ellie was his entire world. There wasn't one cell in his body that doubted they would be together forever. Then Enzo's girlfriend, Imelda, for whatever reason, had accused Indio of assaulting her. Indio denied it vehemently, but the damage to his and Enzo's friendship was fatal, even if Indio could see that Enzo didn't believe his girlfriend. He and Imelda had broken up anyway, and Indio had been banished. There was no way Enzo would let him near Ellie, regardless of his innocence. Indio had begged him not to send him away, but Enzo wouldn't bend. And so Indio exiled himself. For years he worked everywhere else but Italy. He settled in Seattle for a time, making friends, but then he met Yvetta and his world fell apart. Indio pulled himself to his feet and shuffled into the house, falling fully clothed onto his bed. If he died right there, he couldn't have cared less, except Ellie was in trouble. Real bad, desperate trouble, and he didn't know if she knew it. The terrifying thing, Indio thought as he gave into drunken unconsciousness, was that he didn't know if he could save her, or if he would end up causing her a long, painful death. 2 months. Ellie counted the days since she had seen Indio, touched him, kissed him, and knew she shouldn't torture herself. Things with Aldo had been steady, but now he wanted more from her. It had started with him insisting she join him for a business trip to America. Ellie had arranged the time off from work apologetically, as she knew they were busy. Vivian had taken her aside. I'm worried about you, Else. You're too pale and you've lost a ton of weight. I'm good, honest. Ellie hadn't told Viv about seeing and sleeping with Indio. She couldn't bear to say his name aloud, not even to her close friend. Darling, Aldo isn't being too controlling, is he? I've noticed. Lately, he's around more, telling you what to do. Ellie shook her head. It's fine. He's worried about my psycho stalker, is all. Well, I can understand that. Any news on that? Ellie half smiled. Well, whoever he is, he's certainly imaginative in the ways he's thought of to kill me. Vivian shuddered. Don't joke. There, see? That's how Aldo feels, so I'm handing over a little bit of control to make him feel better. He knows better than to push it. But Ellie wondered if he did know the boundaries she had set. As they packed, he told her to bring certain dresses or clothes, mostly red or white, and in the end she got annoyed. Who made you Anna Wintour? She half joked, half snapped at him. He didn't find it funny. I'm just advising you because you haven't traveled in the same circles as me, and I don't want you to be humiliated. Ellie flushed with anger. Are you concerned that I'll be humiliated, or you'll be humiliated? I'm sorry I'm such an embarrassment to you, Aldo? She threw some of her favorite clothes into the case, pinks, browns, blacks, and lilacs, and then left him alone. She went out to the balcony to see, but 5 minutes later, she felt his arm slide around her waist and his lips on her neck. Sorry, he mumbled. I'm a jerk. Big jerk? Now, as she sat on Aldo's private jet, flying over Paris at night, she gazed down at the lights beneath her. Aldo was watching her, a smile on his face. Have you ever been to Paris? Once, a couple of years ago. I was invited to interview a candidate in the election. Why, I don't know. Anyway, I did it, and Le Monde picked it up after we published it. Feather in your cap. Ellie smiled at him. It was actually, although I never knew why he would choose an Italian journalist to cover his run in the French election. It did open a lot of doors for me. Your talent did that, sweetheart. As for the Italian thing, your writing transcends nationality. She smiled at him. Thank you, baby. Aldo got up and came to sit next to her. Ellie, we can be happy, can't we? Of course. Because right now, I don't think you are happy. He swept her hair back over her shoulder. It was on the tip of her tongue to lie to him, but then she just sighed. I'm trying, Aldo. I swear. It's just with this stalker thing and the crap in the gossip rags about me, it's getting to me. And so is Indio Navarro. Ellie leaned her head on his shoulder. I'm trying, Aldo. I know. We'll have fun in Seattle, I swear. I have a few meetings, but after that we'll go do the tourist thing. I'm looking forward to seeing Jess Storm, I have to say. I really liked her. Ellie looked up at him. You don't like her? What's not to like? She's lovely. I just wonder about seeing someone who might remind you of the night at the party. Ellie nuzzled his neck. You know, seeing Indio wasn't the only thing that happened that night. Aldo smiled genuinely then. Yes, the masquerade party. I was surprised you took to it so quickly. Was that a slur? She couldn't tell, but chose to give him the benefit of the doubt. I wanted to make you happy. Ellie stroked the hair back from his forehead. Your hair is getting so long, she said, suddenly noticing how long and curly his previously short hair was. Why hadn't she seen it before? She felt bad then, how self-involved she had been. You like it? She nodded. I do. She didn't add that it reminded her of Indio's unruly mess of hair. That would kill the mood in a minute. A little while later, Ellie fell asleep, and when she woke, it was lighter outside the plane windows. Rubbing her eyes, she was suddenly aware of Aldo's angry and shouting voice in the main cabin. She pulled her dress back on and patted in to see what was wrong. Aldo's face was red and contorted with anger as he yelled into his phone. What the hell? Who got those records? Well, I want them in my office in Seattle tomorrow. I don't care if they're in Sydney. Make it happen. And find out who sold the story to the papers. He hadn't seen her, and Ellie watched him with growing anxiety, beat his head with his hands, his face red and full of rage. Baby? Her voice was small, and he looked up. For a second, the murderous rage in his eyes terrified her. But then his expression softened. I'm sorry, little one. I didn't mean to wake you. She went to him, and he kissed her. Did you sleep okay? She nodded. What is it, honey? What's happened? Aldo drew in a lungful of air, obviously trying to keep his temper. Someone spread a false story about me in the papers. They're saying my work in Uganda is a front for gun running. Can you believe it? Why the hell would I need to sell weapons? I'm already a billionaire, for the love of God. There was a sharp pang of adrenaline spiking through Ellie. Why on earth would anyone say something so random like that? Aldo sighed, pulling her into his arms. Don't worry about it, cara mia. I've had bad press before. Aldo, it's not just bad press, it's libelous. Have you spoken to your lawyers? What are the records you were talking about? Aldo looked at her sharply, and for a second she saw real anger. She took a step back. Aldo. You don't ever question me again, Ellie. Do you understand? Ever. Ellie swallowed hard as he stepped toward her, his voice low, dangerous. You're not safe. Indio's words came back to her. It's fine, Aldo. Forget I said anything. But he didn't back down. Rather, he advanced, his hands gripping her shoulders painfully. I have been patient. Very patient with you, Ellie, and your first thought is to condemn me. What the hell? I did no such thing, she said, trying to keep her voice steady, though his fingers were biting into her flesh so hard that she knew they would leave bruises. I was trying to figure out our next move. That's my job to figure out. You know what your job is. Ellie was scared of this man she was seeing for the first time. What the hell had happened? He changed in a flash. She went along with the whole situation, although it was far from love, feeling trapped and frightened. And afterward, when he'd withdrawn and immediately sat back down to his paperwork, she went back to the bedroom and let hot tears stream down her cheeks. She fell into an uneasy sleep, only waking to feel him slip an arm around her waist. Ellie immediately stiffened, afraid. Scusi, Ellie Bella, Aldo said softly. Forgive me, my darling. I was riled up and angry. I would never hurt you. Still upset, Ellie turned over to face him. You treated me like nothing of value. I'm sorry. Ellie was silent, studying his expression closely. He had all the appearance of contrition, but she didn't believe he was sorry. She could see something else in his eyes' triumph. Nausea rose in her throat. She couldn't speak then and just closed her eyes, wanting the pain to go away. She felt him kiss her, but she didn't respond. Ellie Bella? Don't call me that, please. It hurt too much to hear Indio's name for her in this man's mouth. This man. Gosh, like she hadn't been dating Aldo for months. This man. Like he was a stranger. Ellie sighed and turned away from him. Aldo curved his body to meet hers, spooning her, but she didn't respond. The tension between them remained as they landed in Seattle, and Ellie was relieved when, after they had arrived at the hotel, Aldo excused himself to work. Ellie went out into the city to walk around and see it for herself. She was excited to be there, and even more so when she saw the beauty of the place. The views over to the Olympic Mountains were breathtaking, Elliott Bay glittering in the late spring sun. It was a clear, blue sky day, and Ellie lost track of time, gathering tourist leaflets and mixing in with the Seattle crowds. In Pioneer Square, she found a small coffee house with outside seating and sat down to people watch and catch her breath. Soon her mind was drifting back to the scenes on the plane. Now that the shock had passed, she was left feeling angry. How dare Aldo treat her like that? He'd made her feel like a tramp, and worse than that, like a stupid little girl. He knew she'd had experience with handling bad press, and very recently too, so why on earth would he behave like that? The answer was in front of her, but she didn't even want to consider it. There was no way Aldo was a gunrunner. It was ridiculous, wasn't it? Ellie drew in a deep lungful of breath. She was a journalist, right? So go investigate, she told herself. Find out for yourself. She wondered if she could persuade Vivian to sanction a trip to Uganda, without Aldo knowing. Now that he was an investor, Ellie didn't know how privy he was to the magazine's accounts records. He would know what would happen immediately if a plane ticket to Uganda showed up. Speaking of records, Ellie's investigative hackles were up now. Aldo worked from home. Did he keep his records there? She would have to be really careful. If he found out she was snooping. Ellie felt energized for a second before the realization hit. She was about to investigate her boyfriend. The man she loved, didn't she? She stared unseeing out into the busy street. What if she found out something that could put Aldo away? What if he was corrupt? What if his humanitarian causes were a cover for something more insidious? She kept returning to what Indio had told her. Aldo Constanza is a dangerous man. The familiar prickling started on the back of her neck, and she scanned the street for anyone who might be watching her. Ellie had to admit that since Indio, her paranoia had been off the charts, and so she would have to make sure any investigation she made was balanced. She knew she could rely on Vivian for that. Eliana Moretti, what are you doing in Seattle? Her heart suddenly soared, and she jumped up, turning to see Tandy Lee grinning at her. Almost in tears, Ellie hugged her friend. "Oh my gosh, Tandy, Tandy." Tandy hugged her, and when Ellie released her, Tandy was frowning at her. "What's up, bro? You look weird." Ellie tried to smile, but her emotions were in turmoil now, and instead, much to her great embarrassment, she burst into tears. Tandy whisked her friend to the nearest bar and bought them both double scotches, rubbing Ellie's arm as she tried to calm down. She had never seen her friend so distressed. Tandy had come to Seattle straight from her trip to India to see an old friend, but as her friend had a last-minute meeting for work, Tandy had decided to mooch around the city. She loved Seattle and always went there for a week or two to book a bigger trip. When she had seen Ellie, of all people, sitting in that cafe and looking as unhappy as she'd ever seen her, she had been astonished. Now, though, worry was the only emotion she could feel. Ellie, despite her natural beauty, looked drawn, ill, pale, and thin. Tandy made her sip her scotch as she waited for Ellie to explain herself. Eventually, Ellie told her about Indio, about his anger, about being with him, about her guilt, and about things with Aldo going downhill fast. When she had told Tandy everything, Ellie rubbed her eyes, sighing. "I'm a mess, Tand." Tandy blew out her cheeks. "Look, else, let's get to the crux of this. There are two men, both of whom you say you love. Both hate each other. Both have said pretty vicious things about each other. Both of whom have, and correct me if I'm wrong, been aggressive towards you." "Indio wasn't aggressive towards me. He was just trying to." "Stop making excuses for Indio. He behaved appallingly. Didn't you say he came at you, that the intimacy between you wasn't lovely but almost violent? And what happened with Aldo on the plane? Wasn't that the same thing?" Slowly, Ellie shook her head. "Why not?" Tandy was amazed, and Ellie dragged a shaky breath into her lungs. "Because I wanted Indio, and I didn't care how he did it. I remember every single second of it, Tandy, and it's like heaven to me. Even with what happened afterward." Tandy stared at her in dismay. "You're never going to get over him, are you?" "It's why I feel so hopeless," Ellie muttered. "And now that it's affecting how I feel about Aldo." Tandy chewed her bottom lip. "Ellie, can I be brutally honest?" "Please, please do be. I need a kick in the butt." Tandy sighed. "I think you need more than that, darling. I think you need to break things off with Aldo and get some space from both of them. Go back to work, do your thing, and be you again. Don't sleep with Indio again. At least not while you get your head together. If he wants you, he'll come get you once he knows you're not with Aldo, and then you'll know for sure." Ellie listened to her friend, and Tandy could see her shoulders easing and the tension fading. "You're right. You're right. Gosh, of course, that's what I should do." Space. Tandy's cell phone rang. "Excuse me, bub." "Yeah, hey, Jess." She listened as her caller spoke. "Well, sure. I do have another friend with me, Eliana Moretti." She listened, then laughed and handed Ellie her phone. "Someone wants a word." Eli took the phone. "It's a damn small world, Ellie Moretti," Jess Storm said, and Ellie laughed. Yes, it is." Jess met them a half hour later, hugging them both, her lovely face lighting up as she greeted them. "Two of my favorite people," she said as she sat down, and Ellie felt a rush of warmth. She'd only met Jess once, but she had formed an instant bond with the other woman. Jess Storm was a stunningly beautiful woman with big brown eyes, long chestnut hair pulled up in a scrappy, messy ponytail, and jeans and a t-shirt that were her obvious choice of uniform. A tomboy, Ellie thought with a smile. Just like me and Tandy. Jess tucked her legs up under her as she took a sip of soda. Tandy ribbed her gently about not drinking, and Jess flushed. Tandy gawked at her. "You're not?" "SSH. I'm not supposed to be telling anyone yet. I'm not even 3 months. We haven't even told Lily yet." Jess grinned widely. "It was an accident. We hadn't planned to have any more. We were happy with Lily Bean. But now, gosh, I cannot wait to see him or her." She suddenly studied Ellie's face. "Hey, are you okay? You look a little stressed out." Ellie smiled. "I'm okay. Just jet-lagged." Tandy gave a noise of disgust. "Ellie, we're all friends here. Tell her." Stammering slightly, and first asking Jess to keep it to herself, Ellie told her an edited version of what she had told Tandy. Jess frowned. Indio? Are you talking about Indio Navarro? Ellie's eyes opened wide. Yes, geez, it is a small world. How do you know Indio? Jess's eyes were warm. He's a good friend. A very, very good friend. He built our house out in the San Juans a couple of years ago. He became a part of our family. Oh gosh, I just realized. What? Jess squeezed her hand. You must be her. He would talk about his great love and how he broke her heart and his own when he had to go away. He said it was his only regret. Ellie felt her throat close. He did. Jess nodded. I can always see it in him, Ellie. He carries you with him in his heart and soul. Ellie could feel the tears threatening. He doesn't want me now, Jess. He made that very clear. Jess studied her, then shared a look with Tandy, who nodded. Ellie, I have a confession. You may think that because we invited you and Aldo both to come see us, we're close friends of his. Ellie, we're not. We only know Aldo very slightly, and mostly from what Indio has told us. It's you I wanted to see again, so I asked Theo to extend the invitation to both of you. I wanted to talk to you, and I didn't want Aldo to grow suspicious. Ellie stared at her. Jess, you're scaring me. Jess took her hand. Sweetheart, listen. I know something or two about dangerous men. She pulled up her t-shirt, and with horror, Ellie saw a mass of silvery, jagged scars on Jess's belly. Courtesy of my now-deceased stepbrother. Jess dropped her shirt. I never underestimate a man's propensity for violence. I know that might sound melodramatic, but I had to put a bullet in Jules' head, or he would have killed me and Theo and Lily while she was still inside me. Indio told me about Yvetta. Ellie closed her eyes. He told me he killed her. Jess sighed. He thinks he did. He thinks it's his fault she was murdered. But no, Ellie, Indio Navarro did not stab Yvetta to death. Who does Aldo say Yvetta was to him? His fiancée. The love of his life. Jess shook her head. Yvetta was Indio's fiancée. Indio's romantic partner. Ellie was shocked to her core. Did you meet her? Jess shook her head. Yvetta died 3 years ago. Almost immediately after, Indio came to Seattle, and we met him. He was hollowed out. He eventually opened up about Yvetta, his devastation at her death, and his guilt over not protecting her. Jess and Theo were the people I saw Indio talking to the time I mentioned to you before, but I hadn't met them at that time, Tandy said. Ellie chewed her lip. Did he mention Aldo? No. Not once. Indio alluded to something else. He said the man responsible for Yvetta's murder had something on Indio that meant Indio had to leave Italy. He wouldn't say exactly what, but now, Ellie, I'm positive it had something to do with you. Why are you so sure? Because all Indio would say is that he failed to protect Yvetta, and he would not risk that happening to her. I think he meant you. There was a strange mix of emotions inside Ellie, both an icy fear and a little relief. Then he couldn't have been talking about Aldo. Aldo loves me, he... She broke off, seeing the look on Tandy's face and knowing she was skeptical. I won't believe that he was the one who killed Yvetta, and for Christ's sakes, he hadn't even met me then. How the hell would he know about me? Something jogged in the back of her mind, something from the day she had met Aldo. Your articles are the reason I subscribe to the magazine. But how would he have known about her and Indio? No? But hadn't. Just an hour or two ago, she had been planning to investigate Aldo. What Jess had told her merely fanned that flame. Jess sighed. Look, this is all conjecture, really. What does your gut tell you? Ellie rubbed her hand over her forehead. Gosh, Jess, I'm so conflicted right now. I told her to get some space from both of them. Tandy was picking off the label of her beer, looking annoyed. I concur, Jess said. But you're a big girl, Ellie. Just know you have allies. Ellie smiled at her. That means the world. The one drawback to the afternoon with her friends, Ellie thought, as she walked back to the Four Seasons, was that it had to end, and now she had to go back and see Aldo and pretend as if nothing had happened. He greeted her with a smile and a kiss on the cheek. "Hello, darling. I missed you." Ellie gave him a half smile. "You were busy, honey. I didn't want to interrupt your work." He pulled her into his arms. "You can interrupt me anytime." He kissed her and she tried to respond, but after a moment Aldo drew back and studied her. "What's wrong?" She shook her head. "Nothing." His eyes narrowed. "You know I don't like it when you lie to me." "Oh gosh." Her heart began to thump. "You got me. I have a splitting headache," she said smoothly. "But I don't want to ruin our dinner plans." "Nonsense. We're not meeting Theo and Jess Storm until tomorrow. Tonight we can have room service and an early night." Ellie smiled gratefully at him. "That sounds perfect. You liked Jess, didn't you? Are you looking forward to seeing her again?" Was she paranoid to hear accusation in his words? She brushed past it, not wanting to give anything away. Of course. And Aldo said nothing else, not through the room service dinner, or when Ellie faked being asleep to avoid being intimate. He seemed perfectly happy just to lie next to her. In the middle of the night, she awoke to find the bed empty. A thin sliver of light underneath the bathroom door led her to open it a crack. Aldo was in there. She was about to close the door and give him some privacy when she heard the frenzied whisper coming from him. As she focused on the words, her stomach clenched with horror as her romantic partner whispered another woman's name over and over. "Yvetta. Yvetta. Yvetta." They arrived back in Italy, and Ellie intended to break things off with Aldo immediately. There were any number of reasons, starting with what Jess had whispered in her ear after the dinner that Ellie and Aldo had shared with her and Theo. "Always here. Just say the word, and we can come get you." Ellie hated the concern in the other woman's eyes. Was she really in as much danger as everyone seemed to think? She couldn't be with a man who frightened her. That was one thing. Then, on the flight back to Italy, a different kind of fear struck Ellie, one involving biology. The thought that she could possibly be pregnant with Aldo's child had left her cold. And then, thinking that it might actually be Indio's child, Ellie had closed her eyes and allowed herself the fantasy that it was, and that Indio would welcome her and the child, and they would live in his farmhouse, running around having fun and making furniture in his workshop. She didn't even want Aldo's child. That was another thing. And then there was the fact that, even if he was as clean as his public persona would suggest, she now knew she didn't love Aldo and could never love anyone but Indio. She'd rather be alone forever than stay with a man out of convenience. It wouldn't be fair to Aldo. For all those reasons, Ellie tried to finish things, but he deflected her, trying to talk to him with a mention of another party. "I'm sure you'll enjoy this one too, my love," he had said. "Some of our friends will be there." Ellie bit her tongue and went along with it, distracting herself with work. She also wanted to get a look at Aldo's study, and see if she could find anything in his files about his business concerns in Uganda. So she went along with the plans, keeping out of his way during the day. She would return to work on Monday, which would give her some breathing space. She asked Umberto to take her to the small town near Aldo's mansion, and she ducked into a drugstore and bought a few pregnancy tests, not trusting the results of just one test. It was with great relief, after 7 tests, that she found she wasn't pregnant after all. She sat in the bathroom of the small coffee house and sighed. So why was she so irritable and exhausted? "I need to get away." But as she laid her head back against the cool tile of the bathroom, she knew she had to take her chance to find out more about Aldo. He would not take it well when she broke things off with him, and she had no doubt that he could ruin her career with one phone call. So she needed a backup plan. If Aldo was corrupt, she needed to find out before she left him. But there was pull in her, a growing need. She wanted to see Indio again. Of course she did. She didn't care if he yelled at her, but she needed to see his face, his beautiful face again. "Oh, how I love you." Ellie sighed. She knew what she wanted now, and no one was going to stop her fighting for him. She and Indio were meant to be together. She knew that with every cell in her body. She was still thinking about Indio when she returned to Aldo's villa that night to find him excited and almost manic. "Did you forget, darling? The party?" Her hand flew to her mouth. "Oh gosh, I did, I'm sorry. I'll go get changed." Aldo smiled and kissed her mouth. "Good girl. We have about a half hour." Ellie quickly showered, shoving her already clean hair under a shower cap to save time. She wore the lilac dress she had worn a few months ago. It weirdly made her feel close to Indio, a small victory perhaps, but it made her feel better. Aldo smiled at her. "You look beautiful, darling. Shall we?" They left the apartment and were driven by Aldo's car service to the party. It was only when they entered the main ballroom that Ellie's heart began to beat faster, and her stomach clenched in dismay. This wasn't a party of their actual friends. Ellie looked at Aldo, her distress evident. "I thought you said you only met once a year." Aldo's smile was triumphant. "Usually, we do. This year, we thought we'd have a reunion party, as it's 5 years since we began the club." "Oh gosh, no." Ellie turned to go, but Aldo grabbed her wrist. "Come on, Ellie, you had a great time before. Let's just enjoy this." He cupped her cheek in his hands. "Lately, I feel you are drifting away from me, and I thought this could bring us together again." "By me being with other men?" she said incredulously, and his face changed and grew angry. "Perhaps if one of these men were Indio Navarro, you wouldn't object." Something made her snap back, perhaps not, but she instantly regretted it as Aldo grabbed her wrist and hauled her into a private room. This was getting out of hand. "Please don't make me angry," Aldo said. "You're behaving like a child. Take me home, Aldo. Now." His smile was humorless. "No." She stalked out of the room, but Aldo stopped her. "Wait, Ellie." For a second she thought he was going to apologize, but instead he smiled coldly. "You forgot your mask." He handed her the same dark red mask she'd worn before. Ellie put it on and didn't look at him again as she went out into the hallway, slamming the door behind her. She ran quickly down the hallway, away from the party, wanting to cry but not being able to get tears out. She hunkered down in a dark alcove and breathed deep lungfuls of air into her. Then she felt a hand on her hair, stroking it, and flinched away. "Please go away." But the person didn't leave, but merely removed their hand and stood quietly in the darkness, waiting. Finally, she looked up at the man in shadow who was comforting her, and her heart raced. He was wearing a lilac mask, and his dark curls were wild on his head. He put his finger to his lips and pulled her to her feet and into his arms. His lips were soft against hers, tender and loving, and then he swept her up into his arms and carried her to a bedroom upstairs. He locked the door behind them and laid her on the bed. Ellie pushed the mask from his face, wanting to see his beautiful eyes. Indio smiled down at her. "Hello, my Ellie Bella." She did cry then, out of sheer happiness. Indio kissed each one of her tears away. "Don't cry, my love." "I can't believe you're here," she whispered, touching his face as if she couldn't believe he was real. "I'm here, il amore mia. I'm sorry about what happened the last time I saw you. I didn't want to hurt you." She half laughed, half sobbed. "I don't care as long as you're here now. Indio, I love you so very much." "I love you, Ellie. I have always loved you," and he kissed her again, this time with such love her head whirled. Ellie clung to him. "Indio, I know you didn't kill Yvetta. I know you just feel guilty about her." Indio, his eyes sad, nodded. "I'm sorry I told you I did, but I am responsible for her death." She stroked his curl away from his face. Gosh, he was so handsome, it almost hurt to look at him. It was like staring at the sun. "Indio, was it Aldo? Did he kill her?" Indio looked at her with unhappy eyes but nodded. "And Ellie, what scares me most is that ever since her death, he has focused his malevolence on someone else. The love of my life." Ellie knew he was talking about her, but she needed to hear him say it. "You mean?" Indio smiled a little and kissed her gently. You damn frustrating, beautiful, wonderful girl, woman, sorry. You are the love of my life. You always have been. Every cliché in the book, that's what I feel for you, Eliana Moretti." But his smile faded. Aldo Constanza targeted you, Ellie, and I don't mean that to sound insulting. Any man would want you, but Aldo sought you out. He knew any new relationship would make the papers, and that I would see you together wherever I was in the world. He sighed and leaned his forehead against hers. He took Yvetta's life, and now he's going to try take yours, Ellie. If you break it off with him, he will do it. I hate the thought of you being with him, but can I ask something repulsive? I need you to stay with him while I gather more evidence against him. Ellie opened her eyes. You're behind those reports in the paper. He nodded and then looked a little shamefaced. I also wrote the article about you. That stung her hard. Why? I'm sorry, Ellie. It was all baloney. None of it was true, but I wanted to get a reaction from you. I hoped being labeled a gold digger would make you think twice about dating him. I should have known you wouldn't back down, you crazy woman. I'm sorry if it hurt you. She gave a hollow laugh. What does it matter now? Look, Indio, I can help. If you want me to stay with him longer, I will. He works from home. There are files in his study we may find useful, but I need to get to them. It'll be easier if I'm already in the house and trusted. Although I'm not sure Aldo trusts me much anymore. We've been having problems. You have? Her mouth hitched up in a lopsided smile. Something about me being desperately in love with this gorgeous guy they first once knew. Indio laughed softly and looked at the door. Will he miss you? No, and I don't care about him. I'll just tell him I got upset and went to the bathroom. She wound her arms around his neck. Indio, we can make this work, can't we? I'm going to do everything to make sure you're safe and that we're together. We just have to bring Aldo down first, or you'll never be safe. I hate that I'll be sending you home with him tonight. The very thought made her cringe in disgust and fear, even though she knew that until she had a plan, it would never be safe to try and just walk away from Aldo's insane obsession. Indio, were you watching me? He nodded. Only for protection. He chuckled softly. You might want to get rid of the little bug in the plant on your desk. Ellie burst out laughing. I should be mad, but I don't care. I love that you've been close all this time. His eyes were soft with love. It killed me to send you away, but Constanza told me after he killed Yvetta that, and I quote, next time my knife will be gutting the girl you've really been in love with all this time, if I didn't leave Italy and stay away from you. He knew about you years ago. I think he's been manipulating your career too. I think Yvetta must have told him about you. I was not the romantic partner she deserved because I was already in love. There were times when it got too much for her. Aldo wore her down. What was she like? Lovely. You would have liked her. But I was wrong to be with her when I loved you. She deserved so much better. When Aldo started to harass her, I didn't take it seriously. Thinking back now, if it had been you, I would have gone ballistic. Instead, I treated it as a joke until Aldo got way too physical with her and she came to me. She told me she had tried to make friends and let him down gently, but he had assaulted her, tying her up, blindfolding her and threatening her with a knife. Ellie swallowed hard, remembering the times Aldo had blindfolded her. Indio brushed his lips on hers before continuing. I reacted badly. I beat him and he fired me, only to hire me back the next day with an apology and a huge hike in pay. He also apologized to Yvetta, and afterward he did leave her alone. I felt bad that I hadn't taken her seriously, and I knew I could never come back to you, so I proposed. Ellie's eyes filled with tears again. You could have come to me. I waited and waited. Enzo died. Whatever happened between you two was over, and you knew that. I thought you didn't want me anymore. I carried you in my heart. Every day I missed you, and it felt like I was dying. And you were going to marry a woman you didn't love. I was going to marry her out of a false sense of responsibility, Ellie. It was my fault she died. Because of my own damn stupid pride, I forced his hand and he killed her. He did it on our wedding day. A day that should never have been because I knew and she knew that my heart belonged and will always belong to you. Ellie was crying now, sobbing, the tears just never ending, and Indio took her in his arms. I'm sorry, Ellie Bella, scusi, ti amo. She pressed her lips to his, and pulled his jacket from his shoulders. Indio shrugged out of it, and his hands were at the straps of her dress, pulling them down her shoulders. I always loved this color on you, he murmured, and Ellie smiled. I know. I've been wearing a lot of lilacs lately, it makes me feel close to you. Indio kissed her. I am always with you, my beautiful girl. Always. I love you, Indio Navarro. So much. My Ellie, he said again and again, kissing her tenderly and drinking her in with his eyes. This was the reunion I dreamed of for 8 years, he whispered. With you, I know I can handle anything, she said, stroking his face before her face fell. Gosh, Indio, I cannot bear to let him touch me again. I know. I hate the thought of it. But listen, you have to do what you have to do to stay safe. Nothing is more important than that. Nothing. Their gazes locked and she nodded, knowing what he was saying. When this is all over, I'm marrying you, Eliana Moretti, and we're going to be the happiest people in the world. There were fresh tears then, but she smiled through them. For a proposal, that was pretty damn good, Mr. Navarro. He chuckled, then looked regretful. Gosh, it destroys me to say this, but you had better get back to the party. He grimaced. I hate that you've been involved in this sort of thing. Don't be. The first time it was my choice. Adventure. She grinned at him. It was the word they always used when they were younger, when they set off to get into trouble. Adventure, he said, and kissed her again. They dressed slowly, and then Indio pushed up the window of the room. Ellie giggled. Seriously, you're going out of the window? Indio grinned and kissed her. Adventure. I love you, Ellie. I promise we'll be together soon. He hooked a leg over the windowsill, but Ellie suddenly grabbed him. Wait. Just know, Indio, that when he touches me, I'll be wishing it was you. You are the reason I breathe in and out every moment. I've always loved you, Indio. I always will. Indio kissed her again, holding her tightly. Il amore mia, go now before I take you away from here and blow any chance we have of taking Aldo down. I love you. Never forget. And he was gone. Ellie lay quietly for as long as she dared, reveling in the sudden peace and joy she felt after being with Indio. It was only when fear crept back in again that she forced herself up and out of bed, into her now wrinkled dress and back downstairs. Almost immediately, Aldo appeared, gripping the top of her arm hard. Where have you been? Ellie wrenched her arm away from him and gave him a supercilious smile. I was with another man. Isn't that what you wanted? His eyes glittered with anger. Why are you behaving this way? Suddenly, Ellie wanted to goad him, and her anger was great. This man was a psychopath. She knew that now. Because, Aldo, you treat me like a tramp. You should have warned me this was another one of those parties. You should have given me the right to decide whether I wanted to take part. Once again, you treated me trash. Aldo's shoulders slumped, and he passed a hand over his face. You're right. Of course you're right, I'm so sorry, Ellie. Ellie was taken off guard by this sudden change. Aldo, shall we go home? I'm tired. They didn't speak on the drive home, but Aldo took her hand and stroked the back of it with his thumb. Ellie fought the urge to pull it away. To her great relief, Aldo went to sleep almost immediately, his arm locked around her waist, and Ellie lay on her back staring up at the ceiling. All she could think of was Indio making love with him, and the relief of knowing that underneath everything he was still hers. He loved her. She fell asleep, still smelling his scent on her skin, but in the middle of the night she woke to find Aldo in bed. Ellie fought the urge to scream and kick him away. Even though every cell in her body was crying out that this was wrong. He'd never done this before. Suddenly, Aldo grabbed her throat with a forceful grip. Ellie panicked as she struggled to breathe. Aldo, wake up. You're hurting me. Aldo. Her voice was strained as she gasped for air. With a sudden release, his grip loosened and she gasped for breath, sobs racking her body. Ellie, don't leave me. Don't ever leave me. If you do, you'll never be happy with anyone else. I'll make sure of it. Gosh. Yvette, please. Ellie's body went cold. Vivian squinted at Ellie as she came into work on Monday morning. It's summer. Why are you wearing a scarf? Ellie gave her a too sunny smile, knowing that alone would tip her friend off to there being a problem. Fashion, of course. Hey, listen, I've got an idea for a new series. Can I take you to lunch to talk about it? We can talk right now if you want. Ellie shifted uncomfortably. I'd rather do it out of the office if you don't mind. Vivian's smile faded, and she nodded. Gotcha. 1 o'clock, okay for you? Ellie gave her a grateful smile. Perfect. In her office, she hung up her coat and then sat down. She grinned at the small potted plant and pulled it towards her. It didn't take long to find the little bug that Indio had planted on the bottom of the pot. She lifted it to her lips. I love you, she said in a low, amused voice. I hope you're listening because otherwise, I just told an African violet that I loved it. Which is true, but I meant you, Indio. I love you so much. She had spoken in a low whisper, sure that if Aldo had bugged her office too, he would not have heard it. She had come to the conclusion that Aldo was watching her, and that he was behind the stalking and the threats. He wanted to keep her scared and act the protector. It was just another way of controlling her. Gosh, how had this all happened in the last few weeks? But somehow, Ellie thought, now looking back, it had been inevitable. There had always been something about Aldo that had been undefinable. Now she knew what it was, he was insane. Somehow, she managed to focus her mind on work until 1 o'clock rolled around, and she met with Vivian outside at an out-of-the-way cafe. Vivian listened to what Ellie told her with mounting horror. Ellie looked at her after she'd finished. Do you think I'm crazy? Vivian shook her head, still trying to process what Ellie had told her. Ellie, playing devil's advocate here, do you think you should immediately trust what Indio is telling you? Ellie flushed. I can understand why you ask me that, but yes. Finding proof will confirm it, but yes, I believe Indio. Geez, Ellie, then why are you still living with Aldo? Because if I leave him, he will take my life. Vivian blanched. Isn't he planning that already? Just leave and we'll arrange protection. There's also Aldo's investment in the magazine. He could pull the rug from underneath us and bring the magazine to its knees, and he knows it. Screw the magazine. Your life is worth more. Gosh, when I think I encouraged you to. Vivian suddenly reached up and plucked the scarf from Ellie's neck. The dark bruises on her throat were stark against her skin. Oh my gosh, Ellie. Ellie put the scarf back on. It was unintentional, this time he was asleep. He was appalled when I told him what happened. This time? Geez. Vivian dropped her head in her hands for a moment, then looked at her friend, her expression fierce. Okay. Look, we get proactive. I'll start looking for another investor quietly, and I think you could use some space to snoop. We'll set up a trip somewhere neutral, Paris I think, and you fly there, then on to Uganda to investigate Aldo's business interest over there. I'll pay for that ticket out of my own pocket, so it doesn't have to go through the magazine's accounts. I don't want you there more than a couple of days though. He's obviously got spies everywhere. The waiter interrupted them then. Excuse me ladies, can I refill your drinks? They both nodded, and the waiter took their glasses. In a second he was back, but on the tray he left, there was a napkin covered something bulky. Ellie and Vivian looked at each other before Ellie picked up the napkin. On the tray sat a burner phone covered with lilac-colored rhinestones. It looked so tacky that they both laughed, and Ellie grinned as it began to ring. Vivian looked confused. Hey baby, Ellie said as she answered the call. She mouthed an apology to Vivian, who waved in assent. Indio chuckled. Hello, gorgeous. I thought you would appreciate the bling. You lunatic. I love you. Love you too, cara mia. You look beautiful right now. Don't turn around. I'm sitting behind you, 2 tables away. Ellie felt warmth rush through her, knowing he was so close. Did you hear what we were saying? Some. And I think I can help on 2 of those issues. 1, your magazine will be fine. I'll make sure of that. You have me as an investor for as long as you want me. Oh gosh, Indio, that's wonderful. Thank you. Don't say my name, just in case, baby. The other thing. I'll meet you in Paris and go with you to Uganda. There's no way I'm letting you go there on your own. It's too dangerous. Ellie was silent for a moment. Then I guess we take our first trip together. Indio chuckled. In between all the snooping, I think we can find something to do. A little advice, wear a disguise. That sounds corny, but Constanza will have people out looking for you. Book yourself into a hotel in Paris, not a suspicious one, and I'll hire someone to pose as you at the hotel, so if Constanza checks, he'll think you're there. Really, you'll be staying at my apartment with me. You have an apartment in Paris? I do now. I have to go, baby, so that if any of Aldo's men are watching, they won't get suspicious. Paris, baby? Keep this phone at your office. I will. I love you. I love you, Ellie Bella. Always. Ellie ended the call, desperate to look around to see him. In a moment, a man passed behind her, and she felt warm fingertips brush the back of her neck and shivered with pleasure. She risked a look when he was almost at the corner, and saw him turn and flash a smile at her before he disappeared. She looked back at Vivian, who smiled at her, her eyes soft. That's more like it. That man makes you glow, Ellie. I haven't seen you like that for years. And Ellie felt the joy radiate from inside her. She was loved by the man she had always adored. Nothing could get in the way of that, could it? The idea came to her when she was eating dinner with Aldo that night. The tiredness and exhaustion that had dogged her was back, and for the first time she wondered if Aldo was drugging her. Yes, it could be paranoia, but now that she thought about it, he always insisted on preparing their food himself, claiming he was a foodie and an amateur chef, and whenever they shared a drink in the evening, he would mix them for them both. The worst of her exhaustion always began soon after. So tonight, she picked at her food and managed to accidentally knock over her wine. Aldo leapt up, but she waved him down. Don't worry about it, honey. I'll get it. I just want some water. She darted to the kitchen before he could argue. She grabbed a glass and downed some water straight from the faucet. She felt his arm slide around her waist. Automatically, her mind went to Indio and her promise that she would always think of him when she was with Aldo. And how could she not? The difference was night and day. To Aldo, she was a possession. To Indio, she was love. Are you okay, baby? You didn't eat much. I'm good, just not hungry. I had a big lunch with Viv. She turned in his arms and forced herself to kiss him. Why don't you go mix us some drinks while I clear away? Aldo frowned. Ellie, we have staff for that. She laughed softly. Aldo, sometimes I like to feel we're at least a little normal. I love cleaning up. It relaxes me. And you've never objected to me being relaxed before. She looked up at him from beneath her eyelashes and smiled. For a second, Aldo stared at her as if trying to work out if she was playing him. Ellie stood on her tiptoes to kiss him, lingering over the kiss. Aldo smiled and touched the worst of the bruises on her neck, his expression contrite. Does this mean I'm forgiven? Ellie chuckled softly. Oh, you're forgiven. He tipped her chin up for another kiss. Scotch or vodka? Either. I'm not drinking it. You choose. I won't be long. Ellie gave him a minute before silently following him to the drawing room. She heard the clink of the crystal decanter against the glass, and edging the door open a crack, looked in. Sure enough, Aldo was pulling something from his pocket, a vial of white powder, and adding it to one of the glasses. Ellie gritted her teeth. She slipped back down to the kitchen, tidying up the dinner things, and then went up, forcing a smile on her face. She pushed open the door to see he had lit candles. Good. Dim light was what she needed now. Occam's razor, Ellie thought to herself as she went to him and curled up on his lap. Or a version of it. The simplest way is the best way. She kissed Aldo, pretending for a moment that it was Indio, and seemingly delighted, he kissed her back. The side table was just to the side of them, and as Aldo worked his way down her body, Ellie reached up and switched the glasses. She took what she hoped was the non-drugged one and downed it, making a big deal of smacking her lips after. She gave Aldo a smile as he looked up. "Just getting relaxed, baby." Aldo laughed, and Ellie held her breath to see if he would notice the switch in glasses. From the way he drained the other glass, she guessed not, and a surge of victory swept through her. She played her part like an Oscar winner, then led him back to bed. She had to put up with him before he fell into a deep sleep. She waited a half hour, then shook him. "Aldo?" "Nothing." She shook him harder. "Aldo?" Louder. "Aldo?" She leaned in and screamed in his ear. "Aldo! You monster, can you hear me?" Nothing. Her heart thumping and adrenaline rushing through her system, Ellie sprang out of bed and pulled her robe over her shoulder before padding silently to Aldo's office. She went to his filing cabinets first, locked of course, but Ellie hadn't had Enzo and Indio as partners in crime for nothing. She grabbed a paperclip and picked the locks. She flicked through every file quickly. Most of it she didn't understand, but there was nothing incriminating that she could see. Frustrated, she managed to lock the cabinet, then scooted to his desk, opening his laptop. It was password protected, but Ellie, grinding her teeth, typed both her and Yvette's names, and she was in. "Stupid, stupid Aldo. Your arrogance and complacency will be your undoing." She had to search, but eventually she found a folder marked simply Girls and clicked on it. There were subfolders, 2 of which were marked Ellie and Yvette, and needing some courage, she clicked on Yvette's first. There were perhaps thousands of photographs of the woman, although in most of them, she either looked unaware that she was being watched or looked uncomfortable. There was a haunted look in her eyes. Another subfolder was labeled Videos, but when she clicked on it, there was only one. Ellie checked the sound was turned down and listened for any noise in the house. Silence. She clicked on the video and had to stifle a scream. Yvette, beautiful in her wedding dress, was backing away from the cameraman, terror in her eyes. Ellie turned the sound up a little, trying not to be sick. "No, please don't, please don't." Then a sickening sound, as the killer took Yvette's life. Ellie watched in horror as the killer took her life, her cries dying down as she lost consciousness, until all Ellie could hear was the attacker's pants for air. The video ended with a close-up of the knife, and blood everywhere. Had Aldo kept it as evidence, or had he kept it as a memento? Ellie knew the answer. Oh gosh. Ellie was shaking uncontrollably, but she had to know. She clicked on her own folder. Again photographs, this time of her. Some she had seen already, sent to her by her stalker. "Jerk," she whispered. There was a video folder, but in this one there were multiple videos, and as she looked through them, she realized that most of them were taken in her bedroom. Not the room she slept in here in Aldo's house, but the one in her tiny apartment in Venice. Others were taken in her bathroom, her living room, and even her office. "Damn," Ellie growled and clicked on one that read, "Almost but not yet." She gasped when she realized it had been the night they had played the game of, guess what? She was in bed blindfolded, and Aldo was running various objects down her bare abdomen. Ellie smiled grimly when she saw the knife in his hand. "I knew it," she thought. The sick man. Aldo ran the tip down until it dipped into her navel, then she watched him turn to grin at the camera, raising the knife and making a stabbing motion repeatedly, only just stopping above her skin. She heard herself say, "A knife?" and Aldo raised his finger to his lips to the camera, then made a shocked face. "Of course not, Ellie. Who do you think I am? It was my watch." So, he was planning to take her life to get back at Indio? "Tough luck, you make me sick," she thought as she dug around in his drawer and found a flash drive. She copied everything she could to it, then shut the computer down. She scrubbed her fingerprints from everything in the room and went back to the bedroom. Aldo was snoring loudly, and she stood over him for a moment, wondering if she had the courage to kill him. Because right now, she wanted to more than anything in the world. You are the reason Indio and I were apart. Your sick fantasies cost Yvette her life, you won't take mine." She tucked the flash drive into the lining of her jacket, then lay down, keeping as far away from Aldo as she could. Soon she would be in Paris with Indio, and away from this man. She fell into an uneasy sleep as dawn approached, and woke a couple of hours later, feeling scratchy and queasy. Aldo was still asleep, and she had to smile, karma. She left him a note saying she had gone to work, and grabbing her jacket, she went to find Umberto and asked him to drive her to work. After he dropped her off, Ellie walked around to the back of the office and called Indio, telling him everything. "You did what?" Indio was chuckling helplessly on the other end of the phone. "You drugged him?" "Ellie, it's funny, but if he'd figured it out." "He didn't. He's too arrogant to believe anyone would ever see through his sick plans. And it worked effectively, too. He had been doing it to me for months, I'm assuming to keep me pliable, so it was time he got a taste of his own medicine." Indio wasn't laughing 5 minutes later when Ellie told him what he had found. "That does it," he said. "You need to get out of that house now." "I'm at work, silly." Indio drew in a shaky breath. "I don't care what you do, just don't get back there." Ellie sighed. "Okay. Oh shoot." "What?" "My passport is there. Look, one more night and I'm gone, I promise. I'll get Viv to say I have to be in Paris tomorrow night for an interview." "Good. I have an idea. A friend of mine, Benoit Vaux, I can arrange for him to be your interviewee. You'll interview him at his home, and I can come get you from there." A thrill ran through her. "I can't wait." The day raced by, and before long she was back at Aldo's place, the place she'd never been able to call home, and now she knew why. Besides the obvious fact that Aldo was a sick freak, India was home to Ellie. No one and no other place could ever be. She got through dinner, giving a performance worthy of an Oscar, even as her nerves jittered. After dessert, Ellie wrapped her arms around Aldo's neck as he checked some emails and peeked over his shoulder. "Hey baby." Aldo turned his head to smile at her. "You're in a good mood." "I have good news, well for me anyway." He pulled her onto his lap and kissed her. Ellie went along with it, smiling at him and not even hinting at the fierce hatred inside her. She nipped at his bottom lip with her teeth playfully, and Aldo grinned. "Tell me." "I am interviewing Benoit Vaux tomorrow." His eyebrows shot up. "Vaux? Wow, that's a coup. He doesn't like publicity, normally." "Well, I'm a serious journalist and he's a serious man. So I'm flying to Paris for a few days to see how he works. He's very kindly offered me one of his guest rooms to stay with him." "Really?" Aldo sounded skeptical. "So he goes from uber privacy to having a journalist live with him?" Ellie thought quickly. "Okay, I admit he's a friend of Vivian's and she's calling in a favor. I have to pack. Do you know where I left my passport?" "In the nightstand next to mine. I put them in there when we came back from Seattle." She kissed him and hopped off his lap. "Cool, thanks." She was almost at the door of the study when he called her back. "I might come with you," he said thoughtfully. "I have a few contacts I wouldn't mind catching up with." "Damn." Ellie kept the dismay off her face and smiled. "Well, that would be lovely, except you should know, I'm grumpy when I'm trying to get a story down." Aldo laughed. "So stay out of your way." "I got it. You weren't grumpy when you interviewed me." She gave him a cheesy grin. Gosh, they were almost like a loving couple in these moments. "You distracted me." "Which is what I'll do in Paris." He grinned wickedly. Gosh, she could almost believe he wasn't a psychopath when he was like this. Ellie smiled. Then it settled. "I'll go find our passports." She went into the bedroom and pulled open the nightstand. A thought came to her and she very carefully pulled out both passports, making sure one covered the other, then made a big deal of trying to find something else in the drawer and those below it. She made her expression one of confusion and looked around the room, making her movements very deliberate. If he had put cameras in her apartment, he might have put them in here. He could be watching her right now. Damn, if he had put them in his study. No? She would be dead right now if he knew she'd snooped in his study. She had to trust that only the bedroom where he had been with her, and where he had murdered Yvetta, was the only room he would feel he needed to watch her and them. She hoped that was true. She carried the passports out, and only when she was sure no one would see her did she slip Aldo's down her underwear, wincing at the cold leather cover. "Honey, I found mine, but yours isn't with it. I had a quick look around, but it's not there. Did you put it somewhere else?" For the next hour, she helped Aldo search the bedroom for his passport. Eventually, Aldo stood, frustrated, and ran a hand through his hair. "Well, damn. It's weird." Ellie was enjoying herself now. "I'm trying to retrace what we did when we got home." Aldo sighed. "Look, let's leave it. You're only going to be gone for a few days, right?" She kissed him. "Right?" He put his arms around her, and suddenly she was scared he would feel his passport hidden in her underwear. "I like your thinking, cowboy, but rather unromantically, I really have to pee." Aldo laughed and released her, and she went to the bathroom and locked the door. Searching, her eye alighted on the back of one of the cabinets. She slipped Aldo's passport into it, hoping he would never need to look there, at least until she could get it out of the house, or even better, lose it. He'd never be able to replace it by tomorrow, no matter how much money he had. Happy with that knowledge, she went back to the bedroom, and didn't even feel too bad when Aldo insisted on them making love before and after she packed, knowing that this time tomorrow night, it would be Indio's arms she was in. Ellie breathed in a lungful of Parisian air, and smiled at the man opening the limousine door for her. In a few minutes, she would be whisked to Benoit Vox's left bank apartment, where Indio would be waiting for her. As she traveled through the city, she was staggered by the beauty of the place, the manic traffic, and the speed of life there. Ellie gazed out at the Eiffel Tower, lit now in the early evening twilight. In the world's most romantic city, she would finally be able to love Indio freely and openly. He was waiting as she stepped out of the car, and he whisked her inside and kissed her, leaving her laughing and gasping for air. His arms were tight around her. They gazed at each other for a long moment, no need for words. There was a discreet cough behind them, and Indio turned and laughed. A tall, dark, handsome man gave them an amused smile. Indio chuckled. "Sorry, Ben." Benoit, grinning, kissed her cheek. "It's wonderful to see you again, Ellie. Please come upstairs and meet my family. I warn you, our daughter is still awake and causing trouble." He led them upstairs, where he introduced Ellie to Shiloh, a tall, willowy blonde with a friendly smile, and their daughter Lily. "Hi, Lily," Ellie said. "That's a beautiful name. My friend has a daughter called Lily too." Lily, unlike her namesake Lily Storm, wasn't shy at all. She nodded. "It's a popular name," she said wisely, and her mother laughed. "Precocious 9-year-old, she said with a smile. "Please, Ellie, come on in. Indio's made himself at home already." She said this with a fond glance at Indio, and he grinned back. Ellie could see the friendship between them all, and it made her heart warm all the way through the delicious dinner with Benoit and Shiloh. Then, after midnight, Indio and Ellie left by the back entrance and were driven to Indio's place across town. Ellie's eyes widened at the beauty of the apartment. "Wow. And you just moved in?" Indio grinned. "Yesterday, but I've had my eye on this place for a long time." The walls of the high-ceilinged rooms were painted a delicate lilac, and Ellie grinned. "Gosh, it's lovely. Nothing compared to what I'm looking at right now." He took her in his arms and kissed her. "Hello again, Ellie Bella. It's so good to hold you when we have no fear of discovery or any anger between us." Ellie relaxed into his arms. "Gosh, Indio, it's all I've ever wanted." He smiled, and taking her hand, they walked to his bedroom. Ellie leaned against him. "You know, I could do with a bath. To get the journey off me. Your wish is my command." In the bathroom, he ran hot water into a vast tub. Ellie eyed it with a grin. "Big enough for two. You know, I've never done it in a bathtub." Indio pretended to be serious, stroking his beard. "Really? Well, according to some scientific studies, being intimate in a bathtub in Paris, especially with a man whose name begins with the letter I, is said to guarantee a good time for a woman named Ellie." Ellie giggled. "Oh, is that what they say?" "They do?" He grinned, looking ever more like the boyish hero of her youth. Ellie kissed him. "Silly man. I love you so much." "As I love you, Ellie Bella." Gosh, when this is all over, we're going to be as silly as we like. More fun and more jokes. I've laughed more during the time we've been reunited than during the 8 years we've been apart. I'm looking forward to getting back there. Adventures. Hell yes. They lay in the warm water, Ellie leaning back against his chest. Indio's fingers trailed bubbles up and down her belly. Ellie felt more relaxed and content than she had in years. She swept his damp curls away from his face and studied his swarthy tan skin and his bright green eyes gazing at hers, soft with love. Have you any idea how beautiful you are, Indio Navarro? Her voice was awestruck. Inside and out. There could never be any other man for me. Not ever. I was dumb to think there could be. Indio smiled at her. Then I'm just as dumb, Ellie. I spent 8 years trying to fight what I felt, and what I knew in my bones was our destiny. Ellie's eyes were sad. Why? Why fight so hard? Enzo, he would have come around. He wasn't my keeper. Indio shook his head. Right now, I don't know why. When his girlfriend accused me of harming her, it was such a visceral shock. In a way, I don't blame Enzo for banishing me. I didn't feel good enough for you in my mind. No one was good enough for you, Ellie. She leaned in and pressed her lips to his. You were and you still are my hero in every way. I love you so much, Indio. So much. Indio slid his hands into her hair and gazed at her. Marry me. Yes, she said simply, but he shook his head, smiling. No, I mean while we're in Paris. Marry me. Don't go back to him. Stay with me. I'll keep you safe, I promise. I can't bear that he touches you. Ellie smiled through her tears. Yes, gosh, yes, Indio. In the morning, Ellie woke up with Indio's arms around her and felt happier than she ever had. She turned in his arms and watched him sleep for a few minutes before he opened his eyes and smiled at her. Good morning, beautiful. Good morning, my love. Indio kissed her, and they showered together. After the shower, Indio went out to buy some breakfast rolls, returning just as Ellie finished dressing. She was waving 2 passports at him. Indio was confused. She grinned and handed him one of them. It's Aldo's. I took it so he couldn't follow me here. Indio laughed, flicking through it. Clever girl, although knowing how corrupt he is, he probably has several underassumed names. Ellie's face fell. Damn, I never thought of that. Indio mussed her hair. It was still a good idea. We can see where he's been. Something snagged in Ellie's memory then. Hey, let me see that for a second. She flicked through to where there was a custom stamp and held it up. This is from when we went to Seattle. U.S. custom stamp, right? They always stamp it? Yep. Well, she said, flipping through the passport, this passport should show any trips Aldo took in the last year, assuming he used his own name. Remember, about a month into our relationship, Indio told me he was going to New York for a business meeting. I didn't think anything of it, but during that time, I was attacked and threatened by a stalker. Indio sat up, alarmed, but she waved him down. I wasn't seriously hurt, don't worry. But I spoke to Aldo via Skype one night, and my friend Tandy, I've told you about her, right? She was staying with me and made a comment about where Aldo was speaking from. Ellie recalled the confusion on Tandy's pretty face. Something struck me. He's a solid gold billionaire, right? Ellie half smiled, half frowned at her friend. So? Well, it's just if I had his money, I would be staying in the penthouse suite. From what I saw, that wasn't the penthouse of the Four Seasons. Ellie told Indio exactly what Tandy had said and waved Aldo's passport. There's no custom stamp for the time he said he was in New York. I don't think he left the country. I think he was watching me, and that he attacked me to make me feel vulnerable. Indio nodded slowly. You're probably right, what with the cameras in your home and his sick games. Jesus, Ellie, there's no way I'm letting you go back to that man. She took a deep breath in and nodded. Yes, there's no way. But we still don't want him to flip out, so when I go back to Italy, I'll say I need some space, and that I think we need to be apart for a while. Rather than pull off the Band-Aid, I'll ease him into it so he doesn't get suspicious. I don't underestimate his capacity to hurt the people I love if I upset his equilibrium. I don't want you to be at risk, Indio said with real emotion. If anything happened to you. Ellie went to him and perched on his knees. Indio, your proposal last night, I got on the internet this morning. We can get married here, but we need to be residents for 30 days for it to be legal. His arms tightened around her. Damn. I wanted to be your husband right now. She chuckled. And I wanted to be your wife. We should go somewhere in Paris that's totally cliché and have our own little ceremony. Then, as soon as we get back to Italy, I'm yours, baby. Indio kissed her. That sounds like a plan. In the meantime, let's go find what we can on Constanza. They flew into Uganda the next day, and much to Indio's amusement, Ellie wore a short blonde wig. She posed in it, and Indio shook his head. You're not a blonde, baby. She stuck out her tongue at him. But you like my disguise, right? The fun was soon over when they began to see the conditions that the local people had to live in, and Ellie was moved to tears. Decades of civil war had torn the country apart. She visited some of the aid camps set up by Aldo's organization, and on the surface they seemed to be places of hope. It was Indio who found someone willing to talk to them. They met late at night at the rundown hotel where Indio and Ellie were staying. The man, David, was a Ugandan-born medic who had resigned from Aldo's organization the previous year. I was fooled for a few years. I didn't think to look below the surface, and took everything Constanza said at face value. He comes here often, and it took a while to realize that after his visits, every time, there would be a child or 2 or 3 who went missing. All girls. Ellie felt sick at the implication. So he's not selling guns? David shook his head. Eventually, it got back to me. The kids that went missing were being sold. Ellie gave a sob and Indio rubbed her back, his own face drawn. How is he getting away with this? Russian contacts and unlimited money to hush things up. People have died here. I'm sure my life too is now forfeit, which is why I have nothing left to lose by talking to you. Ellie grabbed his hand. We will protect you, David. He smiled sadly. Do not promise that, lovely lady. This world is rough and corrupt. Even the people hired to protect a person can turn at the promise of money. Why don't you leave? Because this is my country, and they are my people. I may not be able to stop Constanza, but I can do something about the flow of children into his grip. My colleagues and I offer free medical treatment with the little money we have to buy supplies. Ellie looked at Indio, who nodded. David, I can help, we can help. We can open clinics and get you supplies. David smiled. That sounds easy, Mr. Navarro, and I thank you, but we have to deal with so much more here. Any supplies are usually stolen by insurgents, and our people are killed. There must be something I can do. Any help is, of course, welcomed, but the best thing you could do for us is to bring Constanza down. Ellie drew in a breath. David, I would ask you to go on record, but I fear for your well-being if you do. So we'll bring him down some other way. We know he's a murderer. We have video of the last murder he committed, that we think he committed. We know, Indio said shortly, and Ellie nodded. She sighed and patted David's hand. You are a hero, David. A hero. We will bring Constanza to justice, and then we'll come back to do what we can to help. Back in Paris the next day, they spent the next few days strategizing. We have to take that video to the police. Ellie shook her head. We cannot prove it was him in the video, nor that he wasn't sent the video as some kind of blackmail. He's already told everyone who will listen that you killed Yvetta. We don't have enough, Indio, not without putting lives at risk. We could do an anonymous exposé. Been there, done that, and it still didn't work. He deflected that article easily. And he'll know it's us. Ellie sighed and sat back. Her back ached from being hunched over the table. Indio massaged her shoulders, and she smiled gratefully at him. I hate to say this, Indio, but I think I'm going to have to play nice with him a little while longer. Indio's fingers tightened on her shoulders for a moment, then relaxed as he nodded. Gosh, I hate to agree, but he looked at her unhappily. I wish this were over. Me too, baby. Look, let's enjoy these few days together before all hell breaks loose. Let's make the rest of the world go away. Indio kissed her. Good idea. Afterward, they lay gazing at each other. You know, we could just run away, Indio said idly. Ellie kissed his mouth. That's not your style or mine. Anyway, we need to do this for Yvetta and for our future. She saw the admiration in his eyes. You're amazing. Because I'm with you. No, you're just amazing. Ellie sighed happily. Ellie Bella, I already consider you my wife. I think I always have. She smiled at him, her eyes glistening with tears of joy. You are my world, Indio, my love. My husband. And with those simple words, they bound themselves to each other. Bubbles don't just burst, Ellie thought 5 days later. They smash, they splinter, and they cause damage. They hurt. She was back in Italy, back within Aldo's reach, back in his bed. She'd managed to persuade him that she was too jet-lagged to be intimate, and if he was suspicious, he didn't show it. Vivian, in Ellie's absence, had the office check for cameras and bugs under the guise of remodeling the space, but to their great relief, the only bug the experts found was Indio's poorly hidden but still unnoticed for months bug on Ellie's desk. It made Ellie breathe easier that she and Vivian could talk about what they found out in Uganda without risk of Aldo finding out. She also showed her friend the horrific videos she'd found on Aldo's computer. It was in the evenings when she had to return to Aldo's house that she felt scared. Scared and disgusted every time he came near her. They limped on for a couple of months, becoming more distant from each other, and even when Christmas came and went, they were civil, if not affectionate. Ellie and Indio spoke every day, and Indio urged her to break things off with Aldo. We haven't found anything we can use, he said. And every day, I wake up wondering if today is the day when I hear that you're dead. I hate this, Ellie. Please. It was just after the new year when Ellie asked Aldo if she could talk to him. Of course. They were in his study, and Ellie's eyes kept drifting toward the filing cabinet. He was clever, she thought, and didn't keep a paper trail back to him. She wondered if he got paid in cash to sell those children. She pushed that thought away. If she dwelt on it, she might crack and start to accuse him, and then all would be ruined. Instead, she smiled at him with fake warmth. Aldo, darling, this isn't easy to say. But I think we need to consider spending some time apart. We haven't exactly been getting along so well of late. You must agree. Aldo nodded slowly, his eyes locked on hers. I cannot deny that, Ellie. It had been breaking my heart. And I'm sorry for that. But I do think we have reached the end of our time together. I need to regroup and work out what I want from life. Aldo gave a soft, sarcastic laugh. I think you know what you want, Eliana. It just isn't me. Ellie decided to ignore that. She did not want him to lose his mind. I need time on my own. Aldo studied her. As you wish. Really? Was he taking it this easily? Something didn't add up here. So I'm going to pack my stuff tonight. I'll ask Umberto to take me back to my apartment. Fine. Is that all? I do have to get on. He turned back to his computer, and Ellie flushed. She hated him, but she also felt he was dismissing her. Like a tramp. Again. Jerk. She didn't say another word, and in an hour she was being driven back to town by Umberto. He looked over at her. I'm going to miss our talks, Ellie. She smiled at him. Umberto, can I give you some advice? Between the two of us? Of course. Get another job. Work for anyone else but Aldo. Umberto looked shocked and uncomfortable. Ellie, It's okay, Umberto. Forget I said it. She didn't want to make his life harder, after all. She hugged him goodbye as he dropped her at her door, then she took her suitcase into the lobby and waited. In 5 minutes, Indio was there, and she ran into his arms. It's over. It's really over. But of course, it wasn't. Ellie could never have guessed how quickly things would unravel. Ellie stretched her body, as she woke in the late February sun. Carnival time again. Here in her new apartment, their new apartment, she rolled onto her side and studied the face of her love, her Indio, and, as of 5 days ago, her husband. She was officially Mrs. Indio Navarro. They had married quietly, with just a few friends, but it had been the best day of Ellie's life. "Today my life finally begins," Indio said in his toast, gazing down at his bride, and Ellie cried at the love in his voice. She had worn a simple lilac cotton dress to marry him, matching Indio's tie, and they both wore lilac flowers pinned to their chests. They had lived together as if they had always done so, easily, reveling in the time together and having adventures. The only dark cloud was the unresolved issue of Aldo Constanza. "He took it too easily," Eli said, and Indio agreed. "He's up to something for sure." Ellie could tell Indio was terrified that Aldo would get to her. Even on their wedding day, when she'd arrived at the city hall, accompanied by Vivian and Tandy and 3 hulking bodyguards, she saw the relief as well as the look of love in his eyes. She couldn't blame him. The night before the wedding, she'd had awful nightmares of Aldo coming for her as she got ready to marry Indio and stabbing her to death as he had done to Yvetta. But nothing went wrong that day. Ellie got up now and pulled her robe on, going into the kitchen to make coffee. Indio may have been as rich as Aldo, but he didn't believe in staff, unless it was security staff for her, of course. So they cooked for each other and cleared up themselves, and Ellie liked it that way. They talked about their future, living in the country at his farmhouse. "Or, if you like, we can find something else together. I can't look at my workshop without remembering what I did to you there." Ellie swept a hand over his hair. "Our reunion, however brutal, was there. Regardless of what happened afterward, you were just trying to protect me." He kissed her hand. "Another reason is that Aldo probably knows about it." Ellie's smile faded. "We're never going to be able to stop running, are we? Maybe we should end this once and for all." Indio's eyebrows shot up. "How?" Ellie gazed at him for a long moment before saying it. "Entrapment." It took Indio a second to realize what she was saying. "Listen to me, Eliana Moretti Navarro. If you ever suggest using yourself as bait again, then I'll..." "Gosh, Ellie, he will slaughter you. Do you understand? You saw what he did to Yvetta, and she wasn't even part of his great revenge plan. She only said no to him. Can you imagine what he'll do to you now that he probably knows we're married, that you deceived him and married his enemy? That he had you, and you slipped through his fingers?" "Exactly," Eli said calmly. "He'll get riled up, especially if the magazine runs some op-eds about him. Imagine it. 1 year on from his exclusive interview, we do a follow-up and see where he is now. It'll be written off as a bitter woman's clapback after she's dumped by him. I'm just saying, that's the way he'll spin it. Let him. It'll still get to him. Especially if we intimate about his connections in Russia. We only have to drop one name, someone already in jail for exploitation, and he'll flip out. I saw him on that plane, Indio, when that stuff about the alleged gun running came out. He was insane with rage, and that wasn't even true." "Still making yourself bait?" He shook his head, and Ellie sighed. "Okay, what if it's not my magazine that does it? We can send it out too." Indio's voice was hard. "No, Ellie. Just no. I don't want to be the control freak here, but no. No risk, no bait." It turned out a day later that Aldo had made the first move anyway. Indio called Ellie into the kitchen, then handed her his iPad. Ellie read through the newspaper article.
Constanza sells up.
"It's time for a new life somewhere else," says heartbroken billionaire. Ellie rolled her eyes at that, then went back to reading. Aldo Constanza, 42, billionaire philanthropist and businessman, is leaving Venice just a year after relocating from Rome. Reports say he has put his €7 million home in Mira up for sale and has emptied his office in the city, laying off a number of staff. Business insiders are somewhat confused, as Constanza had told them only recently that Venice was where his life was now, but perhaps his very recent breakup with journalist Eliana Moretti might have swayed his decision to leave the city. Ms. Moretti, 29, was with the billionaire for just over a year, but in the few weeks since Constanza ended the relationship, she has moved on to another billionaire, architect and property mogul, Indio Navarro, 38. We have confirmation, indeed, that Moretti and Navarro were married only last week in a small, private ceremony. In a strange twist, not only did Navarro design and build Constanza's Mira home, but he was also once briefly a suspect in the murder of Constanza's fiancée, Yvetta Lima, 3 years ago. We have reached out to Mr. Constanza, who briefly told us that he wished the couple every happiness and that it was time he started a new life somewhere else. Well, Ellie said. Apart from being labeled a gold-digging tramp again, don't worry, I'm getting used to it, that is a bunch of BS. You and I both know Aldo won't just leave us be. Agreed? Indio sighed. I have an idea. What? Indio smiled a strange smile at her. I'm going to see him. Ellie gaped at him. What? Why the hell would you do that? To threaten him, of course. To tell him congratulations on the move, and that if he wants his life to remain the same, he'll go and never come back. You're going to call his bluff? Yep. Ellie sighed, shaking her head. I don't know what good it will do. It can't hurt, and it's better than you using yourself for bait. Ellie looked away from his gaze. You already said no to that. She sighed and went into Indio's arms. Let's just get tonight out of the way, then we can talk again. She smiled up at her husband. Are you looking forward to it? Indio rolled his eyes, grinning shyly. Venice was bestowing an award on Indio tonight at a gala held in his honor, celebrating his work. It coincided with the masquerade ball, but Ellie had balked at that. No more masks, she said, and Indio agreed. Actually, he said now, I have a surprise for you. After the gala tonight, we're flying to a private island in the Med. He laughed as she bugged at him. You're kidding? Nope. Indio, please tell me you didn't buy an island? Indio grinned. No, just a villa on it. We need a holiday home, right? Ellie started to laugh. Gosh, our adventures are a lot more expensive than they used to be. Indio shrugged good-naturedly. Ellie, I worked for the money I earned. I think what drove me to work so hard was the thought of one day being able to provide for you and our family, even when it seemed impossible for us to be together. Ellie stroked his face. Our family, she whispered, and he nodded. So? So I can't wait. Something about hot weather makes me frisky. She grinned and kissed him. Come, husband, let's go practice before we have to get ready for your coronation tonight. Ellie was trembling as she saw Indio walk on stage and shake hands with the man who was giving him the award. Ori Bartoli, her young infant daughter Lucy in her arms, nudged her. You can cry now, Ellie. It's okay. Ellie laughed, but her eyes were full of tears and her heart full of love for the man so shyly accepting the congratulations and gratitude of his city. He made a short speech, stumbling over some of the words, but when he looked out into the audience, he gazed at her, his eyes soft with love. And to my beautiful wife, my best friend, and my reason for being, Ellie. I love you. Without you, none of this means anything. Ellie cried, and then she saw Ori wiping away a tear too. Ori hugged her. I'm so happy for both of you. There was a drinks reception afterward, and Indio and Ellie sat, hands clasped, laughing with their friends. Indio kept being borne off to meet new people, but Ellie didn't mind. After so many years working incognito in the wilderness, it was time for Indio to take the spotlight. Ori, wrestling with a wriggling child, stood. Someone made a stinky, she said to the amusement of her table. I'm just going to change her diaper. I'll come help. Ellie stood, signaling to Indio where she was going. He grinned and mouthed, Ti amo. She laughed and blew him a kiss. She went with Ori to the bathroom, followed at a discreet distance by her bodyguard, Mario. Ori grimaced as she dealt with her daughter's diaper. Why did I sign up for this again? Eli chuckled. You're a masochist. Haven't you trained Maceo to do this? Huh? I tried, but he immediately sold Dario out by telling him it was his job. Dario, as you can imagine, doesn't want anything to do with dirty diapers. Ellie chuckled, tickling Lucy's belly. She is so beautiful. Ori smiled. I know, isn't she? Your turn soon, maybe? Maybe. We haven't actually discussed children, but I know we'll have a ton. Ellie blew a raspberry on Lucy's stomach, making her giggle. Ori washed her hands. Would you mind just looking after her while I pee? I'm bursting. Ellie immediately handed her a fresh diaper from the bag, and Ori laughed. Haha. Won't be a second. Ellie picked Lucy up and bounced her. She was such a happy little baby. The door of the bathroom was pushed open, and her bodyguard Mario appeared. His gun was drawn, a long silencer screwed to the barrel, and Ellie turned in shock as he leveled it at her. Mario, what the hell are you doing? Aldo pushed his way past Mario and smiled at her. Your husband really should vet his employees more carefully. Hello, Ellie. What a gorgeous baby. The toilet flushed and Ori appeared, at first not seeing the men as she washed her hands, then as she looked up, her face was one of horror. Hello, Ori, lovely to see you. Your daughter is beautiful. Such a shame. Ellie handed Lucy back to Ori and stepped in front of them. No. Don't hurt them please, Aldo. If you want me, I'll come with you. No, Ellie, Ori whispered, her voice breaking and her eyes riveted to the gun pointed at Ellie. Please no. It's okay, Ori. Ellie was very calm. I assume you're here for me, so take me, Aldo. Do what you want with me, but leave them alone. Aldo put his head to the side, as if thinking. You seem to think you're in charge here, Ellie, but I'll give you a break. I'll let the lovely Mrs. Bartoli and her child live, if you'll play a little game with me. Whatever you want. Aldo made a face. Of course, I don't want my little game to be interrupted by the people Mrs. Bartoli would surely warn. Oh gosh, no. Please, Aldo. Aldo looked at Mario. Wound but don't kill Mrs. Bartoli, would you please? No. Ellie screamed, but Aldo pulled her out of the way, and Ori, knowing what was going to happen, shoved her daughter into Ellie's arms. Mario shot Ori, the bullet slamming into her shoulder and knocking her back against the cold tile. As she fell, her head cracked against the hard marble of the sink. Ori slumped to the floor, bleeding. Ellie whimpered, and Lucy began to cry. Mario checked Ori's pulse. Alive? Aldo nodded. Good. Take the child, Mario. The guard stepped forward to take Lucy, but Ellie was ready for him. Stamping on Aldo's instep, she kicked out of his hold and drove her knee into Mario's groin. The bodyguard buckled, and she used her knee to smash his forehead. Aldo grabbed her, and Ellie felt the sting of a hypodermic needle in her neck. No, he was drugging her again. The effects were almost instantaneous. Aldo took Lucy from her arms and placed her next to her unconscious mother. Ellie slumped to the ground, and Aldo picked her up just as Mario came around. Aldo bent down again and retrieved the bodyguard's gun. He shot Mario without hesitation, putting a bullet into the man's head. Loose ends. As she finally gave in to the illicit substances, Aldo smiled at her. If only your death were going to be that merciful, Ellie, my darling. Not knowing if she would ever wake up again, Ellie's last thought was of Lucy, Ori, and her darling Indio. Indio excused himself from the host's wife and went to find Ellie. He found their table and saw Maceo talking to another friend. Hey, where did Ellie and Ori go? Maceo grinned. Diaper duty. He glanced at his watch and his smile faded. Quite a while ago now. He got up. Indio tamped down the feeling of panic. Ellie's bodyguard was gone, so he was with them, and they were okay, right? Indio and Maceo walked quickly to the bathroom, and just as they drew close, Maceo heard his daughter screaming. He shared a panicked glance with Indio, and both men started to run. They burst into the bathroom as Ori, her head bleeding and her shoulder gushing blood, reached for her daughter with her good arm. Ori. Maceo dropped to her side, and she leaned into him. He put his arms around her. She looked out of it, but she gazed up at Maceo, then Indio, who was checking Mario's pulse and trying to quell the scream inside him. Where was Ellie? Indio knew even before Ori managed to choke out the words. He took her, Indio. Aldo Constanza has Ellie. Ellie came around, her mind whirling and her breath shallow, just as Aldo had finished dressing her. They were in the back of a van with darkened windows, and outside she could hear the sounds of revelers. The masquerade ball had spilled out onto the streets of her city. She looked down at her body. He had dressed her in a wedding dress, and Ellie could see now, with a jolt of terror, that it was identical to the one Yvetta was murdered in. This was it. She was going to die, and she'd never see Indio again. Aldo kissed her and she spat in his face. True colors, he laughed. You always were a little savage. He hauled her into a sitting position. Now, Ellie, we're going to play a little game. A game of hunter and hunted. I'll give you a fair head start, of course, but the moment I catch you, my dearest, sweet Ellie, is the moment I will end this and kill you. You know that. But I will give you a fair head start. Give you the slightest hope, just so I can snatch it away the second my knife slices into your beautiful body. So go. The illicit substances in Ellie's system were making her senses whirl, and she couldn't concentrate on what he was saying. Her vision was doubled. Her chest felt tight with fear and terror. What was he saying? Go now, Eliana, and just remember this, you won't see me coming. He pushed her from the back of the van into the crowd of people, who carried her along in their throng. Ellie was in the midst of a full-blown panic now, terrified that Aldo would kill her, more terrified that she wouldn't find her way back to Indio before he did. She had no way of knowing that at that same moment, Indio was frantically watching the CCTV from the security room of the hotel. There. Indio pointed at a blacked-out van, watching in horror as he saw Aldo carrying an unconscious Ellie to it and throwing her into the back. He isn't even trying to hide now, Indio thought. And that's what makes him lethal. They managed to track the van to the edge of Piazza San Marco, and Indio staggered to watch Ellie being released, wearing Yvetta's wedding dress. In a few moments, he watched Aldo, wearing a grotesque Cupid's mask, get out of the van and follow her. In his hand, a glint of steel. Cursing loudly, Indio and the security team at the hotel set off at a run, the host shouting that he would call the polizia for them. Indio didn't hear anything but the roaring of blood in his ears. Aldo was going to kill his Ellie. He was hunting her down and would butcher her publicly, not caring if he was arrested or killed. All Aldo could see now, Indio knew, was Ellie's blood on his hands. Indio could barely breathe as he raced through the night to save his love. Ellie grazed her arms as she stumbled down another alleyway. Her head was beginning to clear, and she knew she would have a better chance of surviving if she hid back amongst the revelers. She staggered down the alleyway, almost sobbing as she saw a crowd at the end of it. But as she reached the end, Aldo stepped into the light. His mask was a grotesque, malevolent Cupid's face, and his large body filled the entrance to the alley. Ellie ran straight into him, and he grabbed her and pushed her against the wall. Behind him, revelers danced and sang, leaving no one to hear her agonized gasp as Aldo attacked. The air was knocked from her lungs as he inflicted a series of brutal wounds. Ellie looked down in disbelief to see a dark stain spreading across her dress. As he continued, she cried out, and he silenced her with a hand over her mouth. SSH, beautiful Ellie. It's all over now. Weakening, Ellie reached up and pulled the mask from his face. Aldo Constanza, his face contorted with rage, held her as he inflicted the blows. The air was knocked from her lungs, and she felt a searing pain. Ellie looked down in disbelief as blood stained her dress. She cried out, but he silenced her with a hand over her mouth. You shouldn't have loved him, Ellie. You were mine just as Yvetta was mine. When I found out that his one true love was alive and living in Venice, I had to have you. He touched her face. From the first moment I wanted to feel your blood on my hands, but I had to play the long game, make Navarro feel as if he'd won, that he could love you and be happy. The fool. I intended to kill you from that first moment, Eliana. That first moment when my car drove straight at you, and you slipped on the ice. It was so easy. Being with you was a bonus. But this, my sweet girl, this was always the end game. Goodbye, Ellie. And he raised the knife to finish her. Indio, desperate now, raced through the streets of Venice, frantic to find her. Everything went through his mind. What if she fell into the lagoon? What if she slipped and hit her head? What if Constanza found her before he could? Gosh, no. He rammed his way through the crowds, down dark alleys and over bridges to find her. When he turned into the final alley before rejoining the throng, his blood froze. Ellie was on the ground, and although Constanza, his weapon raised, was about to take her life. Even from this distance, Indio could see her. Oh please no! Indio snatched his pistol from his waistband and without hesitation, he aimed the gun at Aldo. Constanza? Drop the knife now. Constanza looked up and grinned. He stood, dropping the knife. Keeping his gun trained on him, Indio stalked forward. She's already dead, Navarro. I did what I intended. I killed the love of your life. Look at her, Navarro, she died. Indio knew he was trying to get him to shift focus, but Indio knew if he did, they were both dead. Hold on, my love, please. It's too late, Navarro, you've lost. She's losing too much blood. You can't save her. Admit defeat. Shut up, Constanza. Aldo Constanza was gleeful now, giggling like a child. You know I slept with her, right? Indio acted swiftly, ending Aldo's life with a single shot. Aldo slumped over Ellie, his body heavy against hers. Ellie moaned softly, a wave of relief washing over her. She was still alive. Indio dropped to his knees and pushed the man away from his love. He didn't waste time talking, knowing every moment counted now. He simply scooped her up with the words, "Hold on, my darling love. Hold on for me, please." Then he was running through the crowds, running to save her life. Every moment, he expected the doctor to come and tell him, "We did everything we could, but I'm afraid she didn't make it." Every moment, he expected to sense the moment that Ellie died. Indio closed his eyes, praying, exhausted and desolate. He tried to reason, tried to tell himself it was a long shot and that she was too hurt. To distract himself, he'd called the police and told them everything, and now there was a detective with him, relaying all the information his detectives had found. Aldo Constanza was confirmed dead. His fingerprints were all over the knife that had ripped Ellie apart. The detective with Indio now was empathetic and respectful. Indio knew his own face was a mask of pain now. So many masks. So many lies. So much horror. If he'd only gone against what Enzo Moretti had told him all those years ago, and made it clear to Enzo that he, Indio, would love and care for Ellie better than anyone, and that he was in love with her. He should have tried harder. Ellie wouldn't be so hurt now. Yvetta would be alive, married to someone who truly loved her, who didn't love someone else, and she would have a whole bunch of beautiful kids. He and Ellie would be married, and he would have given her everything. Their children would be playing in the fields and olive groves, around their house in the country. Gosh, Ellie. I love you more than life itself. Please come back to me. Ellie drifted back into consciousness, then immediately wished she hadn't. Opening her eyes to bright white light was agony. Her soul felt disconnected from her body. There was pain, not as much as she would have expected from being cut open, but low-level discomfort and stiffness. Her mouth was tinder dry and sore, and she gave a little moan as she moved. Vivian came into her field of vision, and then her elegant features became thinner and shadowed with grief. She smiled down at Ellie, her cool hand on Ellie's forehead. Well, hello again, Pumpkin. Good to see you. The tears in her eyes belied the gentle humor. Thank God you're okay, Sorella. She used the Italian word for sister. What happened? Her voice came out as a croak, and before answering her, Vivian held a cup of water to her mouth so she could drink. You were drugged, then while you were trying to get help, Aldo viciously attacked you. Indio intervened and stopped him. Indio. Ellie's head whirled, trying to wrap around the barrage of information. He's here? Vivian nodded, her face showing signs of tension. He's been a mess. He was devastated when he brought you in. The doctors warned us you might not make it. It took me a week to persuade him to change his shirt. It was covered in your blood. He never left the hospital. A week? How long have I been out? Vivian stroked her hair. You've been in a coma for a month, darling. At first, they gave us a 5% chance of making it and told us to prepare ourselves. It's a miracle you made it, Ellie. A miracle. What do you remember? Ellie stared at the ceiling. Aldo's so cold. He told me he meant to end my life, as revenge on Indio. She gave a humorless laugh. Revenge for forcing Aldo to kill Yvette. Aldo's face when he attacked me, I'll never forget it. Such hatred. Vivian dropped her head into her hands and gave a little sob. When I think I encouraged you to be with him, I can never say sorry enough, Ellie. Ellie reached out and took her hand. Viv, he fooled us all. He was clever and manipulative. You know that first day when I almost got hit by a car and slipped, and he helped me? It was his car that nearly hit me. He already knew who I was. He knew Indio and I had a history, and we loved each other. Love each other, please, Viv. I need to see him now. Her voice broke, and she began to cry silently. Vivian held her, pushing the call button. When the nurse came in, Vivian smiled at her. Would you please send someone to get Mr. Navarro? He'll be in the cafeteria. Look for the beautiful man who looks like a wreck. Tell him the love of his life wants to see him.
Two years later.
You evil little monster. Ellie stifled a laugh as Lily Storm launched herself at Dario Bartoli, who had just turned a very cold hosepipe on her. Dario grinned unrepentantly as Lily chased around the garden. Ori poked Ellie in the ribs. Don't encourage him, else. Nah, just Storm grinned at them both. He's fine. Lily could do with a soaking. Her daughter overheard her. Mom. The parents all laughed at the betrayal in her voice. They were sitting at the long wooden table in Ellie and Indio's garden, the men cooking on the outside grill and waving away offers of help from the women who shrugged and left them to it. Ellie looked at her friends and felt lucky. Lucky to be alive, lucky to be with these wonderful people, and lucky to have her love at her side. Indio saw her gazing at him and came over to steal a kiss. This bikini top is coming off the minute we're alone, he said in a low whisper, but Tandy, sitting next to Ellie, rolled her eyes. Isn't there some scientific theory that says couples move out of that nauseating loved-up phase after 2 years? Ellie grinned. Will never happen, she said as Indio shook his head. Nope, not a possibility. Same here. Jess put her hand up and then glared playfully at Theo until he agreed with a grin. Didn't happen for us. Maceo wrapped his arms around his wife's neck. Ori had only just recovered from being shot, having had extensive physiotherapy, but it hadn't dampened her joie de vivre. She grinned at Tandy now. You wait. It'll be your turn soon. Ha, never, Tandy said and got up to chase the children around the garden. The sun was setting when their friends finally left, driving the 2 hours back to stay in Venice. Ellie and Indio took a stroll down through their olive groves and rows of grapes on the vine. Ellie leaned against her husband, and he hooked his arm around her neck, crushing her lips under his. Gosh, I love you, Mrs. Navarro. She grinned. Well, you better, what a fantastic day. I know. Days like this, well. Ellie stopped and looked up at him curiously. What? Indio sighed, his green eyes bright and hopeful as he looked out over the countryside and then back at his beloved wife. They make me excited. Excited for us and for what the future might bring. He looked down and stroked her belly. One day? Ellie nodded. We'll get there, Indio. I want to give you a dozen beautiful kids who look just like you. I'd much prefer they look like you, especially the girls, he laughed. Ellie smiled and pulled him down on the ground, kissing him and tangling her fingers in his hair. Okay, well, seeing as we're having a dozen, oh dear, Indio. Let's say we'll settle for 6 of each and oh my. She paused breathless. Their conversation was quickly forgotten as they shared a passionate embrace under the sultry Italian sky.
The end. Sneak peek for his brother's wife. We hope you enjoyed listening to Dark Masquerade by Michelle Love. Now please listen to a sneak peek for His Brother's Wife by Michelle Love. His Brother's Wife, A fake marriage romance audiobook.
Not for the first time, Amalia Rai gazed in the mirror and wondered how the hell she had gotten here. This is the 21st century, right? And yet, she, a successful classical pianist and music professor, was about to be married to a man she barely knew, and who she could barely stand. Amalia closed her eyes. She could hardly stand to look at the sadness in her own eyes. At 27, she had accomplished so much and had thought herself free of her controlling father and all the crap that went on in their family. If it hadn't been for her desperation to save her little sister's life, she would never have agreed to this. But her father held all the cards. He would not allow Salima to divorce her abusive husband unless Amalia agreed to marry Jackson Gallo, her father's rival in business, and the man who had nearly brought her father to his knees. When Gallo offered Gajendra Rai a lifeline, give him his eldest daughter in marriage, and he'll give Gajendra a multi-million-dollar cash injection, Gajendra had not hesitated in going to Amalia and demanding she marry Jackson. Amalia had turned him down flat. That she and her father were not close was an understatement. For months, she had held out until the day Salima had called her from the emergency room of the hospital. Her husband had beaten her so badly that she could barely speak but just sob over the phone to her sister. Amalia went to her and was horrified by her injuries and by what she had been through. Gajendra, though, refused to let Salima divorce her husband unless Amalia married Jackson. Desperate, Amalia agreed, and now in a few minutes she would take her father's arm and walk down the aisle in the church Jackson's family had built in their luxurious compound on the outskirts of San Francisco. A prison, not a compound, thought Amalia as she straightened the wedding dress that had cost 7 times her salary. Her father had paid, of course, and although Amalia would have preferred to marry in the traditional Indian attire befitting her heritage, her father insisted that a white dress would be more suitable for the society pages. Amalia shrugged to herself now. What did it matter? This wasn't a real wedding, and it wouldn't be a real marriage. She had made it clear to Jackson that under no circumstances would the marriage be consummated. Jackson had laughed, and she knew he thought she was joking. He would find out tonight that she was deadly serious. Jackson Gallo was handsome in a bland, preppy way. The youngest son of billionaire property magnate Macaulay Gallo, Jackson was often to be found in the pages of gossip magazines, romancing some of the world's most beautiful women. When he had laid eyes on Amalia at a benefit gala where she was performing, he'd pursued her relentlessly until Amalia had grown frightened of his vehemence. She had finally thought he'd gotten the message. She wasn't interested when the call from her father came. Jackson had been victorious when Amma had agreed to marry him, but for her life, she couldn't understand why he would settle on her. Yes, she was a renowned pianist and a very successful professor of music at the San Francisco Conservatory of Music. Yes, she knew she was considered a beautiful woman with her creamy coffee and pink skin, bright green eyes, long wavy dark hair and curvaceous body, but to society and Jackson's world she was completely indifferent. A knock came at the door and her sister, dressed in a simple lilac silk sheath, came in and smiled at her. "Hey sis, are you nearly ready? Dad's hovering outside." Amma smiled at her. "Almost." She sighed and stood. Salima came up to her and studied her. "It's not too late, you know. We can skip out of here and escape somewhere hot." Amma laughed sadly. "And live on what, Lima?" Salima shrugged, but her eyes were sad. "I hate that you're doing this for me." Amma hugged her sister. "I swear, knowing that you'll be free of that bastard is the only good thing about this." Salima nodded. "Thank you, Amma. I mean it. And look, the prenup says I'm trapped for 2 years." Amma tried to make a joke of it. Trapped, but living in luxury. How many women would kill to be me right now? Salima's nose wrinkled. With that creep? Salima had as much of a low opinion of Jackson as Amalia did. Her smile brightened. Olivier, on the other hand. Olivier Gallo was Jackson's older brother, and Amma had grown very fond of him. He was in his early 40s and a workaholic but kind and quiet. He was the only one in the family who didn't stand for Jackson's arrogance or posturing, and there were many times when he'd met Amalia's gaze over the family dinner table and rolled his eyes at what Jackson was bloviating about on that particular night. And yes, Olivier was gorgeous and tall, with dark hair and brown eyes, but there was sadness in him that Amalia didn't understand. Macaulay had once told Amalia that Olivier had been particularly close to his mother, who had died giving birth to Jackson, who was 13 years younger than Olivier. Amalia was curious about that, and about the fact that Olivier seemed to have no time for anything else but work in his life. Selima had a huge crush on the older Gallo brother. She grinned at Amalia now. I bagged the seat next to him too. Hey, isn't today when we all meet the black sheep? Amalia nodded. Enda Gallo was the middle brother. Well, middle half-brother, the result of an extramarital affair Macaulay had had with an Italian actress. Amalia had never met him, but knew he kept to himself, mostly living in Italy. Since Enda had been ignored by his father for the first 30 years of his life, it was only because Olivier had reached out to him 7 years ago that Enda had finally been brought into the family fold and reconciled with his father. Jackson couldn't stand him, always referring to him as the bastard and badmouthing him. Amalia, having never met Enda Gallo, was already disposed to liking him because Jackson hated him so much. The clock struck noon and Amalia sighed. Let's get this thing over with. Gajendra laid his daughter's arm over his and smiled at her. You make me very proud today, Amalia. Amalia didn't reply, keeping her expression blank as they walked down the long aisle of the church. At the altar she could see Jackson waiting, a supercilious smile on his face. Olivier, his best man, smiled at her and winked. Amalia gave a little sigh. If she could just hang out and be friends with Olivier, then maybe she would get through this. There were hundreds of people there, most of whom she didn't know. Some of her friends from the conservatory sat on the left-hand side of the church. Christina, her best friend, a no-nonsense Korean cellist, made a face at her, and Amalia tried not to laugh. Christina was the only one of her friends who knew the real reason behind this marriage. Amalia had told her she wasn't going to ask her to be maid of honor, because I want to save you for my real wedding someday. Christina had grinned and toasted her. Hell yes. Let's drink to that. Gosh, thought Amalia. Their nights out drinking seemed so far away now. Would Jackson stop her from enjoying her freedom? Probably. Amalia was nearly at the altar now, and she saw Macaulay Gallo smiling at her. Despite his weaknesses, she liked the old man. He just had no idea how to raise children, and had left all the responsibility of the Gallo estate to Olivier. Amalia smiled back at him now. She could have been worse as a father-in-law. Then her eyes met the man standing next to Macaulay, and her breath caught in her throat. Tall, athletic, with dark curls messy around his head, he glowered at her, his bright green eyes intensely fierce. His face was set grimly, and he looked like the most dangerous man she'd ever seen. And the most devastatingly handsome. Amalia stumbled a little, and her father steadied her. The man, who she guessed had to be Enda Gallo, stared at her. He hates me, she thought, her heart sinking. There was no mistaking the man's expression. Loathing. He looked like he wanted to kill her. Don't be stupid. He doesn't know you. And you don't know him. Maybe that's just how his face is, moody and dark with a definite edge. His sensual mouth was set in a straight line, as if he were gritting his teeth, and Amalia felt as if she could feel the heat of anger coming from him. As she passed by him, she breathed in a wave of woodsy clean cologne. It sent her senses reeling, and her body reacted. Even as she was saying her vows in a monotone, she could feel his eyes on her. As Jackson, his face set in the fakest smile she had ever seen, recited his own vows, Amalia chanced a glance at Enda Gallo. His eyes were fixed on her face, and briefly Amalia entertained the fantasy that he would stop the wedding, grab her hand, and run away with her, intending to take her away. Whoa, where did that come from? Amma struggled to pull her attention back to the present, and realized with a sinking heart that she'd missed the moment. Her last moment of single life. She was married. The greeting line, the dinner, and the speeches were all a blur. Amma didn't bother to listen to the platitudes of her new husband. Even Macaulay seemed a little subdued. It was only when Olivier stood to speak that she took notice. He said all the things that were expected of him, and Amma could see he struggled with finding good things to say about his brother. When he turned to her, though, his eyes softened. "And to my new sister, I am very glad to have you in our lives, Amalia. We are privileged to have someone so brilliant, kind, and independent. I can assure you, sweetheart, that we will always care for you and encourage you in your career and aspirations." His meaning was clear. "Don't worry, we won't let Jackson control you," and Amma smiled back at him warmly, mouthing thank you to him. She had an ally. It made her feel more secure. She saw Enda Gallo at the back of the ballroom, propped against the bar. He met her gaze, and Amma felt a flush creep up her face. Why did he have such a visceral, feral effect on her? It was a new feeling for her. She looked away, and when she looked back, he had gone. The reception seemed to go on for days, and by midnight Amalia was drooping. She had changed from her wedding dress into a simple dark burgundy slip dress, freeing her hair from the intricate bun she had worn for the ceremony and pulling it over one shoulder. She was tired of Jackson parading her around as if she were an object, and when she returned to the ballroom, she sought out her sister and Christina, who were huddled in the corner, clearly making fun of the prissy society people. "Amma." Christina was already drunk, and Amalia grinned at her. Christina hugged her friend and looked her up and down. "That's better. You look more like you now." "Agreed," Amma laughed, but in the next moment she felt Jackson's hand on her upper arm pulling her away from her friends. "What are you wearing?" Amma wrenched her arm out of his grip. "It's called a dress, Jackson." "On your feet," he said darkly and pointed down to her comfortable and admittedly well-worn flat pumps. "Go and change into heels right now." Amma looked him in the eye. "I will not. I've had heels on all day, and now I want to be comfortable. It's after midnight, Jackson. I've played the part you wanted long enough for one day." Jackson's eyes were fierce on hers. "May I remind you, you are my wife now?" Amma's smile was cold. "Wife? Not staff, Jackson. Did you hear me say obey in my vows?" "No, you did not. Now some of your guests are looking at us, probably wondering why I look so pissed off. Want me to tell them why?" Jackson's jaw clenched. "We'll talk about this later. In bed." He stalked off, and Amma saw him switch on the charm instantly as he spoke to the guests who had been watching them. Amma felt sick. No way would they do anything in bed. Ever. She returned to her friends but soon excused herself. She needed to be alone for a few moments to get some air. She slipped out into the beautiful garden surrounding the mansion and walked quickly down to the little Japanese garden that had been her go-to place for escaping Jackson since they'd become engaged. There were a few lanterns giving the place a soft glow, and she sat down on one of the stone seats and closed her eyes, taking a deep breath in. Silence. Bliss. She only heard the tiny trickle of the water feature. Then she caught a breath of cigarette smoke and opened her eyes. Enda Gallo stood on the other side of the garden, staring at her. Amma's heart began to pound against her ribs, and she stood. She didn't know what to do. Running would seem rude, but the expression on Enda's face was what? She turned to leave, and in a flash, he was beside her. Trapping her against a tree in the cage of his arms, he gazed down at her. Amma couldn't look away. Gosh, he was beautiful. Those eyes, that craggy yet boyish face. She noticed he had a half-moon scar at the corner of his right eye, and without thinking, she traced the line of it with her finger. His eyes never left hers. Amma could barely breathe, and there was tension between them. Enda bent his head and brushed his lips against hers. Amma froze. What the hell was going on? Was he testing her? He kissed her again, and this time she couldn't help but kiss him back. His lips were soft, but his kiss was rough, and she found her fingers twisted in his dark curls as they embraced. Could she do this? Should she continue? Could she really finally lose her V-card? Enda's eyes were questioning now, and somehow Amma knew that if she asked him to stop, he would without question. But she didn't want him to stop. She wanted him here, now. Afterward, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her. He still had not spoken one word to her. He touched her face once more, and then he was gone. Amma, her legs still shaking, sat down quickly on the bench, blinking. Did that really just happen? Her body answered, gosh, yes, yes. She had just done it. Amma gave a disbelieving laugh. She sat there for a further 5 minutes, then made her way slowly back inside the house. Most of the guests had gone, and Christina was looking for her. Have to go, sweets, before I drink this place dry. She hugged Amalia and then studied her. Hey, are you okay? You look weird. Amma blinked, then tried to smile. Just tired, babe? Look, promise me we'll get together for lunch on Monday. Promise. She went back into the main ballroom, her heart thumping at the thought of seeing Enda in there. But he was nowhere to be seen. Jackson came over to her. Our guests have left. It would have been nice of you to say goodbye. I hope you'll be more sociable in the future. Fine. She didn't want to argue. Good night, Jackson. He caught her arm. Where are you going? To bed. To our bed. Amma sighed. He would never stop trying, would he? No, Jackson. To my room. I told you once, and I meant it. I will never, ever sleep with you. Find one of your many admirers. I assume you've worked your way through most of them anyway. I'm sure one of them will be up for it. Jackson stared at her, his face angry, then stepped closer to her. You will submit to me one day, little girl, or I'll break you. I swear I will. Amma wasn't impressed. Go away, little boy. You don't scare me. She turned and walked out of the room, running lightly up the huge staircase, hoping he wouldn't follow her. Salima was in her room, packing her wedding dress away. Dad's just bringing the car around. Salima had tears in her eyes as she hugged her sister. I'll never be able to repay you for what you've done for me, Amma. Never. I just pray you find some happiness. Amma held her sister, feeling the tears threatening again. Go along now. Dad's probably waiting. I'll see you soon. Salima nodded. I love you. Love you too. Alone, she locked the door and put a chair up against it. She didn't trust Jackson not to have a spare key. There was no way she was letting him in. Sure enough, a half-hour later, as she walked out of the shower toweling her long hair dry, the door handle rattled. She smirked to herself as she heard him curse, but he soon gave up. Emily sat down on the bed. She was married and had lost her V-card all in one day. And to 2 different men. What the hell was I thinking? She already knew she regretted one of those things, and it wasn't anything to do with Enda Gallo. Olivier Gallo drove into town and was at the restaurant 15 minutes before his half-brother arrived. He stood to hug Enda, who clapped him on the back. Hey brother, good to see you. You too. They sat, and Olivier beckoned the waiter over. Could we have the drinks menu, please? No need, Enda said in his deep accented tones. Red? Third down from the top. Both brothers laughed, and the waiter nodded. He knew these Gallo brothers. They had been coming to this restaurant for a few years now and were good tippers. They treated him with respect, unlike their idiot brother Jackson. The restaurant itself was mid-range and less flashy than the places Jackson liked. It had a frontage, which opened out onto a jetty overlooking the bay. They sat outside so Enda could smoke. Olivier grinned at him as he lit up a cigarette. You ever going to give up? Enda squinted through the smoke. Probably not. Olivier grinned. Fair enough. How have you been? I didn't get to see you much at the wedding. As I recall, you were doing your best man thing, trying to keep the toddler under control. Olivier rolled his eyes. Mostly for Amalia's benefit. The poor kid looked shell-shocked. She's no kid. Olivier's eyes opened wide. You don't like her? I didn't say that. I just meant she's a grown woman. She knew what she was getting into. Olivier chewed his lip for a moment. She did it for her sister, Enda. Enda nodded. I'm just saying it sucks for her. Yep. They paused while the waiter brought their wine, and they ordered their food. Enda sat back and took a slug of red wine. She's beautiful. Who? Enda rolled his eyes. Our brother's new wife. Of course. Sorry. Yes, she is. Also brilliant, funny, and smart. Enda nodded. She also seems to have, what is the word, empathy? He pronounced it empathy. Like I said, she's a sweetheart. You like her? Enda grinned at Olivier's eye roll. As my sister, yes. Olivier chuckled. If it's any of your business, I'm seeing someone. Oh yes? Wait, please tell me it's not that blonde from the reality show? Olivier laughed. No. That was geez, what was I thinking? Anyway, no. She's a journalist from San Diego. Helena. Early days, but yeah, she's cool. Enda looked skeptical. A journalist? Olivier grinned. Not that kind. She's focused on business and financial stuff. I like her. Their food arrived then. Steamed salmon for Olivier, rare bloody steak, and garlic butter for Enda. Olivier shook his head, laughing. Dude, you are a walking heart attack. Enda grinned, his smile lighting up his intense features. Hedonism is my default position. They ate in silence for a few minutes, then Olivier cleared his throat. So what did you think? Of what? Amalia? She's beautiful. You said that. Enda shrugged. I don't know her, Ollie. I barely spoke to her. If you tell me she is a good person, I believe you. Olivier speared some asparagus with his fork. Enda, I'm worried. Lately, Jackson has been more out of control than normal. This deal he made with Amalia's father. You know he engineered it so that Amma was practically forced into this marriage. Amma is it now? Enda teased his older half-brother, but then his smile faded. That sounds just like Jackson though. He always got what he wanted. Didn't matter how. Olivier sighed. I know, but this is a person we're talking about. If and when she does something he doesn't like, Enda, he has addictions. Stimulants, for one. And this thing with Amma, he's obsessed with her. I'm worried. Enda looked away from his brother's gaze. What can I do? Stick around Frisco for a few months. Help me keep Jackson on a steady keel. See how the land lies. Enda closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. Olivier could see his internal struggle. Enda hated Jackson with the fury of 1,000 suns, but he didn't owe Amalia Rai anything. He didn't even know her. I'm thinking about Dad in this too. If Jackson were to do something rash or worse, Dad wouldn't survive it. I'm not saying you owe him anything either, but for me, maybe. Olivier's voice was low, and Enda nodded. I will stay. I can oversee the business from here. We have been thinking of opening an office here. Maybe it's time. I'll talk to Raffaello in the morning. Jackson Gallo was frustrated. It had been a month since the wedding, and Amma had barely spoken to him or touched him. She attended functions with him and behaved impeccably, but he couldn't bust through those walls of hers. Her bedroom door remained locked and barred. If it wasn't for the fact that his father slept in the same house and that their staff were also there at night, he would have busted down that door and taken her. But he knew she would leave him if he forced himself on her. It had been particularly galling that since the wedding, Gajendra Ray's business had flourished, being linked to the Gallo name. And Amalia's sister, Salima, had settled into her new life as a student in Los Angeles. It seemed to Jackson that Amalia had reaped the rewards of their union while he still hadn't. He sat in his office now and decided to call her. She picked up the phone eventually, sounding harassed. What do you want, Jackson? He rankled. Well, for one, I'd like you to speak to me with respect. Amalia sighed. I'm busy, Jackson, what do you want? There was no noticeable shift in her tone. I would like to take you out to dinner tonight. Fine. Be ready at 8. Fine. The phone clicked in his ear. So much for sweet nothings. Jackson put his phone down and smiled to himself. He'd actually arranged to have dinner with his brothers that night, but he couldn't resist bringing Amma and showing her off to them. Look at my glorious wife. Look how beautiful she is. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he laughed to himself. Flicking through his contacts on his phone, he made the call, smiling to himself. Amma saw Enda as soon as they entered the restaurant, and knew Jackson had set this up on purpose. "I didn't know we were having dinner with your brothers." Jackson smiled. "Family time." "Ah. More like bragging time." She was being trotted out like a prize horse. But at the moment, she could think of nothing else but Enda Gallo's eyes on her. Gosh, she'd forgotten just how gloriously good-looking he was. Olivier stood and kissed her cheek, and then she was in front of Enda. He leaned in and kissed her cheek. "Bella." That voice, deep mellifluous accented, was dripping with sensuality. She wondered if he could see the blatant longing in her eyes. She was mostly silent through dinner, ignoring Jackson as much as she could, to Enda and Olivier's obvious amusement. Olivier distracted them all with jokes, and Enda too, she found, was fun to be around. He and Olivier were obviously close, and both busted Jackson's chops, which was fine by her. For once, she saw Jackson as he really was, the baby of the family. Despite his bragging, he was still just a little kid. Olivier and Enda were men. She couldn't help but compare them. Jackson, his dark blonde hair slicked back, Oliver, with a neatly trimmed beard and dark brown eyes, was so beautifully dressed. Then there was Enda. His looks had a wildness to them, a devil-may-care look. He oozed easy magnetism. "Gosh, I want you," Amma thought, then pushed the thought away. He was off limits. At least now he was. "What are you smiling at?" Jackson demanded of her suddenly, and Amma jumped slightly. Jackson's arm had been along the back of her chair possessively, and her back ached from sitting forward to avoid him touching her. "Just marveling at how different you are from your brothers," she said coolly. "You don't snap at me like that." Ever, her eyes said, and Jackson backed off. "If you'll excuse me, I must go freshen up." In the bathroom, she splashed some water on her face and tried to stop thinking about Enda. When she finally got up, she took the courage to go back to the table and exited the bathroom. She gave a little cry of surprise as two hands gripped her waist from behind and pulled her back into the dark alcove. She turned and saw Enda smiling down at her. "Hello again." His voice sent thrills through her body. "I'm not sleeping with him. I don't know why it's important to me that you know that, but it is." Enda stroked her cheek. "I know, Bella. Listen, I must see you again. Can I come to your office?" She nodded and gave him the address. "I know this is wrong, but..." His lips silenced hers. She went back to the table a few moments before Enda, but couldn't help but feel that their lust for each other was obvious. Jackson seemed not to notice though, and when Enda returned, there was nothing in Jackson or Olivier's glances that gave anything away. Amma felt sick with excitement. What the hell was she supposed to do? She barely knew him, but she knew, without a doubt, that she was falling for Enda Gallo. As Olivier and Amalia walked ahead of them, Jackson held Enda back with a touch of a hand. He smiled without humor at his half-brother. "I hope we will see you at the house more often." Enda looked askance. "That's new? Since when?" Jackson's expression was mocking. "Now I'm happily married. I just want us to be family. And when my children are born, well..." He smiled smugly, and Enda wanted to pound his face in. "Fine." He turned and walked away, catching up with Olivier and Amma. He had no time for Jackson's games. Since that farce of a wedding, all he could think about was Amma. When he had seen her walking down that aisle, apparently terrified, his heart had started to beat quicker, and when their eyes had met, a thrill of desire had run through him. Later in the garden, he hadn't been able to help himself when he saw her so sad and so lovely in that slip of a dress, her long hair tumbling around her shoulders. No one that beautiful should be that unhappy. He hadn't meant to kiss her, but when she'd looked up at him, her lovely eyes so troubled, her dusky skin glowing in the low light, her lips so red and plump, it was the most natural thing in the world to kiss her. As soon as their lips touched, he knew he was lost. But something about Amma was different. He knew it had been an arranged marriage, and that she was an unwilling participant in it. And gosh, he had wanted her so badly. He and Olivier said goodbye to Amma and Jackson as they got into their car. Amma met his gaze and smiled slightly. Her eyes told him everything he wanted to know. As they drove away, Olivier sighed. "I hope he treats her right." "God help him if he doesn't," Enda said darkly. Olivier studied him. You don't think, the thing with Penelope was years ago. He learned his lesson, right? Enda looked at his brother. Gosh, Olivier, I really hope so. The package was waiting for Amma on her desk when she arrived at work the following Monday. Her assistant Lena greeted her with a smile. Geez, Amma, was that the honeymoon? That was quick. Amma tried to smile. We've postponed it for a while because of work. It's no problem, really? Lena didn't need to know Amma had refused to go on honeymoon with Jackson. She had no doubt that if she had been alone with him, gosh, she couldn't bear to consider what might happen. She went into her office and dumped her purse on the desk, glancing at the parcel. The label was handwritten, just her name in a beautiful cursive scrawl. When did this come? Lena grinned. This morning. Girl, you should have seen the delivery guy. Gorgeous. Italian, I think. She went back out to her desk, not realizing the frenzied excitement that had started in her boss. Amma touched the label, running her finger over her name. Picking it up, she opened the parcel. A burner phone. She switched it on. Only one number was programmed into it, under the name he. Amma smiled. She was really going to do this, wasn't she? Have an affair. She thought about Jackson trying once again to get into her bedroom last night, and her teeth clenched. Yes. She was going to do this. Hell yes. She closed her office door quietly and pressed the dial button. Her heart was beating against her ribs, and adrenaline spiked in her when she heard his voice. Cara Mia? Hey there, he. She chuckled, hearing him laugh. I thought that was the safest name I could come up with. How are you today? Better now that I've heard your voice, she said softly. When can I see you? Can you be free for lunch? I can. Gosh, she felt like a love-struck teenager. Enda laughed. Good. Write this address down. He gave her an address in Russian Hill. Take a cab. I'll meet you there. At noon, a very nervous but excited Amma was in a cab, being driven to Russian Hill. When she got there, Enda was waiting outside an apartment building. He took her hand and led her inside.